Chapter 605. The four great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect would never have dreamed that they would be killed by a young human warrior of the same realm. Moreover, they were powerless to fight back. Except if they had known this would happen, they would rather swallow their anger and give up on avenging their fifth brother. The first protector wanted to say something before he died, but in the end, he opened his mouth and his body fell limply to the ground. At this moment, Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. "He's too strong." Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. After a long while, she sighed. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. She thought that after her divine charm technique reached the perfection realm, her fighting strength would be on par with Fang Chen. Now, it seemed that her idea was a joke. 9 flashes of genuine qi and his fighting strength was comparable to a martial artist of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. She, Lu Lianxue, could not compare to such a monstrous talent. At the same time, Lu Lianxue was glad that she was Fang Chen's teammate and not his opponent. Being his opponent was definitely a nightmare. "Let's go." Fang Chen did not feel anything after killing the 4 people. With a flick of his wrist, he took their interspatial rings. Then, he walked to Han Yu's side and took his interspatial ring. Then, he turned and left. Lu Lianxue heard this and nodded. She followed Fang Chen and disappeared from the plains. After flying for an hour, the two found a safe place to rest and began to rest. "Let's rest for a while." Fang Chen glanced at Lu Lianxue and said. She nodded gently and sat on a bluestone beside him. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to count his spoils. He first checked the interspatial rings of the 4 great protectors. After checking, he found that the interspatial rings of the 4 great protectors contained Yellow Spring sect's cultivation method other than some spiritual stones. However, the Yellow Spring sect's cultivation method did not have any effect on Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. He took out the spiritual stones and destroyed everything related to the Yellow Spring sect in the 4 interspatial rings. After that, Fang Chen picked up Han Yu's interspatial ring. As an outstanding member of the Ancient Soul sect's younger generation, Han Yu's spatial ring should contain many things. As soon as he opened the interspatial ring, Fang Chen found a pile of spirit stones. There were a total of 200,000 spirit stones. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although it was nothing for Fang Chen, he was still happy to get it for free. After putting away the spirit stones, he began to examine them carefully. Other than the Ancient Soul sect's cultivation method, there were also some special metals in Han Yu's interspatial ring. "What is this?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully as he played with a piece of metal in his hand. "Kid, this is crimson sand metal, an excellent material for forging weapons," Old Ancestor Bronze reminded. "This is scarlet sand." Of course, Fang Chen had heard of the crimson sand. For a refiner, the crimson sand was a very precious metal, even more precious than meteoric iron. Furthermore, the crimson sand was a metal that was specially used to refine profound weapons. Within this metal, there were several completely opposite auras. It was extremely mystical. When it was added to a weapon, it could make the weapon even stronger. Fang Chen carefully sensed it and found a cold aura within the crimson sand. That should be an ice attribute aura. After that, Fang Chen also sensed a scorching hot aura. That should be a fire attribute aura. Fang Chen also sensed several other kinds of auras. Only now did he realize that he had picked up a treasure. "I never thought Han Yu would have such a thing." Fang Chen was incomparably excited. His hidden star sword had been a high-level profound weapon for a long time. If he could obtain this crimson sand, it might be able to become a top-grade profound weapon. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was enough. Fang Chen put away the crimson sand and carefully examined it. There was nothing else in his interspatial ring. "Fang Chen, congratulations," said Lu Lianxue with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and took out Han Yu's cultivation method. "Do you need it?" Han Yu's cultivation method was a fist technique called the Cloud Sweeping Fist. Once it was cultivated to perfection, it could shatter a mountain. Fang Chen wanted to focus on the sword Dao, which was why he had asked Lu Lianxue. She shook her head and softly said, "This fist technique isn't suitable for me." Since it wasn't suitable, Fang Chen didn't force it. He put it away. Although he couldn't use it, he could give it to others. After resting for a while, Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue continued onward. At this moment, on a mountain peak near ancient Soul City, an old man was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood and his aura was weak. "Fang Chen, my ancient soul sect definitely won't let you off." After saying that, the old man did his best to persevere as he walked towards ancient Soul City. He was the elder who had escorted Han Yu. After being heavily injured by Fang Chen, he had fled here. He wanted to safely return to ancient Soul City and tell the ancient Soul sect what had happened. 3 days later, Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue finally arrived outside the Baipo mountain range. "Is this the Baipo mountain range?" asked Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue nodded and said, "That's right. This is the Baipo mountain range." Fang Chen carefully observed the Baipo mountain range. He could feel an invisible aura enveloping the mountain range. "There's a very strong aura of demonic beasts in this mountain range," said Fang Chen. "The reason why the Western Region pirate sage placed a wealthy spot here is to take advantage of the terrain. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't come here," said Lu Lianxue with a twinkle in her eyes. At this point, Fang Chen could only trust Lu Lianxue. "Let's go in," Fang Chen said. Lu Lianxue nodded and led the way. After entering the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen felt a stifling pressure. The cries of countless demonic beasts entered his ears. After walking for 3 minutes, the two of them encountered a demonic beast. "Iron-horned bull," said Fang Chen. In front of them, a burly demonic beast appeared. This demonic beast had 2 horns on its head, and its eyes were as big as gongs. When it saw Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, the iron-horned bull let out an angry roar. It seemed to be saying that this was its territory and outsiders were not allowed to enter. "The iron-horned bull is famous for its strength," said Fang Chen in a low voice. "Roar." Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the iron-horned bull charged towards Fang Chen. A powerful force instantly acted on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt this force and instantly displayed the sword body. The sword body in the late body tempering realm was equivalent to a 6-star Dao body. However, its strength was much stronger than a 6-star Dao body. After releasing the sword body, Fang Chen's body was filled with dense sword aura. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was vaguely within the range of Fang Chen's control. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his arms were exposed. He let out an angry roar and punched towards the iron-horned bull. Bang! Fang Chen's fist landed on the iron-horned bull's body. It actually sent the iron-horned bull flying backward. What a powerful force! Lu Lianxue, who was at the side, was shocked. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. He sent the iron-horned bull flying with his bare hands. The iron-horned bull, which was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm, had strength comparable to a 6-star Dao body. Fang Chen sent the iron-horned bull flying with a single punch. What level was his physical strength? While Lu Lianxue was still in shock, the iron-horned bull suddenly stood up. It let out an angry roar from its nostrils. Its body glowed and a powerful force surrounded it. Roar! After letting out an angry roar, the iron-horned bull charged towards Fang Chen. The iron-horned bull was just careless. This time, it wanted to let this damned human feel its strength. Hiss hiss hiss, the sword aura merged into his fist. Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. He punched out again and again. Bang bang bang. For a moment, Fang Chen was actually on par with the iron-horned bull. As time passed, the iron-horned bull was still unable to kill Fang Chen. It was getting impatient and kept roaring at the sky. As for Fang Chen, he was getting braver as he fought. He used his iron fists to send the iron-horned bull flying again and again. It's a good opportunity to refine my sword body. Usually, he would not encounter such a target. Now that he had encountered the iron-horned bull, Fang Chen naturally wanted to refine his sword body. Every time he clashed with the iron-horned bull, Fang Chen could feel that his small success sword body was improving. His sword body was also becoming stronger. Again, after sending the iron-horned bull flying with a punch, Fang Chen smiled and shouted. The iron-horned bull stood up and let out an angry roar. Its body expanded, and an intimidating power instantly filled the air. Kacha, the iron-horned bull, suddenly charged, and its horns pierced towards Fang Chen's heart. This was the iron-horned bull's all-out attack. It wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, how could Fang Chen give it the chance? He clenched his fists. His body was surrounded by sword aura, and his mind was filled with the small success sword body. Small success sword body. Fang Chen shouted. His sword body instantly changed. A powerful aura surged out. The small success sword body in his mind seemed to have improved. It suddenly turned into specks of light and scattered around Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes burned as he punched out. Bunga deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen's fist smashed the iron horn bull's horns with an unstoppable force, causing the iron horn bull to roll on the ground in pain. After struggling for a while, the iron-horned bull finally stopped wriggling and lost its life. Small success sword body has reached the great perfection realm. My sword body has broken through to the early body refinement realm. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Ever since he had obtained the small success sword body, Fang Chen had been cultivating. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. He didn't expect to break through after fighting with the iron-horned bull. The world was unpredictable. In Lu Lianxue's eyes, the iron-horned bull was a threat. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, it was just a target. Fang Chen, you're really a monster. Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. Fang Chen grinned when he heard this. His goal was not so small. This was just the beginning. Fang Chen's ultimate goal was to rush out of the ancient sword continent and soar in the magnificent outer realm. Chapter 606. The initial stage of tempered body was equivalent to a 7-star Tao body, but its power was much stronger than a 7-star Tao body. The current Fang Chen could kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm with his fists just by relying on his physical strength. If he used the phantom sword technique, he would be fearless against a martial artist at the initial stage of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's strength would increase just as he arrived at the Baipo mountain range? Now, he felt that the genuine qi in his sea of qi was churning. He could advance to the spiritual vortex realm at any time. Maybe I can advance to the spiritual vortex realm after coming to the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen thought to himself. If he could advance to the spiritual vortex realm, it would not be impossible for Fang Chen to defeat a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm with his terrifying combat power. At that time, Fang Chen could return to the 4 great ridges and take revenge for himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue with a burning gaze and said, "Where is the exact location of the Western region pirate sage's wealth? Let's go quickly." Lu Lianxue was not used to being stared at by Fang Chen like this. Her face blushed as she lowered her head and said softly, "It's right in front." After speaking, Lu Lianxue led the way with Fang Chen following closely behind. Along the way, Fang Chen also encountered many iron-horned bulls. However, these iron-horned bulls moved alone, which gave Fang Chen a chance to consolidate his sword body. Every time he encountered an iron-horned bull, Fang Chen would rush forward and punch it before it could attack. After walking for 2 hours in the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen killed a total of 6 iron-horned bulls. Because of this, his sword body had completely stabilized at the initial stage of tempered body realm. The sword force around his body faintly showed signs of transforming into sword intent. This made Fang Chen very excited. The second step of the sword way was sword intent. If he cultivated sword intent again and successfully reached the second step of the sword way, what level would his sword way cultivation reach? Bang! Somewhere in the Jade Wave mountain range, after Fang Chen killed an iron-horned bull, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. Someone's here. Fang Chen was confused. How could there be sounds of fighting in a place like this? Lu Lianxue's eyes flickered as she said in a low voice, "It could be the younger generation of the Five Elements state who came here to train." "Let's go take a look," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen rushed towards the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to see the fighting crowd. In a certain open space, there was a woman as beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was not inferior to Lu Lianxue's, and she was also using the divine charm technique. Could it be? Fang Chen was guessing in his heart. That's right. She's also one of the disciples of the Western Region pirate sage, Lu Lianxue, who was behind him, said directly. In the open space, there were 3 men who were besieging the woman who was using the divine charm technique. "Little girl, just obediently submit to me," one of the tall men sneered. While the woman's divine charm technique was pushed to the peak, a dense charm aura instantly enveloped the 3 of them. "Since you don't know what's good for you, you can die." The 3 of them coldly berated her when they saw she was about to go all out. Then, the 3 of them used their full power to directly break apart the space enveloped by the charm aura. In the next instant, the woman was sent flying. She fell to the ground. Her face was covered in frost as she icily looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them had a perverted expression in their eyes as they approached her. "You dare go against me? You really deserve to die," sneered the tall man. "Big brother, before we kill her, can you let your little brother enjoy her for a bit?" Another skinny man laughed. "I'm afraid no man would be able to resist such a stunner." "All right, I'll let you enjoy her." The tall man's face was sinister as he laughed heartily. The 2 lackeys directly charged over to the woman, preparing to tear off her clothes. She wanted to resist, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Just at this moment, Lu Lianxue opened her mouth. Save her. Perhaps it was because she had realized that this woman's fate was the same as hers. They were both servants of the Western Region's thief sage. Lu Lianxue felt a trace of compassion in her heart. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and walked out from the shadows. "Stop!" The 2 of them were just about to tear off the woman's clothes when they heard Fang Chen's voice. They stopped and turned to look. "Who are you?" Seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear, the tall man sinisterly asked. "Release her," said Fang Chen. "With just you?" sneered the tall man. Bang! Fang Chen took advantage of the moment the tall man wasn't paying attention to send a punch to his face, sending him flying. The tall man let out a miserable cry. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had almost been broken by Fang Chen. "You!" The tall man did his best to stand up. Holding his nose, he roared furiously. But at the same time, a trace of terror appeared in his heart. This man in front of him was not a match for him. Fang Chen extended his fist and coldly asked, "With just this, is it enough?" At this moment, the 2 men beside the woman were trembling in fear. Even their big brother had been sent flying with a single punch. If they charged forward, they would simply be courting death. "Brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Since you want her, then we'll release her," said the tall man faintly with a smile on his face. "Scram!" Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The 3 of them quickly left this place. After the 3 of them left, Lu Lianxue walked out of the darkness. "Why did you save me?" asked the beautiful woman. Crash! Lu Lianxue's body was filled with a charming aura. Her face was filled with a charming smile as she looked at the woman on the ground. "Divine charm art. You're..." The beautiful woman instantly understood. The woman in front of her was most likely the same as her, a disciple of the Western Region's thief sage. "That's right. I'm also a disciple of the Western Region's thief sage," said Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, the beautiful woman instantly raised her guard. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Lianxue. "Why did you come here?" asked Lu Lianxue. The woman was silent, not saying anything. "I know you want to escape from the clutches of the Western region's thief sage, and so do I," said Lu Lianxue once more. At this time, the woman finally raised her head and looked at Lu Lianxue. After a long while, the woman said, "I think our goal should be the same." The woman was extremely intelligent. After hearing Lu Lianxue's words, she had already guessed it. "We can work together," said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen hadn't said anything from the beginning. He had been watching from the side. Lu Lianxue and the beautiful woman quickly reached an agreement. Then the beautiful woman began to heal her injuries. With Lu Lianxue's help, the beautiful woman's injuries were quickly healed. Once she was healed, she stood up and asked Fang Chen about his origins. "Who is she?" "He's my savior. I used the Western region's thief sage's wealth to settle down in exchange for his help," said Lu Lianxue. "She has a way to remove the goo poison," exclaimed the beautiful woman. "As long as we find the blue-eye toad," said Fang Chen. The beautiful woman thought for a moment and said, "The reason I came to the Jade Wave mountain range is because I know some information about the blue-eye toad." Lu Lianxue's eyes brightened. She didn't have the slightest confidence in randomly searching the Jade Wave mountain range. However, if there were some clues, they might really be able to find the blue-eye toad. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. "All right, as long as we find the blue-eye toad, I'll remove the goo poison for you. However, the prerequisite is that I obtain the Western region's thief sage's wealth," said Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue and the beautiful woman discussed for a moment and agreed to Fang Chen's request. Then the three of them headed deeper into the Jade Wave mountain range. From their conversation, they learned that this woman was called Jin Xian'er, and she was also a disciple of the Western region's thief sage. She couldn't stand being controlled by the Western region's thief sage. After learning about the blue-eye toad, she was prepared to find the blue-eye toad, and then find an alchemist to refine the goo poison antidote. However, she didn't expect to meet those three people when she came to the Jade Wave mountain range. If it weren't for Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, she would have died in their hands. Although Jin Xian'er didn't understand Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, the divine charm art couldn't deceive her. Instead of being controlled by the Western region's thief sage, it was better to take a gamble. Maybe she could really remove the goo poison. Somewhere in the Jade Wave mountain range, three figures stood. "Big brother, are we just going to let it go?" asked the thin warrior. "That kid is too strong. He sent you flying with one punch. If he hadn't held back, I'm afraid you would have died in his hands," said another warrior. The warrior who was called Big Brother had a frosty face and was furious in his heart. "Let's go back," said Big Brother. "Go back for what?" asked the thin warrior. "To call for reinforcements." The three of them were Mu Long City's Mu Long sect's disciples. They came to the Jade Wave mountain range to gain experience, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen. After being sent flying by Fang Chen, Mu Ku thought of a plan. He wanted to find someone to teach Fang Chen a lesson. After returning to Mu Long City, Mu Ku immediately returned to Mu Long sect and came to a courtyard. "Senior brother Mu Gui." Mu Ku looked at the figure in the courtyard and said with a smile, "What are you doing here?" Mu Gui asked calmly. "Senior brother Mu Gui, I met two beautiful girls in the Jade Wave mountain range. I wanted to bring them back for you, but I was stopped by a mysterious warrior. He injured me and said that if I dared to attack again, he would kill his way to our Mu Long sect," said Mu Ku in a low voice. "Yes." Mu Gui's face finally changed when he heard this. Mu Gui in Mu Long City was famous for being lecherous. As long as it was a beautiful girl, he would think of ways to get them. In the eyes of the world, Mu Gui was lecherous, but in reality, he wasn't. Only Mu Gui knew that the cultivation technique he cultivated required him to dual cultivate with a woman. Only then would his strength improve. Because he was an outstanding member of the Mu Long sect's younger generation, he could unscrupulously plunder women in Mu Long City. And then, Mu Gui pretended to be calm and asked, "Senior brother Mu Gui, you didn't?" Mu Ku was a little puzzled and asked. However, he instantly understood. He then said to Mu Gui in a low voice, "Senior brother Mu Gui, if you go to the Jade Wave mountain range to take revenge for me, not only can you obtain 2 beautiful girls, you can also give my little diamond to you." Chapter 607. Fang Chun and the other 2 quickly traversed through the Baipo mountain range. According to the clues Jin Xian had obtained, the blue-eyed toad was most likely to appear in a certain valley in the Baipo mountain range. "We're almost there." Jin Xian who was walking, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu Lianxue's face revealed a trace of joy. Then she said, "Let's go in quickly. Conceal your aura. Be careful not to scare the blue-eyed toad away." Jin Xian said. Fang Chun and Lu Lianxue concealed their auras, and the 3 of them carefully entered the valley. At this time, Fang Chun released the little mouse from his special space ring. Then, after a simple conversation with the little mouse, the latter's figure flashed and disappeared into the valley. This valley is very strange. After entering the valley, Fang Chun discovered that there was a strange aura everywhere in the valley. "Let's go in," Jin Xian said in a low voice. The 3 of them continued forward. When the 3 of them reached the center of the valley, they suddenly stopped because they encountered a formation. "Why is there a formation here?" Fang Chun was a little puzzled. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian were about to use force to break the formation, but they were stopped by Fang Chun. If they really did that, even the blue-eyed toad would be scared away. "Let me." Fang Chun stepped forward and reached out his hand to touch the formation. Then he closed his eyes slightly. In an instant, dense information about the formation appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Fang Chun was looking for a way to break the formation. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with surprise. After an hour, Fang Chun finally opened his eyes. His palms suddenly formed a complicated hand seal, and then merged into the formation. The hand seal exploded with a bang. One of the formation's bases had been destroyed by Fang Chun. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian were completely shocked. Not only was Fang Chun powerful, but he was also a master of array formations. In such a short time, he was able to find the base of the array formation. Truly a demon-level character, Lu Lianxue said with a knowing smile upon seeing this. The more tyrannical Fang Chun was, the more hope they had of escaping the control of the Western region God Thief. Bang one after another, the array bases were all destroyed by Fang Chun. In the end, the array collapsed by itself. "Fang Chun, I didn't expect you to have such accomplishments in the Tao of Formations," said Lu Lianxue with a smile. Fang Chun nodded slightly. "This is only a spirit-level array formation. If it was a profound-level array formation, it would be more difficult to break it." Fang Chun was an array grandmaster. He could set up spirit-level arrays at will, so it was easy for him to crack spirit-level arrays. Although Fang Chun said it very casually, in the ears of the 2 women, they were shocked. "Let's go." Fang Chun didn't pay attention to the 2 women's shock and took the lead. The 2 women looked at each other and followed Fang Chun into the depths of the valley. As the 3 of them approached the depths of the valley, Fang Chun could feel a special aura. Could there really be a blue-eyed toad here? Fang Chun thought to himself. The blue-eyed toad was a very rare demon beast. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to see one. If there really was a blue-eyed toad here, then it would be great. Just as Fang Chun and the others were moving forward, the little mouse suddenly rushed out, scaring Jin Xian and Lu Lianxue so much that they instantly raised their guard. "Don't be afraid," reminded Fang Chun. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chun's shoulder with a whoosh and then began to chirp to Fang Chun. "You're saying there's a cave up ahead?" asked Fang Chun. The little mouse quickly nodded and pointed in front of them. Fang Chen understood the little mouse's meaning. He quickly followed the direction the little mouse had pointed to Fang Chen. Not long after, the three of them arrived in front of the cave the little mouse had pointed to. This was a pitch-black cave. The entrance was very small, only big enough for one person to enter. The cave was surrounded by weeds. The most eye-catching thing was that there was some feces at the entrance of the cave. Seeing those feces, Fang Chen and the others' eyes widened, their faces filled with excitement. If there was feces here, then that meant there was definitely a demon beast inside this cave. Could it really be a blue-eyed toad? Perhaps it really is a blue-eyed toad. Lu Lianxue's eyes flickered with excitement. What should we do now? Jin Xian did her best to remain calm and quietly asked. Let the little mouse go in and investigate, said Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian nodded. The little mouse entered the pitch-black cave. Fang Chen and the others anxiously waited outside. At this time, Mu Ku was leading Mu Gui through the Baipo mountain range, quickly searching for Fang Chen and the others. Bring me to your battlefield, said Mu Gui in a low voice. Not long after, Mu Ku brought Mu Gui to the place where he had fought with Fang Chen. Mu Gui looked around and then smelled the lingering auras in the air. Let's go. Mu Gui quickly followed the lingering auras. You won't be able to escape, said Mu Gui inwardly. At this time, Fang Chen and the others had no idea that the Woodheart sect's top disciples were looking for them. The little mouse had already been in the cave for an hour, but there was no movement. This made Fang Chen very worried. There won't be any problems, right? Fang Chen was a bit worried, but he could sense that the little mouse was still alive. That was why he didn't rush in. Could it be that they found the blue-eyed toad? Asked Lu Lianxue nervously. Just as the three of them were talking, the little mouse came out. How is it? Asked Fang Chen urgently. There were several wounds on the little mouse's body. Its eyes were moving and its little paws were gesturing. After hearing little mouse's story, Fang Chen's face broke into a smile. The little mouse found the blue-eyed toad in the cave, said Fang Chen. Really? Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian were extremely excited. They had really found the blue-eyed toad. It seemed they could really escape the control of the Western region's thief sage. The little mouse fought with the blue-eyed toad. It seems to be very powerful, said Fang Chen. Then what do we do? Asked Jin Xian. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, I need to set up a formation. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian nodded and immediately retreated. Fang Chen began to set up the formation. He used a top-grade spirit stone as the foundation and soon set up a top-grade spirit formation that covered the entrance of the cave. At this time, Fang Chen said something to the two girls and then brought the little mouse into the cave. After entering the cave, Fang Chen smelled a special aura. Under the guidance of the little mouse, they soon arrived at the blue-eyed toad's nest. At the end of the cave there was a small stone room. The blue-eyed toad was in the stone room. Seeing the little mouse return, the blue-eyed toad opened its eyes wide and roared at the little mouse. This is the blue-eyed toad. Fang Chen stared at the blue-eyed toad without blinking. This was the first time he saw the blue-eyed toad. Why does it feel like someone is keeping it in captivity? Fang Chen looked at the blue-eyed toad's surroundings and said doubtfully. At this time, the little mouse directly rushed into the blue-eyed toad's nest and fought with it. The blue-eyed toad's mouth spat out some poisonous fog from time to time. The little mouse seemed to be a little afraid of the blue-eyed toad's poisonous fog. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the phantom sword art. Countless illusory swords directly stabbed at the blue-eyed toad. While fighting with the little mouse, the blue-eyed toad was caught off guard and was stabbed by Fang Chen's illusory swords. Blood immediately flowed out of its body. Gugu the blue-eyed toad angrily roared. It seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's power and rushed out of the cave. Seeing this, Fang Chen inwardly cheered and chased after it with the little mouse. At this time, the two women were anxiously waiting for Fang Chen in the mountain valley when Mu Gui and Mu Ku suddenly appeared. Senior apprentice brother Mu Gui, it's the two of them. How are they? Beautiful, right? Mu Ku saw the two women and chuckled. When Mu Gui saw Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er, his eyes widened. They really are stunning beauties. I must have them. Mu Gui's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as he excitedly said. His cultivation was at the first level of the spirit vortex realm. If he could obtain these two women and dual cultivate with them, he might be able to break through to the second level of the spirit vortex realm. Mu Ku, starting today, you are my brother. Mu Gui was very happy. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Mu Gui. Mu Ku was very happy inside. Mu Gui walked into the depths of the mountain valley. When he approached the two women, they also noticed Mu Gui. It's him. Jin Xian recognized Mu Ku behind Mu Gui. Beauties, I am Mu Gui from the Mu Long City's Wood Heart sect. If you two follow me, I can guarantee that I will let you live very comfortably. Mu Gui stared at the two women lecherously. Humph, in your dreams. Jin Xian coldly said. Don't be ungrateful. When Mu Gui heard this, he directly released his powerful aura and enveloped the two women to intimidate them. When Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian sensed Mu Gui's strength, their expressions greatly changed and they looked at each other. Humph, a shameless person like you wants us to follow you? Dream on. Lu Lianxue coldly snorted. Her body flashed and she directly entered the formation. When Jin Xian saw this, she also entered the formation without hesitation. Seeing the two women instantly disappear, Mu Gui's expression became gloomy. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Mu Gui solemnly said. Could the formation be set up by that brat? Mu Ku softly said. Senior apprentice brother Mu Gui, that brat must be in the formation. Mu Gui coldly sneered and said, A mere formation wants to stop me, Mu Gui. When I break the formation, these two beauties will be mine. Ha! Mu Gui laughed loudly. He was very confident in breaking the formation. After the two women entered the formation, they breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 608. Mu Gui looked at the array in front of him with disdain and began to attack the array. If you like it, go ahead. When Mu Gui attacked the array, the blue-eyed toad appeared in the array and croaked loudly. When the two girls saw the blue-eyed toad, they were completely shocked. It's the blue-eyed toad. Lu Lianxue's eyes were filled with passion as she cried out. Jin Xian'er's face was also filled with excitement. She glanced at Lu Lianxue and immediately attacked, wanting to capture the blue-eyed toad. It was also at this moment that the formation shattered. Boom! With a loud bang, the array shattered and Mu Gui and Mu Ku appeared in front of the two girls. Blue-eyed toad. Mu Gui also recognized the blue-eyed toad and shouted loudly. Swoosh! Mu Gui shook his wrist and a majestic aura blasted towards Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian. The blue-eyed toad is mine. Mu Gui naturally knew how precious the blue-eyed toad was. When he saw the blue-eyed toad, his heart was filled with excitement. Under Mu Gui's powerful attack, the two girls were unable to get close to the blue-eyed toad and could only watch as Mu Gui took it away. The two girls' eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, Mu Gui grabbed the blue-eyed toad and smiled. I can't believe I met the blue-eyed toad here. Ha! Put the blue-eyed toad down. A gloomy voice came from the cave and Fong Chen and the little mouse came out of the cave. Who are you? Mu Gui asked coldly as he held the blue-eyed toad. Senior brother Mu Gui, he's the kid I was talking about. Mu Ku looked at Fong Chen and whispered. When Mu Gui heard this, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He licked his dry lips and laughed sinisterly. You're the trash who insulted our Wooden Heart sect? Mu Gui's cultivation had reached the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Wooden Heart sect. The entire Wooden Heart sect regarded Mu Gui as the foundation of the sect. As long as Mu Gui did not die, he would definitely lead the Wooden Heart sect to the peak in the future. When Mu Gui saw Fong Chen, he sensed that he hadn't broken through to the spiritual vortex realm. He didn't have the aura of the spiritual vortex realm. Since he was not at the spirit vortex realm, Mu Guo had nothing to fear. No matter how strong a condensing reality realm warrior was, he was still a condensing reality realm warrior. In front of a spirit vortex realm warrior, he was not even worth mentioning. Clamoring for the Wood Heart sect. When Fang Chen heard this, he glanced at Mu Ku and instantly understood. It was likely that Mu Ku had spoken ill of him in front of Mu Guo. Put down the blue-eyed toad, Fang Chen said in a low voice. It was not easy to find the blue-eyed toad, so how could he give it up? The blue-eyed toad is in my hands, so it belongs to me, Mu Guo. You want me to give it up? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so, sneered Mu Guo. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and chirped. It was a little angry and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Fang Chen. He wanted to do it himself. You have no other choice. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Seeing Fang Chen so confident, Mu Guo laughed. A condensing reality realm warrior actually dared to clamor in front of a spirit vortex realm warrior. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Do you want to die? Mu Guo said coldly. You don't have the chance anymore. Hearing Mu Guo's words, Fang Chen said coldly. In the next moment, he attacked. The complete illusion god sword technique was instantly displayed. The extremely powerful illusion sword principle aura spread out and shrouded Mu Guo's body. Whoosh! The dense sword aura filled the entire ground. The surrounding heaven and earth power was absorbed by Fang Chen into the hidden star sword. When the aura of the hidden star sword soared to a certain extent, Fang Chen suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, a gigantic sword shadow appeared in the sky. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, it slashed towards Mu Guo at lightning speed. Insignificant skill. Seeing this, Mu Guo sneered and said disdainfully. At the same time, Mu Guo attacked with all his might. Pucci the huge sword shadow hit Mu Guo's arm and instantly severed it. Then, it slashed towards Mu Guo's body. This, Mu Guo felt a burst of pain coming from all over his body. He let out an angry roar and activated all the spiritual qi in his body to block Fang Chen's sword shadow. Pucci the sword shadow ignored Mu Guo's attack and directly pierced his body. No. Mu Guo let out a miserable cry. Fresh blood flowed out of his chest. His aura was weak and his vitality was disappearing. How is this possible? Mu Guo's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. He could not believe that Fang Chen was so strong. He did not even have the chance to fight back before he was killed by the other party. Bang! In the end, Mu Guo's body collapsed. Mu Ku was also shocked that Mu Guo was killed in one blow. I can't let you live. Fang Chen glanced at Mu Ku and slashed out with his sword, ending Mu Ku's life. Then, Fang Chen activated 9 streaks of genuine qi and enveloped the blue-eyed toad's body, trapping it immediately. Goo goo! The blue-eyed toad let out a cautious sound. It stared at Fang Chen, afraid that Fang Chen would attack it. At this time, the little mouse appeared in front of the blue-eyed toad and gestured at it. After a while, the blue-eyed toad actually stopped struggling. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er's hearts were filled with shock. They were both martial artists with 9 streams of spiritual qi, but the difference between them and Fang Chen was too great. Fang Chen could even instantly kill a martial artist at the first layer of the spiritual vortex realm. Too strong. This was the first time Jin Xian'er knew that Fang Chen had such a strong battle strength. Fang Chen, you killed a disciple of Mulong City's Wood Heart sect. If the Wood Heart sect finds out, they will definitely take revenge on you. Lu Lianxue was a little worried. They won't have the chance to find out. Fang Chen was not worried at all. He put away the blue-eyed toad and left the mysterious valley with the 2 women. When they left, Fang Chen destroyed Mu Guo and Mu Ku's corpses, not leaving behind any clues. The Wood Heart sect was only a small power in Mulong City. It couldn't even compare to the Li family in Kaiyang City. Fang Chen wasn't afraid of them taking revenge. Of course, that was on the premise that they could find out that he was the murderer. Now that we have the blue-eyed toad, can you bring me to the Western Region Pirate Sage's wealth point? Fang Chen asked. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian nodded heavily. After so many years, this was the first time they felt that the opportunity to leave the Western Region Pirate Sage was right in front of them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would succeed. Let's go. As disciples of the Western Region Pirate Sage, Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian knew a thing or two about the wealth point. The two of them exchanged information and finally came to a conclusion. The wealth point of the Western Region Pirate Sage was in the deepest part of the mountain range. Fang Chen's group of 3 quickly advanced. At this time, in a certain place in the Five Elements province, the Western Region Pirate Sage had just stolen a priceless treasure. He was just about to return when his expression suddenly changed. Someone has captured the blue-eyed toad. The Western Region Pirate Sage's expression completely changed. Only he knew where the blue-eyed toads were being kept. Who was it that had captured the blue-eyed toads? The blue-eyed toad was extremely useful. If he lost it, it would be a great loss. Damn it! The Western Region Pirate Sage cursed. He then rushed with all his strength toward the Baipo mountain range. Within the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen's group of 3 walked for roughly an hour before finally arriving at the deepest part of the mountain range. In the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Beside the mountain peak was a strange valley. Where are the wealth points? Fang Chen stared ahead and asked in a deep voice. Lu Lianxue said, if my guess isn't wrong, this mountain peak that pierces the clouds and the strange valley are all a smokescreen. The true wealth point is underground. Lu Lianxue's small white hand pointed at a small space in front of the mountain peak. There wasn't a single weed in this space. That's right. According to the Western Region Pirate Sage's methods, the wealth point is extremely likely to be underground, said Jin Xian. Jin Xian's yellow hair fell on her shoulders. She had a unique style. The disciples chosen by the Western Region Pirate Sage were all devastatingly beautiful. Each one of them had their own unique characteristic. However, each one of them had one thing in common. They all cultivated the divine charm art. If the divine charm art was cultivated to perfection, with their beauty, no man would be able to resist it. Fang Chen felt more and more that the Western Region Pirate Sage was mysterious. He had taken in so many disciples and even had them cultivate the divine charm art. He had even used all sorts of methods to send them to various large cities. Just what was his goal? Could it be that the Western Region Pirate Sage wanted to dominate the Five Elements province? Thinking of this, Fang Chen immediately rejected this idea. The Five Elements province was vast and there were countless experts. For a mere Western Region Pirate Sage to dominate the Five Elements province was tantamount to ascending to the heavens. No matter what, let's get rid of his wealth point first, Fang Chen said in his heart. After hearing the 2 women's words, Fang Chen came to the open space and carefully sensed for a while. He didn't find anything. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and began to dig. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen had already dug a big hole with the hidden star sword. However, he didn't see any wealth point at all. This made Fang Chen very puzzled. Fang Chen came out of the big hole and stared at the 2 women. The wealth point is definitely here. Fang Chen, there must be a wealth point of the Western Region Pirate Sage here. However, with the Western Region Pirate Sage's vigilance, this wealth point must be hidden very deeply, explained Lu Lianxue. Yes, let's look for it, said Jin Xian. In order to escape from the control of the Western Region Pirate Sage, they had to find this wealth point. The 2 women began to help Fang Chen search while the latter continued to dig. Lu Lianxue walked to the side of the big hole and walked slowly. Her eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She was thinking about where the wealth point of the Western Region Pirate Sage was. Unknowingly, Lu Lianxue came to the back of the big hole. She stepped forward while thinking. Chapter 609. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from underground. Fang Chen, who was digging a hole, was startled and jumped out of the big hole. What's going on? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and asked with a solemn face. I don't know. I seem to have stepped on a mechanism, Lu Lianxue whispered. Under Lu Lianxue's feet, the ground caved in a little, and the rumbling continued. Fang Chen and the other two looked around and entered a state of alert. After about a minute, the rumbling sound finally disappeared. After the tremors subsided, cracks began to appear on the ground. Eventually, these cracks converged together to form a small circular hole. Dong! When the small hole appeared, the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged into the small hole. The wealth of the Western region pirate sage is below, Jin Xian shouted excitedly. This Western region pirate sage is really cautious. He actually made such a mechanism, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen came in front of the small hole. There was such a hole in the ground. It was dark below and nothing could be seen clearly. Fang Chen's soul went into the small hole to check, but he found that the hole seemed to be isolated from soul detection. Let's go down and take a look. Fang Chen jumped directly into the hole. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian also looked at each other and went into the hole. When the three of them entered the hole, they found that they were in a dark passage. A flame appeared on Fang Chen's palm, illuminating the entire passage. The wealth should be at the end of the passage, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen nodded and walked forward. But when he took the first step, suddenly countless small holes appeared on both sides of the passage. Countless overbearing and fierce arrows shot out from these small holes. Whoosh! The arrows crisscrossed and shot toward both sides of the passage. Fortunately, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong and retreated immediately. Seeing these swords and arrows, Fang Chen was also scared. In such a small passageway, if he was hit by these arrows, wouldn't he turn into a sieve? A mechanism left behind by the Western region pirate sage, Lu Lianxue said solemnly. How do we break through? Jin Xian asked. Fang Chen picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the tunnel in front of him. Immediately, arrows shot out from both sides. As long as something passes by, there will be arrows. Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice. This was only the first checkpoint that the Western region pirate sage had set up in the wealth point. Fang Chen and the other two were trapped here and could not think of any way out. Can you use your speed to break through? Lu Lianxue asked. Fang Chen shook his head. The arrows that were shot out were too dense. If one wanted to use speed to charge through, they would need to be at the spirit vortex realm. The trio wore stern looks on their faces. If they were unable to pass the trial, they would not be able to earn any wealth points. Just when Fang Chen and the other two were lost in thought, the old faker Bangxianshu appeared. Kid, are you stumped by the mechanism here? Bangxianshu asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Bangxianshu said, This mechanism is too trashy. Let me help you. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and asked, You have a way? Bangxianshu said, Of course I have a way. How can such a trashy mechanism trap me? However, I need some energy. Hearing Bangxianshu's words, Fang Chen was speechless. This old soul wanted to take the opportunity to ask for some of the little mouse's blood. Fang Chen glanced at the little mouse. The latter threw a drop of blood to Bangxianshu. After Bangxianshu absorbed the blood, it was very excited. Don't worry, I will definitely send you guys over safely. Bangxianshu said solemnly. If we fail, I will pull out all your branches and leaves, Fang Chen said. Bangxianshu moved to the front of the mechanism. With a swishing sound, countless branches and leaves stretched out from its main body in an instant. When the branches and leaves stretched out, the mechanism was instantly triggered. Dense arrows were shot out in an instant. At this moment, Bangxianshu controlled its dense branches and leaves to directly block the small holes from which the arrows were shot out. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Bang Xianshu shouted directly when it saw Fang Chen and the other two in shock. Fang Chen and the other two woke up in an instant. Then, they directly entered the mechanism. Following Bang Xianshu's branches and leaves, they easily passed through the passage. When the three of them passed through the passage, Bang Xianshu's main body also came to this side. Then, it opened its branches and leaves. Whoosh! Countless dense arrows were shot out wildly. Bang Xianshu laughed loudly and retracted its branches and leaves. Fang Chen saw some scars on the Bang Xianshu's profession. "Are you okay?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm fine. My branches and leaves need to transform. These arrows happened to help me," Bang Xianshu said. Fang Chen nodded and continued to move forward. Bang Xianshu and Little Mouse followed behind. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er were more and more curious about Fang Chen. Not only did he have the magical Little Mouse, but he also had a Bang Xianshu. It was really shocking. Without the Bang Xianshu, it would be too difficult to pass through this passage. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er followed Fang Chen and moved forward quickly. After a while, the three of them walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage, they appeared in an underground palace. There were countless stone pillars in this palace. On each pillar, there were luminous pearls that illuminated the entire palace. Using luminous pearls as lighting. "How extravagant," Jin Xian'er said. "The wealth of the Western region pirate sage should be here," Lu Lianxue said. Just as she was about to speak, a dense group of snake demons suddenly appeared in the palace. These snake demons flicked their tongues and let out angry cries. "This is the Western region pirate sage's method," Lu Lianxue shouted. Seeing these densely packed snake demons, Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er's expressions turned solemn. The snake demons were like a tide coming towards them. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't kill these snake demons. "What should we do, Fang Chen?" Lu Lianxue hurriedly shouted. "Is this the Western region pirate sage's method to protect his wealth?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered. If it was something else, Fang Chen might be helpless. But seeing the tide of snake demons, Fang Chen smiled. He took out the snake-taming flute from his interspatial ring. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, putting the snake-taming flute to his mouth, Fang Chen used the snake-taming technique. A pleasant sound came out from the snake-taming flute. These voices formed sound waves that were transmitted directly into the minds of the snake demons. Hiss! These menacing snake demons began to struggle after hearing the sound from the snake-taming flute. In the huge palace, snake demons were struggling everywhere. They seemed to be in pain. Their tongues flicked, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. "This is..." Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er looked at these snake demons in shock, then looked at Fang Chen. They knew that all of this was because of the flute in Fang Chen's hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Fang Chen used all his strength to drive the snake-taming flute. The pleasant sound became serious, and the sound waves became faster and faster. And the snake demons in the palace struggled harder and harder. In the end, they finally couldn't resist the power of the snake-taming flute and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the tide-like snake demons disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the snake-taming flute. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. The more they looked like this, the more they felt that they had made the right bet. The potential that Fang Chen showed was really too monstrous. If nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be a place for Fang Chen in the five elements state in the future. "Let's go." Fang Chen glanced at the two shocked women and said softly. The first level had the Bang Xianshu, the second level had the snake-taming flute, and he didn't know what other mechanisms were behind it. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. The thief sage of the Western region was really a damn guy. He set up the wealth point so secretly and made countless checkpoints to protect it. "There's a stone door here." Lu Lianxue noticed the stone door. Fang Chen walked in front of the stone door. He wanted to push it, but his hands stopped in midair. He was wondering if there was any danger behind this stone door. "Let me do it." Jin Xian walked in front of the stone door. Jin Xian placed her hand on the stone door and tried to push it, but there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Fang Chen put his hand on the stone door and used all his strength, but he still couldn't push it open. Could it be that behind this stone door is the wealth point? Lu Lianxue asked suspiciously. For a time, Fang Chen and the others used all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to open the stone door. Fang Chen even used all his strength to try and break it open, but it was to no avail. Behind this stone door is definitely the wealth point, said Fang Chen. This stone door's defense was too strong. Even someone at the first level of the spirit vortex realm was unable to break it. What do we do? Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian were a bit helpless. Fang Chen's soul enveloped the stone door and he carefully examined it. His soul swept through the entire stone door, but he didn't find anything. Fang Chen wasn't willing to give up and continued to scan. Buzz. When Fang Chen's soul scanned the stone door, it let out a buzzing sound. Fang Chen was startled and looked at the stone door. Chapter 610. There was a design on the stone door. This design was very well hidden. If Fang Chen hadn't used his spiritual strength to scan it, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Fang Chen carefully observed the pattern and realized that there was an animal drawn on it. Why does it look so familiar? The more Fang Chen looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't this the design of the blue-eyed toad? Lu Lianxue suddenly said. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. Soon after, his eyes lit up. He directly took out the blue-eyed toad from his space ring and made a comparison. After comparing it, Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This design was exactly the same as the blue-eyed toad. Could it be that the blue-eyed toad is the key to opening the stone door? Fang Chen had such a thought. He glanced at the blue-eyed toad and then held it in his hand, placing it on the stone door's design. When the blue-eyed toad's body came into contact with the pattern on the stone door, the pattern on the stone door immediately caved in. A small groove just happened to appear on the stone door. Fang Chen found that the size of this groove was practically tailor-made for the blue-eyed toad. Fang Chen was overjoyed and directly stuffed the blue-eyed toad into the groove. The blue-eyed toad's eyes flickered and it made a cooing sound. When the blue-eyed toad's voice completely entered the small groove, the entire stone door immediately began to tremble. Fang Chen and the others retreated a few steps, their eyes burning as they stared at the stone door. Under their gazes, the stone door actually began to slowly open. That made the three of them very pleasantly surprised. The Western Divine Thief Sage actually used the blue-eyed toad as the key to the stone door. How ruthless! Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. If they hadn't found the blue-eyed toad beforehand, then even if they had managed to get here, they probably wouldn't have been able to open the stone door. Who would have thought that the key to the stone door was actually within the Baipo mountain range? The stone door is open. Let's go in quickly. Lu Lianxue was a bit worried. If they opened the stone door, the Western Divine Thief Sage would definitely know. So they had to quickly leave this place. If they were intercepted by him, they would definitely die. Fang Chen nodded and took the lead to enter the stone door. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian followed closely behind. Inside the stone door, Fang Chen quietly stood there, completely dumbfounded. There was a huge pile of spirit stones in the room, so much so that it was impossible to count them all. They're all spirit stones. Fang Chen looked at these spirit stones in shock. There wasn't a single defective spirit stone. They were all top-grade spirit stones. It was even more than the spirit stones in the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate that he had obtained back then. Therefore, the Western Divine Thief Sage had exchanged all the things he had stolen into spirit stones and stored them in various corners of the five elements state. Fang Chen's soul shrouded the top-grade spirit stones and carefully checked them. There were a total of 100 million spirit stones. As expected of the Western Divine Thief Sage. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. This was just one of the wealth points of the Western Divine Thief Sage, and he already had 100 million top-grade spirit stones. It was too unbelievable. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Even if all the wealth of Kaiyang City was added together, it wouldn't even be a tenth of it. Fang Chen was shocked by the 100 million top-grade spirit stones. How could the Western Divine Thief Sage have so much wealth? Don't be shocked. To be called the Western Divine Thief Sage, you can imagine how brilliant his methods are. This is just one of his wealth points. Lu Lianxue whispered. Although she was envious of these top-grade spirit stones, she knew that she couldn't get her hands on them. Yes, the wealth of the Western Divine Thief Sage can't be guessed with common sense. Jin Xian said. Fang Chen nodded and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he kept the top-grade spirit stones into his spatial ring. With these 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen's cultivation path would be much easier. Furthermore, it would be much easier for him to roam the 5-element prefecture. Crash! 100 million top-grade spirit stones were all kept in Fang Chen's spatial ring. The entire room was empty. Let's go. Fang Chen glanced at the two girls and said. After the three of them walked out of the stone door closed instantly. The blue-eyed toad came out of the small groove and was held in Fang Chen's hand. Then, the small groove disappeared and the blue-eyed toad pattern appeared again. The stone door was completely closed. Fang Chen and the other two went back the way they came and soon returned to the Baipo mountain range. Then, Fang Chen and the other two quickly left the Baipo mountain range. If the Western Divine Thief Sage knew that they were the ones who stole the wealth points, he would be furious. Now, they couldn't fight against the Western Divine Thief Sage. After Fang Chen and the other two left the Baipo mountain range, they returned to Kaiyang City. A day later, the Western Divine Thief Sage arrived at the Baipo mountain range. He hurriedly entered the Baipo mountain range and first went to the valley where the blue-eyed toad was. When he found that the blue-eyed toad was gone, his face turned gloomy. Then, he quickly went to the wealth point. When the Western Divine Thief Sage arrived at the wealth points, he found a huge pit. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The Western Divine Thief Sage cursed and went into the passage. After passing through a few checkpoints, he came before the stone door. Seeing that the stone door was sealed well, the Western Divine Thief Sage heaved a sigh of relief. They must have found the blue-eyed toad by accident. They didn't know that the blue-eyed toad was the key to opening the stone door. The Western Divine Thief Sage said to himself. Seeing that the stone door was intact, the Western Divine Thief Sage knew that they couldn't open the stone door and returned empty-handed. At the thought of this, the Western Divine Thief Sage let out a smile. Luckily, he had built this stone door back then. Its defense was extremely strong. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. Seems like this wealth point has been found out. I'll have to move it elsewhere. The Western Divine Thief Sage said softly. After that, the Western Divine Thief Sage placed his palm gently on the stone door. From his body, a strange aura surged out and went into the stone door. Crack! The stone door opened slowly. The Western Divine Thief Sage went in. Boom! When the Pirate Sage of the West saw the empty room, he was enraged. A terrifying anger instantly filled the entire room. The Western Divine Thief Sage clenched his fist and punched the wall, causing a small dent in the wall. Damn it! How dare you steal my wealth points? I'll tear you into pieces! The Western Divine Thief Sage roared. He had many wealth points in the 5-element state. However, this wealth point was the one with the most wealth. There were a total of 100 million supreme-grade spiritual stones here. This was his many years of savings. How could the Western Divine Thief Sage not be enraged when it was stolen by someone else? I, the Western Divine Thief Sage, swear that I'll make you regret what you've done today. The Western Divine Thief Sage was furious. Fang Chen didn't know that the wealth points they had stolen was the one with the most wealth among the Western Divine Thief Sage's wealth. Fang Chen could guess that the Western Divine Thief Sage was enraged because of this. However, the Western Divine Thief Sage didn't know that it was Fang Chen. The latter didn't leave any clues behind. Even if the Western Divine Thief Sage guessed, he wouldn't be able to guess that it was him. After Fang Chen returned to Kaiyang City, he immediately asked Lu Lianxue to return to the Lu family. As for Jin Xian, she returned to the city she was in. Fang Chen promised Jin Xian that once he refined the antidote for the goo poison, he would send it to her as soon as possible. Jin Xian nodded. She also knew the seriousness of losing her composure. The Western Divine Thief Sage's wealth points had been stolen. He would definitely investigate. Once any clues were found, they would be dead. After Fang Chen returned to the Li family, he found that the atmosphere in the Li family mansion was very solemn. He was a little puzzled. Usually, the Li family mansion was very lively. Why was the atmosphere so solemn today? Moreover, there was no one in the courtyard. When Fang Chen arrived at the garden, he happened to meet Li Xian. Li Xian. Fang Chen called out. Li Xian heard someone call him and turned his head. When he saw that it was Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. He hurried to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, you're back? Li Xian asked. Fang Chen nodded. Did something happen in the mansion? Li Xian's expression instantly changed when he heard Fang Chen's words. He said in a low voice, "The Ancient Soul Sect is here." Ancient Soul Sect. When Fang Chen heard those 3 words, he knew that this matter had something to do with him. "Why is the Ancient Soul Sect here?" asked Fang Chen. "Han Yu died on the way back to the Ancient Soul Sect. One of their elders at the 3rd level of the Spirit Vortex realm was heavily injured by you and almost died. The Ancient Soul Sect believes that you killed Han Yu, so they've come to the Li family to find you," said Li Xian simply. Fang Chen nodded. "Where are they now?" "In the discussion hall." Hearing this, Fang Chen turned around and rushed towards the meeting hall. When Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the discussion hall, he heard an intense argument inside. The Ancient Soul Sect seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Li family. "Patriarch Li, you better give the Ancient Soul Sect a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, the Ancient Soul Sect will not agree," said an elder of the Ancient Soul Sect coldly. "You say that Han Yu was killed by Fang Chen. Do you have any proof?" asked the Li family patriarch. Then what proof do we need? That kid, Fang Chen, used a small knife and a medium-grade puppet to heavily injure me. Han Yu and I fled separately. In the end, Han Yu died. "He must have been killed by that kid," said the elder who had been heavily injured by Fang Chen coldly. "The medium-grade puppet is a one-time use treasure. Once it's used on you, it can't be used again. Do you think that Fang Chen could kill Han Yu with a small knife?" asked the Li family patriarch in a low voice. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Call Fang Chen over and confront him," said the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect. At that moment, Fang Chen walked in from outside. Chapter 6:11. Fang Chen. The Li family patriarch was a little worried when he saw Fang Chen arrive. Music novels. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. What would come, but things hadn't reached the end yet. "Fang Chen, did you kill Han Yu?" asked the 3rd level Spirit Vortex realm elder coldly. "No," said Fang Chen. "You're lying. You clearly killed him," roared the 3rd level Spirit Vortex realm elder. Fang Chen frowned but didn't say anything. When the Ancient Soul Sect received news that Han Yu had been killed by Fang Chen, they immediately decided to come to Kaiyang City to suppress Fang Chen. However, the Ancient Soul Sect hadn't been doing well recently, so the patriarch didn't come. Only the elders came. They weren't completely sure that Han Yu had been killed by Fang Chen, so they didn't dare to act rashly. If they were the slightest bit careless, the Ancient Soul Sect would bring a powerful enemy. Right now, the Ancient Soul Sect was surrounded by enemies. The absolute overlord of Ancient Soul City was the Ancient Soul Sect. If it was before, no one would dare to provoke them. However, recently, some of the smaller forces in Ancient Soul City had begun to stir and challenge the Ancient Soul Sect's authority. The Ancient Soul Sect was busy suppressing these smaller sects. The elder leading the elders this time didn't want to bring a powerful enemy to the Ancient Soul Sect. The Li family was one of the overlords in Kaiyang City. Although they weren't as powerful as the Ancient Soul Sect, it would be terrible for Ancient Soul City if they became enemies. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chen, the elders of the Ancient Soul Sect restrained themselves. "Whether Fang Chen is right or not, I just need to test him," said the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect suddenly. "How do you want to test him?" asked the Li family patriarch. "I'll test Fang Chen's strength and see if he's stronger than Hun Yu," said the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect. A third-level spirit vortex realm elder attacking a condensing reality realm cultivator? "That's not good," said the Li family patriarch. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, trying his best to calm his anger. "Since elder wants to test it, then let's do it," Fang Chen said. If the elders of the Ancient Soul Sect didn't give up, they wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing this, the Li family patriarch did not say anything else. The leading elder of the Ancient Soul Sect took a step forward, and an extremely dense aura gushed out from his body. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. At the same time, Fang Chen's golden heart was beating rapidly. The 9 streams of true energy in Fang Chen's sea of qi were directly absorbed by the golden heart. Fang Chen looked at the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect warily. Drink suddenly, the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect blasted out a palm and hit Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was blown away by this palm. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he stared at the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect. "Fang Chen," the Li clan leader called out worriedly. "Have you finished your inspection?" The Li clan leader asked loudly. He was also a little angry. At this time, the elder of the Ancient Soul Sect laughed loudly and said, "With Hun Yu's strength, he could easily dodge my palm. Therefore, the inspection is complete. Fang Chen is no match for Hun Yu." "Elder," the elder of the 3rd LV of the spiritual vortex realm called out. The leading elder shook his head slightly and said, "Li clan leader, sorry to disturb you. I won't see you out," the Li clan leader said coldly. Under the lead of the leading elder, the Ancient Soul Sect left the Li clan residence. Outside the Li clan residence, the elder of the 3rd LV of the spiritual vortex realm asked, "Elder, are we just going to let it go?" "Humph, I don't care if Fang Chen is Hun Yu's murderer or not. I just want to give the clan leader an explanation," the leading elder said gloomily. "That palm strike of mine earlier might appear to be simple, but it actually contained a special technique. Fang Chen was injured by my palm strike, and his meridians will gradually rupture. He will undoubtedly die," the elder continued. Hearing this, the elders behind him were all overjoyed. The leading elder's move was very clever. In the meeting hall of the Li clan residence, Fang Chen felt that after being hit by the leading elder's palm, his qi and blood were roiling in his body. His spiritual qi was actually gradually disappearing. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was very confused. However, in the blink of an eye, he knew that the leading elder must have done something. "Damn it!" Fang Chen activated his golden heart and released 9 flashes of spiritual qi. The 9 flashes of spiritual qi circled around his body and gradually expelled the strange aura in Fang Chen's body. "Fang Chen, are you all right?" the Li clan leader asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'll go back first." Fang Chen stood up and staggered back to his courtyard. He then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, there was a strange aura in Fang Chen's body that was destroying Fang Chen's meridians. Fang Chen was also doing his best to expel this strange aura. Just as Fang Chen was at his wit's end, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. Immediately after, the Golden Heart actually took the initiative to absorb this strange aura. In the blink of an eye, the strange aura was completely absorbed by the Golden Heart. Fang Chen felt that his qi and blood were no longer roiling, and his body was much better. I'm not strong enough. Fang Chen clenched his fists as he thought to himself. If he was strong enough, the ancient soul sect wouldn't even dare to come to Kaiyang City to find him. If it weren't for the Golden Heart, he would definitely have been plotted against by the leading elder. Fortunately, with the Golden Heart, the leading elder's plot had no effect on Fang Chen. Although he had managed to get away with it this time, what about the next time? He couldn't always be like this. After this incident, Fang Chen made up his mind to cultivate diligently and strive to reach the spirit vortex realm as soon as possible. However, before that, Fang Chen had to find an alchemy grandmaster to refine the antidote to the goo poison. Ancestor Bronze had already given the pill formula to Fang Chen, and he had also found the blue-eyed toad. Ancestor Bronze had seen it before. It was a 1,000-year-old blue-eyed toad, enough to be the catalyst. Next, he had to find an alchemy grandmaster. After resting for a night, Fang Chen came to the Li family patriarch's study in high spirits the next day. "Patriarch," Fang Chen called out. "Fang Chen, are you all right?" asked the Li family patriarch. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. I'm fine. I came to find you today to ask if there are any alchemy grandmasters in Kaiyang City." Alchemy grandmasters were a legend in the Four Great Ridges, but there should be many in the Five Elements province. Hearing this, the Li family patriarch said, "There really is an alchemy grandmaster in Kaiyang City, but this grandmaster's temper is very strange. Ordinary people can't meet him at all." "I want to pay a visit to the alchemy grandmaster," said Fang Chen. The Li family patriarch told Fang Chen the specific location. Fang Chen left the Li family mansion and went to the alchemy grandmaster's residence. In a remote area in the west of Kaiyang City, there was a small but elegant courtyard. This courtyard was the alchemy grandmaster's courtyard. Fang Chen came to the door of the courtyard and gently knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered. In the courtyard there was a recliner. An old man was lying on it, basking in the sun. He didn't even open his eyes when Fang Chen entered. "Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming," Fang Chen said softly. The old man on the recliner didn't move. Fang Chen continued to call out, "Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming, I have a request." The old man still didn't move, completely ignoring Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. Just as the Li family patriarch said, Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming had a strange personality. Ordinary people wouldn't meet him at all. Fang Chen walked in front of Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming, looked at him lying on the recliner, and said again, "Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming." This time, Fang Chen channeled his true qi into his voice, and it directly entered Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming's ears. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a little displeasure. He said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Fang Chen already knew that Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming had a strange personality. Therefore, when he heard Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming's words, Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all. "Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming, I want to ask you to refine some elixirs." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "That's not a reason." Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming was a little impatient. "I have an elixir recipe passed down from ancient times. As long as Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming is willing to refine elixirs for me, I can give this elixir recipe to Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming," Fang Chen said. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming's expression finally changed when he heard the words ancient elixir recipe. What elixir recipe? Fang Chen had already prepared the elixir recipe and handed it to Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming. The latter looked at it indifferently. At first, Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming didn't look at it carefully. However, when he saw the contents of the elixir recipe, his expression instantly turned serious. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming was completely shocked. This elixir recipe was simply a priceless treasure. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming had been a martial grandmaster for so many years, but this was the first time he saw such a precious elixir recipe. What you said just now is true? Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming stared at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen nodded. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming, as long as you help me refine some elixirs to remove the parasite poison, I'll give this elixir recipe to you. You should know about the parasite poison. To remove it, you need a medicinal catalyst, said Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming. I've already found the medicinal catalyst, said Fong Chen. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming nodded. The value of this elixir recipe is worth it for me to refine it for you. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming's words put Fong Chen's worried heart at ease. The elixir recipe was given to him by Ancestor Bronze. According to Ancestor Bronze, alchemists at the martial grandmaster level wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of this elixir recipe. In any case, Fong Chen didn't understand alchemy, so it was useless for him to have this elixir recipe. He might as well give it to Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming as a reward. He hadn't expected to succeed. Let me see your medicinal catalyst, said Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming. Fong Chen took out the blue-eyed toad and handed it to Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming. Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming glanced at Fong Chen in astonishment. He was a little surprised that Fong Chen had actually found the blue-eyed toad. It seems the parasite poison you speak of is very vicious, said Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming as soon as he saw the blue-eyed toad. Fong Chen didn't say anything. I wonder if Alchemy Grandmaster Yiming can refine the antidote. Chapter 612. With the pill formula and guiding herbs, Great Grandmaster Yi Ming quickly refined the antidote to the goo poison for Fong Chen. Although this kind of poison was very overbearing, Grandmaster Yi Ming was obsessed with alchemy. In addition, with the ancient pill formula that Fong Chen had given him, refining the antidote was very easy. The next day, Fong Chen received some pills and bid farewell to Grandmaster Yi Ming. If it weren't for Jin Xian, and Lu Lianxue, Fong Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Therefore, Fong Chen was still grateful to the two girls. Fong Chen gave a portion of the antidote to Lu Lianxue. Then, he left Kaiyang City and went to Jin Xian's Jingguan City to give her another portion. After the two girls received the antidote, they were very excited and immediately swallowed the antidote. As expected, the poison in their bodies was completely removed. For this, the two girls were very grateful to Fong Chen. Fong Chen once again returned to Kaiyang City. After settling the matter in his heart, Fong Chen wanted to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. It was very difficult to break through from the condensing reality realm to the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fong Chen had to make all the necessary preparations before breaking through. However, after returning to the Li family mansion, Fong Chen received an important piece of news. This news swept through the entire Five Elements province. Countless young cultivators were shocked by this news. The Five Elements State Genius battle was about to begin. When Fong Chen received this news, he was also shocked for a long time. If it was just the Five Elements State Genius battle, Fong Chen wouldn't be so shocked. What shocked Fong Chen the most was that the Five Elements State Genius battle was a test for the Five Elements Academy to select students. Fong Chen had always thought that the overlord force in the huge Five Elements state would be an extremely powerful sect. However, beyond Fong Chen's expectations, the overlord of the Five Elements state, which was also the most powerful force, was actually an academy. That's right, an academy. This academy was called the Five Elements Academy. The Five Elements Academy was the most powerful force in the Five Elements state. It ruled the entire Five Elements state and transcended worldly affairs. Within the Five Elements Academy, all the powers absolutely obeyed the orders of the Five Elements Academy. This was the deterrence power of the Five Elements Academy. In the Five Elements province, Every young martial artist's biggest dream was to be able to enter the Five Elements Academy. Once he joined the Five Elements Academy, he was destined to soar into the sky and stand at the peak of the Five Elements province. However, the Five Elements Academy's standards for recruiting disciples were very strict. They didn't recruit anyone who wasn't a genius or a monster. In short, in the eyes of the major forces, the Five Elements Academy didn't care about top-notch flutes at all. The disciples of the Five Elements Academy were all experts in the spiritual whirlpool realm. Even the weakest was an expert in the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Any random disciple from the Five Elements Academy could become the leader of a major force. This was the power of the Five Elements Academy. Every time the Five Elements Academy recruited disciples, it would cause a sensation in the entire Five Elements province. It was known as the grand event of the Five Elements province. The Genius Battle was the unified method used by the Five Elements Academy to recruit disciples. All the disciples who thought they were geniuses would enter an ancient relic in the Five Elements province to train. After the training, the disciples who survived would have a chance of being recruited by the Five Elements Academy. Of course, this was only a possibility. The Five Elements Academy still had the final say on whether or not they would be recruited. In the end, the Five Elements Academy not only valued a person's combat power, but also the martial artist's potential. The martial artists of the Five Elements Academy all had monstrous potential. In the entire Five Elements province, the disciples of the Five Elements Academy were all peerless and demonic existences. The disciples of each major sect would specialize in a certain Tao. As for the Five Elements Academy, there were all kinds of Taos that the disciples could choose. The strongest experts of the Five Elements province were all in the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, the disciples taught by the Five Elements Academy were all extraordinary. The Five Elements Academy is recruiting disciples. When Fang Chun heard this news, he was also extremely shocked. From the words of the Li clan patriarch, Fang Chun learned that the Five Elements Academy was actually a 6-star sect. It had to be known that the Li clan was only a 3-star peak sect. The ancient soul sect that he had killed, Hun Yu, was only a 4-star sect. In the entire Five Elements province, a 4-star sect was only a small sect. Those 5-star peak 5-star sects were the true backbone of the Five Elements province. As for the true overlord of the Five Elements province, the Five Elements Academy, it was the only 6-star sect in the Five Elements province. A 6-star sect was too shocking. Up until now, Fang Chun had only seen a 4-star sect. Although it was only a difference of 2 stars, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Fang Chun, this is an opportunity, said the Li clan patriarch gravely. The news of the Five Elements Academy recruiting disciples had shocked the entire Five Elements province. One could imagine just how sensational this news was. All the sects in the Five Elements province entered a state of nervous preparation. The Battle of Geniuses is just a selection, said Fang Chun. The Li clan patriarch nodded. That's right. The Battle of Geniuses is just a selection. According to the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy, only those who survive the intense competition of all the geniuses in the Five Elements province can be considered true geniuses. Fang Chun nodded. He could imagine just how cruel the competition between all the geniuses in the Five Elements province would be. The best of the younger generation of a 4-star sect had already reached the spirit vortex realm. Then what about the younger generation of a 5-star sect? All the geniuses would enter the ancient ruins and be isolated from the outside world. Inside, you could do anything. In order to achieve your goal, you could do anything. This way, the competition between geniuses would be even more intense. This was the goal of the Five Elements Academy. Only those who survived the cruel competition would have the right to enter the Five Elements Academy. The high and mighty Five Elements Academy didn't care about the death of geniuses. Geniuses who died halfway weren't considered true geniuses. Only those who survived countless life and death trials could be considered geniuses. And the 5 Elements Academy recruited true geniuses, not fake geniuses. Fang Chen, the Battle of Geniuses will begin in 3 months. At that time, I hope that you can lead the younger generation of the Li clan to participate, the Li clan patriarch said. Although he knew that Li Mingzhu and the others were nothing in front of the many geniuses in the 5 Elements province, he hoped that they could enter the ancient ruins to train. This would be a great baptism for their lives. Fang Chen nodded. The blood in his body was circulating. Fang Chen was very excited to be able to compete with the geniuses of the 5 Elements province. Of course, Fang Chen also realized how weak he was, so he was even more certain that he had to break through to the Spirit Vortex realm before the Battle of Geniuses began in 3 months. Clan Patriarch, I will participate in the Battle of Geniuses, Fang Chen said. After bidding farewell to the Li clan Patriarch, Fang Chen returned to his residence and began to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, countless sects in the 5 Elements province were preparing for the Battle of Geniuses in 3 months. The 5 Elements Academy's Battle of Geniuses was definitely an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. If they missed this opportunity, who knew how long they would have to wait? All the major sects called back their geniuses who had gone out to train and gave them resources to train with all their might. They strived to increase their strength before the Battle of Geniuses. There were still 3 months before the Battle of Geniuses, but during this time, the entire 5 Elements province was discussing the Battle of Geniuses. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Fang Chen had nurtured the giant golden sword Dharma power into a human-level Dharma power. Dharma powers were divided into 3 levels: human level, earth level, and sky level. Those below the human level were all ordinary Dharma powers. Fang Chen's Dharma power had already been nurtured to the peak of the ordinary Dharma power. In this month, Fang Chen had become more familiar with the Heaven Nurturing Sect's Dharma power nurturing technique. Naturally, the giant golden sword Dharma power had also been nurtured into a human-level Dharma power. After his Dharma power had reached the human level, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. The sword force around him had actually started to transform into sword will, which made Fang Chen very excited. If he could completely transform his sword force into sword will, then he would have taken the second step of the way of the sword. This would be a huge improvement. However, the second step of the way of the sword was a long process. Fang Chen did not force it, because even if he did, he might not succeed. On the contrary, after the giant golden sword Dharma power had reached the human level, it resonated with the golden heart, which made Fang Chen feel very powerful. Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. In this month, Kaiyang City had also undergone a huge change. Lu Lianxue had successfully broken through to the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm a few days after Fang Chen had gone into seclusion. Her breakthrough had made the entire Lu family very excited. As for the other genius of the Lu family, Lu Feiwen, he seemed to be stuck at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, unable to break through. After Lu Lianxue had broken through, all of the Lu family's resources had been given to her. They wanted her to participate in the Battle of Geniuses. After Lu Lianxue's breakthrough, Li Xiaoke of the Li family had also broken through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. Li Xiaoke's breakthrough had surprised everyone. Everyone in Kaiyang City thought that Li Mingzhu of the Li family should be the first to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. But who would have thought that Li Xiaoke would beat her to it? After Li Xiaoke had broken through, Li Mingzhu still had not broken through. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were still 2 months before the Battle of Geniuses. Everyone in Kaiyang City was discussing the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Because Li Mingzhu had not broken through, Some people even thought that Li Mingzhu was no longer qualified to be one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. And some people thought that there were only 2 goddesses in Kaiyang City. Of course, there were also some people who objected. The reason why they were called the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City was because of Li Mingzhu's beauty, not because of her strength. From the beginning to the end, Li Mingzhu had not appeared in public. Many people thought that Li Mingzhu must have felt the pressure and was working hard to cultivate. Chapter 6:13. After the golden Dharma idol sword was upgraded, its power increased greatly. Fang Chen then focused on breaking through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. There were still 2 months before the genius battle began. Fang Chen had to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm in these 2 months. While Fang Chen was cultivating, Yang Xiujian was also summoned back. Yang Xiujian's cultivation had already stabilized at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Yang Xiujian was entrusted with an important task by the Yang family. The entire Yang family hoped that Yang Xiujian could join the 5 Elements Academy. Although Yang Xiujian was nothing compared to the many geniuses in the 5 Elements state, but the Yang family still had high hopes for him. All of the younger generation in Kaiyang City were nervous about the cultivators. Fang Chen was in seclusion within the Li clan manor and had yet to emerge from seclusion. At this moment in Fang Chen's courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with 9 streaks of true qi revolving around him. He closed his eyes and the spirit qi in his sea of energy was constantly revolving. To break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm, he had to condense a spiritual whirlpool in his sea of energy. The spiritual whirlpool was where the spirit qi of a spiritual whirlpool realm expert gathered. It was very difficult to condense a spiritual whirlpool. Many warriors could not condense a spiritual whirlpool and enter the spiritual whirlpool realm in their entire lives. At this moment, Fang Chen was circulating all the energy in his body to condense a spiritual whirlpool. To condense a spiritual whirlpool, one needed to merge 9 streaks of true qi into one. Then, with the 9 streaks of true qi as the foundation, one could condense a spiritual whirlpool in his sea of energy. To condense a spiritual whirlpool, one had to do it step by step. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. What he needed to do now was to merge the 9 streaks of true qi into one. This was a long process. If there was an accident during the merging process, the true qi would disperse and all his efforts would be for naught. Fang Chen could not bear the consequences of failure. Therefore, he could only succeed and not fail. Merge! Fang Chen roared. The 9 streaks of true qi revolving around him spun faster and faster. In the end, they could not be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly activated the spirit qi in his sea of energy and absorbed the 9 streaks of true qi. Hiss, hiss, hiss inside his qi sea, spiritual energy surged and 9 streams of true qi rotated at high speed. In Fang Chen's mind, a detailed description of how to fuse 9 types of true energy appeared. It was information that Patriarch Bronze had given to Fang Chen. Back then, old Ancestor Bronze's cultivation had surpassed the true martial realm and reached the peak of the ancient sword continent. Ancestor Bronze had some understanding of how to fuse 9 strands of true qi. As Fang Chen controlled the 9 streams of true qi, the information that old Ancestor Bronze had told him echoed in his mind. He was slowly fusing the 9 streams of true qi. After another month, Fang Chen finally found the opportunity to fuse the 9 strands of true qi. At this time, the 9 strands of true qi truly began to fuse. Moreover, the fusion speed was extremely fast. This made Fang Chen very excited. After an entire month, he had finally found the opportunity to fuse the 9 strands of true qi. This was the time he had been waiting for. At this rate, it will take at most 7 days for the 9 streams of true qi to fuse into one. Fang Chen looked at the 9 streams of true qi in his sea of qi and said with a smile. The experience of old Ancestor Bronze had been of great help to Fang Chen. After 7 days, the 9 streams of true qi had completely fused together. Fang Chen felt that there was a buzzing sound in his sea of qi. Time's up, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, with a serious expression, he began to condense the spiritual spiral. Fang Chen controlled the fused true qi and began to condense the spiritual spiral. Condense! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The combination of true qi and spiritual qi formed a vortex in his sea of qi. Hiss! After the vortex was formed, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi flowed continuously into the vortex. Pure true energy continuously flowed out from within the folds of the vortex. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed. The appearance of the vortex meant that the condensation of the spiritual spiral was on the right track. All that was left was time. Perhaps it was because Fang Chen was well prepared, but the condensation of the spiritual spiral went smoothly. After about 8 days, Fang Chen had completely condensed his spiritual spiral. There was only half a month left before the genius battle. In Fang Chen's sea of qi, a thumb-sized vortex was spinning continuously. Fang Chen's aura had also increased to the maximum. At this moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He realized that his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. This was the spiritual spiral realm. Condensing the first spiritual spiral also meant that Fang Chen's cultivation had officially entered the spiritual spiral realm. He had become a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual spiral realm. Although it was known that there was a huge gap between the spiritual spiral realm and the condensing reality realm. However, only those who had truly entered the spiritual spiral realm would be able to experience for themselves how big the gap was. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his entire body had undergone a huge transformation. Even his soul had reached the peak of the orange level. He was only 1 step away from the yellow level. Within his sea of qi, the spiritual spiral emitted a powerful energy. Is this the spiritual spiral realm? Fang Chen slowly stood up with a smile on his face. After 2.5 months, he had finally stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. After being in the 5 elements state for about half a year, he had finally stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. The current me can fight against a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen's breakthrough to the spiritual spiral realm caused his powerful aura to soar through the clouds. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Li family knew about it. They quickly arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. There was a soaring aura just now. Could it be that Fang Chen has broken through? An elder asked. The soaring aura came from here. It must be that Fang Chen has broken through, the Li family leader said with certainty. At this moment, Fang Chen opened the courtyard door. Fang Chen, you've broken through? The Li family leader asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, I have. Ha ha, congratulations. The upper echelons of the Li family laughed. When Fang Chen was at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, he was already able to fight against a martial artist at the 1st level of the spiritual spiral realm. Now that he had stepped into the spiritual spiral realm, there was a qualitative leap. Who knew how strong he had become? Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a soaring aura was also emitted from a certain area of the Li clan residence. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. Without guessing, they knew that the one who had broken through this time was definitely Li Mingzhu. Ha ha, what a double blessing! The Li family leader laughed loudly. The Li family leader led the upper echelons of the Li family to Li Mingzhu's courtyard. Fang Chen also followed. When he saw Li Mingzhu, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Fang Chen could feel that after Li Mingzhu stepped into the spiritual spiral realm, she had become even colder. Mingzhu, have you broken through? The Li family leader asked. Li Mingzhu's body emitted an icy aura. Her expression was calm as she nodded. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He felt that Li Mingzhu was strange, but he did not know exactly what was strange about her. This girl has gone to the extreme, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Extreme? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Yes, she chose to be extremely cold, Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen understood. This extreme method was not easy, but once one broke through, their strength would multiply. They would be much stronger than ordinary spiritual spiral realm martial artists. It seemed that Li Mingzhu had been well prepared. The happiest people were the upper echelons of the Li family. Within a day, 2 of the younger generation had broken through to the spiritual spiral realm. Although Fang Chen was not a member of the Li family, in the eyes of the Li family leader, there was no difference. At night, the Li family leader held a banquet for Fang Chen and the other 2 to congratulate them for reaching the spiritual spiral realm. For the entire night, the Li family mansion was very lively. After Fang Chen reached the spiritual spiral realm, he also knew what had happened in Kaiyang City in the past 2 months. Yang Xiujian had returned and his strength had increased. Lu Lianxue of the Lu family had also stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. At that time, almost all of the elites of the younger generation in Kaiyang City had stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Battle of Geniuses. There was only half a month left until the Battle of Geniuses. Fang Chen was prepared to relax and adjust his body to its best condition before the Battle of Geniuses. The next day, Fang Chen and the other 2 appeared on the street. Countless martial artists were shocked. 3 spiritual spiral realm martial artists. It was really amazing. Fang Chen, how strong are you now? Li Xiaoke asked with a smile. Fang Chen grinned and did not say anything. The 3 of them were walking when they suddenly heard a commotion. They turned around and saw Lu Lianxue appear at the other end of the street. Lu Lianxue was wearing a green dress. When she saw Fang Chen and the other 2, she walked over with light step. Fang Chen, long time no see. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of gratitude. If Fang Chen had not helped her get rid of the goo poison, she might not have been able to step into the spiritual spiral realm. In short, Fang Chen was her great benefactor. Long time no see. Fang Chen nodded. Lu Lianxue's appearance caused countless martial artists to exclaim. Of course, even more martial artists were envious of Fang Chen. Kaiyang City's 3 goddesses surrounded him. Only Fang Chen had such treatment. There's really no comparison. Yes, even Yang Xiujian does not have such charm. Kaiyang City's 3 goddesses surrounded a man at the same time. This has never happened before. Many martial artists were discussing among themselves. At this time, Yang Xiujian was quietly watching this scene from behind the crowd. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. So what if he broke through to the spiritual spiral realm? Yang Xiujian exuded murderous intent as he said coldly. Because of Fang Chen, he had been sent to the Luoying Peaks to reflect on his mistake. If not for the upcoming Battle of Geniuses, he would not have returned. He would never forget this humiliation. He dreamed of revenge even in his dreams. Now, he finally met his enemy once again. Although Fang Chen had broken through to the spiritual spiral realm, Yang Xiujian was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen and take away all the glory that originally belonged to him. Thinking of this, Yang Xiujian walked towards the crowd step by step. Chapter 6:14. All the martial artists retreated, opening up a path for Yang Xiujian. Yang Xiujian's face was filled with a cold smile as he walked towards Fang Chen. When he reached Fang Chen, he finally stopped. His pitch-black eyes looked at Fang Chen, revealing an evil smile. Fang Chen, I trust you've been well since we last met. Anyone could hear that Yang Xiujian's words were filled with icy killing intent. Yang Xiujian, I remember that you were punished to face the wall for a year. It's only been a few months, but you've already returned, said Fang Chen. The most humiliating thing for Yang Xiujian was that he had been punished by his family to face the wall. Now that Fang Chen had said that in front of so many people, he was infuriated. Fang Chen, do you want to die? Yang Xiujin's body was emitting shocking sword intent. He was overbearing as he stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he wanted to eat Fang Chen. What? Have you revealed your true face? Asked Fang Chen. Yang Xiujin's body was filled with dense killing intent. Although it was hidden very well, it couldn't escape Fang Chen's eyes. Yang Xiujin had killing intent towards him and wanted to kill him. Why should he care about the feelings of someone who wanted to kill him? Fang Chen, the humiliation you gave me that day, I'll return it 100 times over, roared Yang Xiujin. That day, I was able to humiliate you with my condensing reality cultivation base. Now, I can humiliate you with my spirit vortex cultivation base, said Fang Chen casually. Boom! A sharp sword intent soared from Yang Xiujin's body. A long sword appeared in his hand as he coldly looked at Fang Chen. You three retreat, said Fang Chen to the three women. The three women retreated. They were also very curious as to what level Fang Chen's combat power had reached. If they were in the same realm, it would be very difficult for Yang Xiujin to defeat Fang Chen. Swish! The long sword in Yang Xiujin's hand fiercely swung out. The dense sword intent around him directly merged into his longsword. At the same time, Yang Xiujin's Dharma longsword also floated out. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's golden Dharma instantly floated above his head. The moment it appeared, all the martial artists on the street felt as if they were about to suffocate. He's too strong. That was what everyone was thinking. Hiss. At this moment, even Yang Xiujin realized that he was being suppressed by Fang Chen. How can this be? Yang Xiujin's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Fang Chen's Dharma power be so strong? Yang Xiujin's Dharma was just an ordinary Dharma with his Dharma with Dharma's human Dharma. Fang Chen's human-level Dharma power suppressed Yang Xiujin's ordinary Dharma power, rendering him immobile. Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword technique. Countless illusory swords shot out from the hidden star sword and blasted towards Yang Xiujin's longsword. Boom! The illusory swords and Yang Xiujin's longsword collided fiercely, making a shocking sound. After the deafening sound, Yang Xiujin could not help but take a few steps back. Fang Chen stood motionless, holding the hidden star sword. His strength, Yang Xiujin's heart was filled with shock. Fang Chen had just stepped into the spiritual vortex realm, but his strength had reached such a level. At this moment, Yang Xiujin did not dare to act rashly. Fang Chen stared at Yang Xiujin. He did not say a word, but the aura around him was fierce and domineering. The eyes of the three women nearby flickered with smiles. Many cultivators in the surrounding crowd were praising Fang Chen for his tyrannical strength. At this moment, Yang Xiujin put away his long sword and restrained his aura. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and said coldly, Fang Chen, now is not the time to fight to the death. Wait until the genius battle. I will take your life. Yang Xiujin finished speaking and turned to leave. In fact, in Yang Xiujin's opinion, Fang Chen was a freak. If he wanted to fight with Fang Chen, even if he won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. There was still half a month before the genius battle began. If he got injured now, it would affect his participation in the genius battle. In Yang Xiujin's heart, the genius battle was more important than killing Fang Chen. The genius battle was a springboard. All the geniuses hoped to use this springboard to become successful and enter the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, Yang Xiujin temporarily endured and gave up on dealing with Fang Chen. Looking at Yang Xiujin's back, Fang Chen sneered and said, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to kill me. Fang Chen, who had reached the spiritual vortex realm, did not take Yang Xiujin seriously. He had never feared anyone in the same realm. Yang Xiujin's appearance was just a small interlude. Then, Fang Chen and the three women continued to walk side by side on the streets of Kaiyang City. When night fell, Fang Chen was in the courtyard, looking nervously at the little mouse on the ground. When he returned at night, Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse in the special space ring had changed. He hurriedly let the little mouse out. At this moment, the little mouse's body was covered with a purple halo. The little mouse seemed to be transforming. The little mouse's aura was constantly growing stronger. Fang Chen could feel the little mouse's aura fluctuating. He constantly placed supreme-grade spirit stones in front of the little mouse. The little mouse quickly swallowed the supreme-grade spirit stones to replenish its energy. After an hour, the little mouse finally completed its transformation. During this time, the little mouse had swallowed more than 20,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. However, to Fang Chen, who was worth hundreds of millions, 20,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were nothing. After the little mouse completed its transformation, its aura changed greatly. Its body seemed to have grown larger. After the purple halo disappeared, the little mouse's bright eyes looked at Fang Chen. "Boss!" Intermittent sounds came from the little mouse's mouth. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he was overjoyed. "You can speak." Fang Chen was overjoyed and asked hurriedly. The little mouse nodded. After it completed its transformation, its strength had reached the spiritual vortex realm. It could finally speak. Fang Chen was very excited that the little mouse could speak. "Boss!" The little mouse had just learned to speak. It was not proficient yet. The Bankxianshu also appeared at this moment. Its branches and leaves swayed, happy for the little mouse. "Brother Mouse, it's great that you can speak." The Bankxianshu smiled. "After your transformation, has your blood become purer? Give me a few drops." The Bankxianshu's words made Fang Chen speechless. "No," the little mouse said softly. The Bankxianshu was helpless when it heard this. The five elements state was vast and rich in resources. In a secluded place in the five elements state, there was no sunlight all year round. The air was filled with a strong evil aura. This was the headquarters of the Acheron sect in the five elements state. There were almost no martial artists here. Even if some martial artists accidentally entered this place, they would die without a doubt. This was because a king of the Acheron sect was here. The Acheron sect had 108 captains, 72 hall masters, and 36 protectors. Above them were the 8 kings and 3 supremacies. In Jinren Hantian's residence, Fang Chen saw the heart of a king of the Acheron sect being absorbed by his own golden heart. The 8 kings of the Acheron sect were very heaven-defying. At this moment, in the stronghold of the Acheron sect, an old man filled with an evil aura sat cross-legged on an altar. There was a terrifying array around him. The five elements state's genius battle is about to begin. Suddenly, the old man spoke. Below the altar, there were many members of the Acheron sect. Most of them were at the spiritual vortex realm. They were the subordinates of this king. When the Acheron sect was at its peak, every king had thousands of subordinates. Among these subordinates, there was no lack of spiritual vortex realm martial artists. These spiritual vortex realm martial artists were different from the 36 protectors of the Acheron sect. They were absolutely loyal to a certain king. "Lord Spiritual Pupils King, should we take action?" asked one of the spiritual vortex realm martial artists. "Haha, so many years have passed. How can we forget the enmity between the Five Elements Academy and our Acheron sect?" said the old man hoarsely. His words were filled with anger. The Spiritual Pupils King was one of the 8 kings of the Acheron sect. In that heaven-shaking battle, some kings had fallen. But there were also kings who had escaped. He, the Spiritual Pupils King, was one of those kings who had escaped. Of course, the price he had paid was one that he hadn't been able to recover after so many years. It was a very heavy price, but as long as he could survive, he would have time for revenge. "You guys sneak into the genius battle and hunt down the geniuses of the Five Elements State," said the Spiritual Pupils King hoarsely. "Yes, Lord Spiritual Pupils King," said his subordinates respectfully. "Don't be too strong. Otherwise, you'll be suspected." After giving his orders, the spiritual pupil's king closed his eyes and continued to recover his cultivation. Seeing the spiritual pupil's king close his eyes, his subordinates carefully retreated. No one knew that the Acheron sect's spiritual pupil's king had set his sights on the geniuses participating in this genius battle. With the spiritual pupil's king's power, he was still unable to contend against the Five Elements Academy. So he was indirectly weakening the Five Elements Academy's power. Killing geniuses so that the Five Elements Academy wouldn't be able to absorb any new blood was the only thing he could do right now. The genius battle covered the entire Five Elements state. Countless geniuses competed for glory. Chapter 6:15. The genius battle was held in a very ancient and fragmented space in the Five Elements state. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. This fragmented space was a space that had been shattered by an almighty in ancient times. As time passed, the fragmented space came under the control of the Five Elements state. Later on, the Five Elements Academy used the fragmented space as a place to select genius disciples. Therefore, the original fragmented space had been renamed the Bloody Battle Space. That's right, it was called the Bloody Battle Space. Within the Bloody Battle Space, there were countless inherited treasures. As long as one could enter, they would definitely receive the inherited treasures. Some people could even soar through the sky. Therefore, the Bloody Battle Space was very attractive to the geniuses of the Five Elements state. The Bloody Battle Space was located in the most central city of the Five Elements state. The Bloody Battle City was originally a dilapidated city. However, because of the Bloody Battle Space, it had become a city that attracted the attention of the world. This city was very dilapidated. Normally, no one would come here. The Bloody Battle City was also a city directly under the Five Elements Academy. Without the permission of the Five Elements Academy, no one could enter. Only when the Five Elements Academy opened the Bloody Battle Space would the Bloody Battle City be overcrowded. The genius battle was about to begin. All the forces in the Five Elements state had made their preparations. They led their respective sects' genius disciples to the Bloody Battle City. Kaiyang City, Li Family Mansion. The Li family patriarch stood in the square. Below him stood Li Mingzhu, Li Xiaoke, and Fang Qin. The three of them were the representatives of the Li family who would be participating in the genius battle. As for Li Xian and Li Cheng, with their strength, entering the Bloody Battle Space would be suicide. The lowest threshold to enter the Bloody Battle Space was the spiritual whirlpool realm. Therefore, any genius who could enter the Bloody Battle Space was a genius of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The Li family patriarch looked at the three people in the square with a serious expression. This genius battle was unusual. The slightest carelessness could lead to death in the Bloody Battle Space. The three of you must be careful when you enter the Bloody Battle Space. Don't provoke the top geniuses, the Li family patriarch said with a serious expression. Fang Qin and the other two nodded. They also felt a bit of pressure coming from the battle of geniuses. In Mizar City, the three of them could be considered as top geniuses of the younger generation, but in the entire Five Elements province, there were numerous people that were stronger than them. They were nothing at all. Even Fang Qin wouldn't dare say that he could walk out of the bloody space unscathed. However, the temptation of the Bloody Battle Space was too great. Fang Qin had to go. Our Kaiyang City is very far away from Bloody Battle City. Let's begin our operation today, the Li clan leader said in a low voice. This time, the Li clan patriarch was going to personally escort Fang Qin and the other two to Bloody Battle City and watch them enter the Bloody Battle Space. The Li clan leader explained some details about the Battle of Geniuses to Fang Qin and the others, then led them out of the Li clan residence. Walking on the streets of Kaiyang City, the Li clan leader met the Lu clan leader. Li clan leader, how about we go together? Asked the Lu clan leader. Behind the Lu clan leader was only Lu Lianxue. She was currently disguised as a man. If you didn't know her personally, you wouldn't be able to recognize her. Seeing Lu Lianxue like this, Fang Qin was startled, but in the end, he didn't ask why. The Li clan leader nodded. Alright, let's go to Bloody Battle City together. The Lu clan leader smiled faintly, then the group left Kaiyang City. After the geniuses of the two clans left the city, the Yang clan leader also personally led Yang Xiujian to Bloody Battle City. Bloody Battle City was very far away from Kaiyang City. However, they were all Spirit Vortex Realm experts and could fly for a long time. Their speed was very fast. Several days later, they finally arrived at a plain not far from Bloody Battle City. During this time, Fang Chun and the others encountered many cultivators from various factions who were hurrying to Bloody Battle City. The 6 of them stopped flying and landed on the plain. We're about to reach Bloody Battle City, said the Li clan leader in a low voice. The Lu clan leader also nodded and explained, there are very complicated spatial currents in the sky above Bloody Battle City. We can't fly. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. He suddenly realized that the space above the sky seemed to be distorted. However, in an instant, he couldn't see anything. It was as if what he just saw was an illusion. Let's go, said the Li clan leader. The group continued forward. Soon, they saw a dilapidated city. The city walls were extremely dilapidated. Moreover, the city walls were built with mud. In this dilapidated city, there were countless cultivators. It was a sea of people. Is that Bloody Battle City? Fang Chun sensed that there was an oppressive aura around Bloody Battle City. Although they hadn't entered Bloody Battle City yet, he could still feel a trace of oppression. As if he sensed the change in the 4 of them, the Li clan leader said, Bloody Battle City is a very special existence. This oppressive aura is emitted from the Bloody Battle space. Fang Chen was shocked. Just the aura emitted from the Bloody Battle space could make a spiritual vortex realm cultivator feel oppressed. What was it like inside the Bloody Battle space? Fang Chen and the others unknowingly entered Bloody Battle City. At this moment, there were cultivators everywhere in Bloody Battle City. Moreover, the cultivation of every cultivator was at the spiritual vortex realm. The entire Bloody Battle City was dark. Standing at the front were some of the strongest forces in the 5 elements state. Small forces like the 3 major clans of Mizar City could only stand at the back corner of Bloody Battle City. The forces that came to Bloody Battle City were almost all major forces. Any one of them could easily destroy the 3 major clans of Mizar City. Fang Chen, who was standing in the corner, could vaguely see a few young figures with strong auras at the front of Bloody Battle City. They should be the elites of the younger generation of the 5 elements state, Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen and the others waited for 3 full days in Bloody Battle City before all the cultivators arrived. One day, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Then, a strong wind blew and the sky changed color. Just as everyone was puzzled, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air from afar. Then, a black figure instantly shot over from outside Bloody Battle City. When everyone saw the figure clearly, he was already standing on the blood-colored battle platform at the front of Bloody Battle City. It's an elite from the 5 Elements Academy, the Li clan leader said in a low voice. Fang Chen raised his eyes and stared at the expert from the 5 Elements Academy. He could feel that this expert had an aura that could shake the hearts of people. So strong, Fang Chen exclaimed to himself. After the elite from the 5 Elements Academy appeared, the noisy Bloody Battle City instantly quieted down. All of the martial artists gathered their gazes and looked towards this powerhouse from the 5 Elements Academy. I, the Bloody Spearman, am in charge of opening the Bloody Battle space this time, the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice as he looked around with his cold eyes. The Bloody Battle space will open at noon tomorrow. Cultivators of the spiritual whirlpool realm below the age of 50 can enter. Other cultivators are not allowed to enter, the Bloody Spearman said coldly. Then, the Bloody Spearman explained some things about the Battle of Geniuses. There were no rules in the Bloody Battle space. Fists were the rules. As long as one was strong enough, one could kill any genius at will. This was the privilege of the bloody battle space. In the outside world, no matter how strong one would not dare to casually kill other geniuses. However, in the bloody battle space, one did not have to worry so much. If there was a disagreement, one could draw his sword and kill. This rule from the Five Elements Academy would undoubtedly make the battle of geniuses even more intense. In the bloody battle space, geniuses could do anything as long as they could achieve their goals. The Five Elements Academy did not care about the process. They only cared about the result. The battle of geniuses will last for 6 months. After 6 months, the bloody battle space will close. In the bloody battle space, you can fight for resources to your heart's content and work hard to improve your cultivation. Only the geniuses who survive in the end will have the qualifications to be selected by the Five Elements Academy, the Bloody Spearman said. His words were filled with a lofty aura, as if he was the ruler of this world. After the Bloody Spearman finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the bloody battle platform and closed his eyes slightly. He was waiting for noon the next day. Fang Chun retracted his gaze from the Bloody Spearman and muttered to himself, "I wonder what level the Bloody Spearman's cultivation has reached." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the Li clan leader said, "The Bloody Spearman's cultivation is at least at the top of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Of course, he could also be at the true martial realm." The true martial realm. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. A true martial realm expert was considered a top expert in the ancient sword continent. We don't know whether he is at the true martial realm or not. This is because we have never seen a true martial realm expert, the Li clan leader said awkwardly. As the clan leaders, their cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. However, they had never seen a true martial realm expert. This was enough to show how rare a true martial realm expert was. Since they had never seen one, they did not know whether the Bloody Spearman was at the true martial realm or not. In any case, the Bloody Spearman gave them the feeling that he was very strong. The Bloody Spearman could even turn them into ashes with just a flick of his finger. This was the strength of an expert from the Five Elements Academy. During the long wait, Fang Chen also secretly observed the geniuses from the other factions. In the end, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Five Elements Prefecture was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regardless of the quantity or quality of its geniuses, it was countless times better than the Four Ridges. Fang Chen felt that he was so insignificant in front of the geniuses from the Five Elements Prefecture. However, Fang Chen was very confident that as long as he did not meet any of those abnormally strong geniuses, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in the bloody battle space. Night fell and then disappeared. As everyone waited anxiously, noon of the second day finally arrived. Chapter 6:16. The moment the Bloody Spearman opened his eyes, a blood-red light shot up into the sky and the sky changed color. Everyone was shocked. The Bloody Spearman was too powerful. The Bloody Spearman glanced at the scorching sun hanging in the sky above Bloody Battle City. His eyes flickered as he looked at the crowd and said, "All the geniuses from the various factions who are preparing to enter the bloody battle space stand at the front." Upon hearing the Bloody Spearman's words, the older generation of experts from the various factions retreated while the younger generation stood at the front of the square. "Fang Chen, enter the bloody battle space and take care of the two of them," the Li family patriarch said softly before retreating. Fang Chen nodded and brought the three girls to the front of the square. The front of the square was filled with the geniuses from the Five Elements state. Fang Chen could only stand at the back. Not far from Fang Chen was Yang Xiujian from the Yang family of Mizar City. Beside Yang Xiujian were the geniuses from the ancient Soul sect. They glanced thoughtfully at Fang Chen and began to discuss something in low voices. "I have said that only spiritual whirlpool realm warriors under the age of 50 are qualified to enter the bloody battle space." When all the geniuses stood at the front of the square, The bloody spear man's eyes emitted a cold aura as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger at the crowd. Bang! A figure instantly turned into a bloody mist, killing a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior with a raise of his hand. This was the dominance of the Five Elements Academy's expert. How dare you try to take advantage of a crisis when you are over 50 years old? The bloody spearman said coldly after killing the warrior. Clearly, the bloody spearman was furious that the warrior who was over 50 years old had disguised himself as a younger person and tried to slip through. He killed him with a single finger. The blood spear Taoist's actions shocked all the martialists. However, they didn't dare say anything. "I'll give you one more chance," the bloody spearman said coldly. As soon as the bloody spearman finished speaking, many martialists in the crowd lowered their heads and quickly left the genius martialist camp. They were the older generation of ancient martial artists that the big sect wanted to get away with. Although they had exquisite disguises, they were not worth mentioning in front of the bloody spearman. The bloody spearman killed an older generation cultivator with a single finger, showing off his power to the crowd. Some of the cultivators who had managed to sneak through felt terrified and took the initiative to retreat. Fang Chen glanced at the warriors who were trying to deceive their way through and shook his head slightly. What kind of joke was this? In front of the mighty figures of the Five Elements Academy, he actually dared to try and bluff his way through? He was truly courting death. Bang! Most of the warriors who wanted to deceive their way through took the initiative to retreat. However, there were still some who did not give up. They believed that the bloody spearman would not be able to discover them. The bloody spearman's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pointed his finger again. Suddenly, a warrior in the crowd turned into a bloody mist. The bloody spearman did not even bother to explain. He just turned his gaze to the next person. The warrior in the crowd was terrified when he saw the bloody spearman's stare. He shouted loudly, "I was wrong, bloody spearman. I will retreat now." "It's too late," the bloody spearman said coldly. He pointed his finger and a ray of cold light shot out of the warrior's body. With a loud bang, the warrior died instantly. Next, the bloody spear Taoist pointed his finger out continuously. Every time he pointed out, a martialist would die. At the back of the square, the higher-ups of the various sects in the Five Elements state felt their hearts ache when they saw this scene. Some of the warriors who died were the higher-ups of their sect. They were killed by the bloody spearman just like that. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. Finally, after the bloody spearman killed a few warriors who did not give up and still wanted to deceive their way through, he retracted his finger. His expression relaxed a lot. At this moment, there were a few figures in the crowd. They were trying their best to remain calm, but their hearts were trembling. They were the spiritual whirlpool realm warriors under the spiritual pupil monarch of the Netherworld sect. They were already over 50 years old. However, before they came, the spiritual pupil monarch used a special method of the Netherworld sect to forcefully compress their bone age to below 50 years old. The spiritual pupil monarch was very confident. He said that even if the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy came, they would not be able to tell unless the ruler of the Five Elements Academy came. Just now, when the members of the Netherworld sect saw the bloody spearman kill the warriors who had deceived their way through, their hearts were trembling. However, they forced themselves to remain calm. Now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the spiritual pupil monarch was telling the truth. With the bloody spearman's cultivation, he would not be able to detect their age. When the Netherworld sect was at its peak, there were countless top-notch cultivation techniques in the sect. Among them, there were all sorts of unorthodox cultivation technique. The spiritual pupil monarch used one of them. It was a cultivation technique that was almost extinct in the ancient Sword continent. It defied the heavens and changed their fate, compressing their bone age to below 50 years old. When they entered the bloody battle space, their bone age would be restored to its original state. During this process, their strength would not be affected. After escaping with great difficulty, the members of the Netherworld sect heaved a sigh of relief. On the crimson battle platform, the bloody spearman's eyes were cold. He exuded a terrifying aura. After looking at the remaining geniuses, he said, "Next, I will open the bloody battle space. The journey to the bloody battle space is your fortune. It may also be your burial ground. As for what happens, it will depend on your fortune." After the bloody spearman finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. When he raised his hand, a blood-red aura emerged from his body. The blood-red aura filled the entire crimson battle platform. In the end, it enveloped the entire bloody battle city. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chun could feel that the entire bloody battle city had undergone earth-shaking changes. He knew that the bloody spearman was opening the bloody battle space. Many young geniuses widened their eyes as they looked at the bloody spearman on the crimson battle platform. At this moment, a blood-red bead appeared in the latter's hand. This bead emitted a terrifying blood-red light. When this bead appeared, the blood-red light gathered in the sky. The entire bloody battle city was filled with a blood-red aura. Countless cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. Rumble. When the blood-red aura gathered in the sky, it actually started to change gradually. A minute later, a blood-red door appeared in the sky. A heart-shaking aura came from the blood-red door. The bloody battle space has been opened. All geniuses participating in the genius battle, quickly enter. The bloody spearman held the blood-red bead in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, the young geniuses standing in the front row pushed off the ground with the tip of their feet and leaped into the sky, plunging headfirst into the blood-red giant door. Immediately after, the geniuses leaped into the sky like a tidal wave and poured into the blood-red door. Fang Chen also followed the large group and entered. In the blink of an eye, all the geniuses in the square had entered the blood-red door. The blood-red bead in the bloody spearman's hand instantly retracted its aura. Then, the blood-red door in the sky disappeared. The blood-red aura that had pervaded the entire bloody battle city also disappeared completely. Bloody battle city regained its peace. The bloody spearman's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. The bloody battle space had been opened, and the genius battle had officially begun. All the geniuses would stay in the bloody battle space for 6 months. The bloody spearman could not wait there forever. After the bloody spearman left, many of the higher-ups in the 5 elements state also left one after another. In less than a day, the entire bloody battle city became extremely quiet. Fang Chun felt a glaring blood-red light enveloping his entire body. He tried his best to activate the sword body to resist the fierce wind around him. When he felt his feet touch the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red light around him had disappeared, and he appeared on the ground. Is this the bloody battle space? Fang Chen looked around and found that the space was filled with an ancient aura. Moreover, at a glance, the space was extremely dilapidated, as if it had been shattered. A dilapidated space passed down from ancient times, Fang Chen thought to himself. He had already entered the bloody battle space. He looked around and found that there was no one around. It seemed that when they were teleported in, everyone was immediately teleported to every corner of the bloody battle space. He and the 3 girls separated. At a glance, there was no one around. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fang Chun had learned some information about the bloody battle space from the Li family. The bloody battle space had been passed down from ancient times, and it had been forcibly shattered. In this bloody battle space, there might be ancient giant beasts. Once encountered, it would be difficult to escape. Of course, in the bloody battle space, danger was accompanied by opportunity. As long as one did not die, there would definitely be opportunities. As soon as he entered the bloody battle space, Fang Chun sensed that although the bloody battle space was a dilapidated space, the density of the spiritual qi in it was simply shocking. This is the bloody battle space. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He looked into the endless distance and thought to himself. The bloody battle space was a unique resource of the Five Elements Academy. It was impossible to enter under normal circumstances. It was only when the genius battle began that one could enter. Since he had entered, no matter how dangerous it was, Fang Chen would have to give it a try. If he was able to enter the legendary Five Elements Academy, then to him, it would definitely be something that was worth being excited about. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the Banxianshu and the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring. The Banxianshu had just landed and directly took root in the sand, absorbing the spiritual qi here. It is indeed a dilapidated space passed down from ancient times. The Banxianshu sighed. It was very excited as it continued to absorb the spiritual qi around it. Chapter 6:17. In the bloody battle space, Fang Chen stood quietly on the wasteland. The Banxianshu and Little Mouse stood proudly beside Fang Chen. For them, the bloody battle space was a place of opportunity. If they could obtain an opportunity, they might be able to transform. The Banxianshu took root in the sand and greedily absorbed the rich spiritual qi, while the little mouse looked around, looking for something to devour. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen prepared to move forward. According to the information in the book, there were 81 dilapidated cities in the bloody battle space. Because of the great war that broke out in the bloody battle space, the bloody battle space was shattered. Therefore, every night in the bloody battle space, a brutal evil aura would invade the land and envelop the entire bloody battle space. When the evil aura invaded the land, the safest place was the 81 dilapidated cities. Some weak geniuses would choose to enter the cities before nightfall to ensure their own safety. It was noon. Fang Chen carefully looked around and found that the wasteland in front of him was very wide and boundless. Let's find Lu Lianxue and the other two first, Fang Chen said to himself. He had to search for the three women and the dilapidated cities at the same time. Before thoroughly understanding the situation in the bloody battle space, he had to enter the dilapidated cities at night. However, just as Fang Chen was about to move forward, the Banxianshu and Little Mouse spoke. The Little Mouse blinked and said, "Boss, I feel that there are some voices in the bloody battle space that are calling me. I have to go and find them." Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately nodded and said, "Will it be dangerous for you to act alone?" "Boss, don't worry. No one can catch me in the bloody battle space," the Little Mouse said. The Little Mouse also wanted to find its own opportunity, so it had to act alone. Fang Chen thought for a moment and finally agreed to the Little Mouse's request. Based on Fang Chen's understanding of the Little Mouse, although the Little Mouse's combat power was only at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, even a third level of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior would not be able to catch it. Seeing that Fang Chen nodded, the Little Mouse left with a whoosh and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. After the Little Mouse left, the Banxianshu told Fang Chen that it was going to look for the leaves that had fallen from the ancient celestial tree. This was very important to it. If it could find them, it could reach the celestial tree level. In the end, Fang Chen was the only one on the road. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Gradually, the sky darkened. At this time, Fang Chen finally reached the end of the wasteland. He stood at the end of the wasteland and looked into the distance. He suddenly realized that there was a dilapidated city at the end of the wasteland. A black mass of warriors was rushing towards the dilapidated city. A city. There were 81 cities in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen finally found one. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen increased his speed and rushed towards the city. However, just as he was about to reach the city, two figures suddenly blocked Fang Chen's path. Seeing the people blocking his path, Fang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. This was because one of the two people blocking his path was Yang Xiujian from the Yang family of Mizar City. "Fang Chen, we meet again. Yang Xiujin said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yang Xiujin. Fang Chen could feel Yang Xiujin's murderous intent and called out in a low voice. Is he Fang Chen? A gentle and refined cultivator beside Yang Xiujin asked with an indifferent smile. Brother Hun, he is Fang Chen. The Yang family received news that Hun Yu was most likely killed by him, Yang Xiujin said softly. The brother Hun that Yang Xiujin mentioned was Hun Ju, who ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect, an overlord force in Ancient Soul City. Hun Ju's cultivation had reached the first level of the spiritual vortex realm and he ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect. He had some friendship with Yang Xiujin. After entering the bloody battle space, he had coincidentally met Yang Xiujin and the two of them had traveled together. When Hun Yu heard this, a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. A terrifying light shot out of his eyes. Swoosh! Hun Ju's fists suddenly danced. Immediately, a majestic fist light shot towards Fang Chen. When he saw Hun Ju's sudden sneak attack, Fang Chen's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and activated his early-stage tempered body sword body. All the power in his body converged on his fists, and he threw a punch. Bang! When the fists collided, a deafening sound erupted. Dense spiritual energy instantly dissipated. When the spiritual energy dissipated, Hun Ju's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He hadn't expected that Fang Chen would actually be able to block his punch. The way he looked at Fang Chen also changed slightly. Brother Hun Ju, I can handle this kid myself, Yang Xiujin said softly as he took a step forward. His eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. He wanted to take back the humiliation that Fang Chen had once inflicted on him 100 times over. Fang Chen, do you still remember what I said to you on the streets of Kaiyang City? Yang Xiujin said icily. So what if I remember? Fang Chen said. I said that when we enter the bloody battle space, I will definitely kill you, Yang Xiujin said darkly. He hadn't expected to meet Fang Chen as soon as he entered the bloody battle space. This made Yang Xiujin very excited. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chen dying at his hands. I'm afraid you don't have the strength, Fang Chen said indifferently. Yang Xiujin's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. In his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Now, when he attacked with all his strength, his combat power was comparable to a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Humph, I hope you can still be so stubborn later. Yang Xiujin sneered. He held his long sword and the spiritual vortex in his chi-si spun. A majestic aura instantly spread out. The long sword in Yang Xiujin's hand drew a very strange trajectory in the sky. Countless rays of cold sword light shot out from Yang Xiujin's longsword. A fierce wind blew, and a sinister wind blew. As soon as Yang Xiujin made his move, he used a thunderous move. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. Even Hun Ju, who was standing at the side, nodded in satisfaction when he saw Yang Xiujin's swordsmanship. Sword cultivators were worthy of being called the strongest martial artist in terms of attack power. Although Yang Xiujin's cultivation was not as high as Hun Ju's and his strength was not as strong as Hun Ju's, the swordsmanship that Yang Xiujin used was enough to threaten Hun Ju. I'm afraid he can't withstand such tyrannical power, Hun Ju said with a smile. He was laughing at Fang Chen's ignorance. Facing a terrifying sword cultivator like Yang Xiujin, he actually took out his longsword. Humph, are you challenging Yang Xiujin's sword principle attacks? Hun Ju sneered. At this moment, Fang Chen saw the countless rays of sword light rapidly attacking him. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword principle that Fang Chen cultivated was the illusory sword principle. When the sword force around Fang Chen spread out, the power of the illusory sword principle instantly exploded. A strong illusory aura directly shrouded Yang Xiujin, causing the latter to instantly fall into confusion. Yang Xiujian was shocked. He shook his head violently and came out of the terrifying illusion. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What a terrifying illusion, Yang Xiujian said to himself. Bang! 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 The illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword fiercely collided with Yang Xiujian's countless rays of sword light. While Hanju was still in shock, Fang Chen's illusory sword directly defeated Yang Xiujian's sword light with an unstoppable force. Yang Xiujian felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The long sword in his hand almost fell from the shock. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yang Xiujian steadied his body. A scarlet color appeared in his dark eyes. He was completely enraged. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you! Yang Xiujian roared angrily. You can't do it, Fang Chen said disdainfully. At this moment, Hanju, who was at the side, finally saw some clues. His sword power! Hanju cried out involuntarily. He was thinking quickly in his mind. While Hanju was in shock, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced one of Yang Xiujian's arms. Yang Xiujian let out a miserable cry. His eyes were scarlet. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he couldn't. Not only did he fail to hit Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced his arm instead. Blood kept flowing out. Seeing this, Hanju made his move. His fists gathered a powerful force and directly bombarded Fang Chen. Yes. Fang Chen sensed Hanju's attack. He pulled out the hidden star sword from Yang Xiujian's arm and immediately stabbed back. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword easily neutralized Hanju's attack. Hanju defeated Fang Chen with a punch. He quickly came to Yang Xiujian's side and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm going to kill him," Yang Xiujian roared angrily. Hanju helped Yang Xiujian up and whispered, "His attack is very strange. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Let's go." Hanju glanced at Fang Chen and prepared to take Yang Xiujian into the dilapidated city. "You want to leave like this?" Fang Chen sneered and said coldly. If he was the one injured today, Yang Xiujian would definitely not let him go. Since they were destined to be mortal enemies, why would he let him go? Moreover, this was the bloody battle space. Even if he killed Yang Xiujian, so what? "Fang Chen, don't push your luck," Hanju said gloomily. "You want to push your luck? You too wanted to kill me. After fighting, you felt that I'm not easy to kill, so you want to leave. How can there be such a good thing?" Fang Chen's eyes were full of killing intent. He didn't hide it at all. "I'm only going to kill Yang Xiujian. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you too," Fang Chen said coldly. Hanju was infuriated. He wanted to fight Fang Chen, but he looked at the sky. Night had fallen. If they didn't enter the city, they would be in danger. "Fang Chen, you'll regret this," Hanju said coldly. The next moment, he took Yang Xiujian with him and leaped into the city in a flash. Seeing this, Fang Chen pushed off the ground, wanting to stop him. At this moment, the roar of a monster beast came from the darkness in the distance. Chapter 6:18. Mobile Reading. Fang Chen looked up. The sky was pitch black, and the dilapidated city was brightly lit. Many martial artists were looking in their direction. Under the pitch-black night sky, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards them. Fang Chen knew that things were not going well. He could feel that the aura rushing towards him gave him a sense of danger. He gave up on blocking Yang Xiujian's soul perception and channeled his spirit qi. With a tap of his foot, he flew into the sky and headed towards the city. The dilapidated city was right in front of him. As long as he entered the city, the demonic beasts would not dare to enter. However, things were not as perfect as one would imagine. Fang Chen had just flown into the sky when a black shadow shot towards him from the pitch-black horizon. Bang! Fang Chen did not hesitate and threw out a punch. With a bang, the black shadow was sent flying by Fang Chen. However, in the blink of an eye, the black shadow flew towards him again. At this time, Fang Chen could see clearly that the black shadow was a golden-crowned eagle. A golden-crowned eagle at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hiss! An intimidating voice was emitted from the golden-crowned eagle's mouth. Its eyes emitted a terrifying aura as its enormous wings flapped wildly in the air, as if it were trying to devour Fang Chen. Evil creature! When Fang Chen saw the golden-crowned eagle attacking again, he let out a low roar and used the phantom sword technique. The hidden star sword slashed across, and the golden-crowned eagle's body was instantly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. The golden-crowned eagle let out a miserable cry. Its wings had been cut off by Fang Chen. Unable to fly in the air, it instantly fell to the ground. Because the golden-crowned eagle had blocked Fang Chen for a while, a large number of demonic beasts had appeared on the ground. There were many different types of demonic beasts. In the outside world, these demonic beasts were nothing to be afraid of. However, they had survived from ancient times and were constantly absorbing the aura in the bloody battle space. Over time, they had become terrifying ancient beasts. Ancient giant beasts were many times stronger than demonic beasts. The ancient giant beasts could instantly kill a large number of ordinary demonic beasts. Moreover, the ancient giant beasts were incomparably bloodthirsty. They had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. The roars of countless beasts filled the sky. Fang Chen was attacked by these ancient beasts. Although they couldn't fly, their attacks could still hit Fang Chen. Bang bang bang, these ancient giant beasts were all at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even so, Fang Chen was no match for them. We can't continue like this. Fang Chen used the Phantom God Sword technique to block the attacks of the ancient giant beasts as he flew towards the dilapidated city. Just like that, it took Fang Chen an hour to reach the edge of the dilapidated city. He only needed a second to fly into the city. Phantom God Sword Art. Fang Chen integrated the sword aura into the Phantom God Sword technique. He then activated the illusory sword principle and used his strongest attack. Under the dark night sky, a silver-white light shot out from Fang Chen's star-hidden sword and blasted towards the group of ancient giant beasts on the ground. Suddenly, the ancient giant beasts retreated. This was the moment. Fang Chen found an opportunity. With a flash of his figure, he flew directly into the city. At this moment, in the city, Han Ju's eyes revealed a sinister smile. He clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body. When Fang Chen was not paying attention, he threw a punch at him. Rumble rumble rumble, Fang Chen was caught off guard and was blasted out of the city by this punch. He landed on the ground and was instantly surrounded by the ancient giant beast. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. He glanced at Han Ju in the city and fell into a chaotic battle. If I don't die, I will kill you. Fang Chen's angry voice came from the group of ancient giant beasts. That will have to wait until you survive. Han Ju sneered. He stood in the pool and enjoyed the hunt outside the city. Bloody space. After the baptism of time, when night fell, the outside world was in chaos and ancient giant beasts would appear from time to time. As for the 81 broken cities, they were the safest. Every time night fell, a powerful restriction would appear around the dilapidated city. Even the ancient beasts did not dare to approach the dilapidated city. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the middle of a group of ancient beasts, was besieged on all sides by the beasts. However, Fang Chen did not give up. He displayed his golden giant sword, and a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. He constantly performed the Phantom God Sword art. He fought against the ancient giant beasts and approached the city. As long as he could enter the city, he would be able to survive. There were many warriors in the city. They shook their heads when they saw Fang Chen trapped in the group of ancient giant beasts. The one who attacked is Han Ju of the ancient soul sect. Who is that kid? How did he offend Han Ju? I heard that the kid is a genius from Mizar City. He offended Yang Xiujian, who has a good relationship with Han Ju. He will definitely die if he is surrounded by ancient giant beasts. Many warriors shook their heads. They did not think that Fang Chun could survive in the group of ancient giant beasts. Hun Ju and Yang Xiujian's eyes were full of smiles. Outside the broken city, Fang Chun tried his best to resist the attacks of the ancient giant beasts. Time passed bit by bit and he was almost unable to hold on. At this moment, he took out the Thunderbolt Talisman. He injected spiritual energy and activated the Thunderbolt Talisman. Suddenly, a thick lightning snake descended from the sky and bombarded the group of ancient giant beasts. Roar! Countless giant beasts let out furious roars. Fang Chun took advantage of this opportunity to use the Phantom God Sword technique with all his strength. He stabbed the ancient beast closest to him, and then he tapped the tip of his foot and stepped on the ancient beast's body. He leaped up and with a whoosh, he jumped into the sky above the dilapidated city. Then, he landed in the broken city. Roar! Countless ancient giant beasts looked at the broken city and roared at the sky. Within the dilapidated city, countless martialists were attracted by the thunderous roar. Their gazes all turned to look outside the city. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. Fang Chun, who was battered and exhausted, stood quietly on the street. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color and murderous intent filled his body. How can this be? Hun Ju was shocked when he found that Fang Chun had returned to the city safe and sound. The hearts of the other martial artists were filled with shock. They did not need to worry about the attacks of the ancient giant beasts after entering the city. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and walked toward Hun Ju step by step. When Fang Chun arrived in front of Hun Ju, his killing intent soared to the heavens. "You can die now," Fang Chun said coldly. When Hun Ju punched him out of the city, he had already made up his mind to kill Hun Ju. "You are really lucky to be able to escape from the group of ancient giant beasts. However, do you think you can kill me with such strength?" Hun Ju recovered from his shock and sneered. The atmosphere was very heated. The battle between Fang Chun and Hun Ju was about to start. Hearing Hun Ju's words, Fang Chun stared at him and raised the hidden star sword in his hand. "I will use this sword to cut off your head," Fang Chun said. "I am afraid it will be your head that is cut off." Hun Ju sneered. "Then you can try," Fang Chun growled. His body was full of sword force. In the next moment, his golden giant sword Dharma power was activated. The power of his human-level Dharma power was shocking. The Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Chun performed the Phantom Sword Technique. This was the first time Fang Chun attacked with all his strength after his cultivation reached the spiritual vortex realm. Not only did he want to kill Hun Ju, but he also wanted to kill him quickly. Seeing Fang Chun attack first, Hun Ju sneered. He clenched his fists and performed the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill. Ancient Soul Fist. Hun Ju roared. His fists were surrounded by fierce, evil spirit. When the evil spirit reached its peak, it transformed into two illusory fists. "Go to hell." Seeing the two illusory fists appear, Hun Ju roared. His fists were mixed with the illusory fists and blasted toward Fang Chun. The Ancient Soul Fist was the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill. Its power was needless to say. Hun Ju performed the Ancient Soul Fist right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Fang Chun. "It's no use." As he spoke, Fang Chun's hidden star sword had already smashed the two illusory fists. It then slashed at Hun Ju's fist. Poochie! The hidden star sword carried a domineering sword chi and directly cut off Hun Ju's fists. Hun Ju let out a miserable cry. "No!" Hun Ju let out an angry roar. He was unwilling to accept this. How could a nobody be so strong? "It's too late." Fang Chun did not give Hun Ju a chance. He exerted force in his palm and the hidden star sword pierced Hun Ju's chest. Hun Ju opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could not even speak. Fang Chun killed Hun Ju with one move. His strength shocked all the warriors. At this moment, all the warriors in the dilapidated city were shocked. He killed Hunju with one move. Has his cultivation reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm? A warrior exclaimed. He's too strong. If I were to face him, I wouldn't even be able to withstand one move. Hunju provoked someone he shouldn't have. He even lost his life. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword amidst the shock of many warriors. Hunju's body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. A genius of a generation had died in Fang Chen's hands just like that. If he was given another chance, he would never go against Fang Chen even if he was beaten to death. This also reflected the bloody nature of the bloody battle space. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. Therefore, you had to make a move and kill everyone who wanted to kill you. The average strength of the geniuses in this city was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen killed Hunju with one move, completely shocking them. They looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of reverence. After killing Hunju, Fang Chen looked coldly at Yang Xiujian. "Are you prepared to die?" Fang Chen asked coldly. Yang Xiujian's heart was filled with fear. He had thought that he could kill Fang Chen after entering the bloody battle space. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. "Fang Chen, we are both warriors of Mizar City. How about you let me live?" Yang Xiujian knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "If I don't kill you, I can't guarantee that one day I will be plotted against by you," Fang Chen said. "As long as you let me go, I can swear that I won't attack you," Yang Xiujian said anxiously. In the face of death, what was dignity? As long as he could survive, he would do anything. However, Fang Chen did not give him a chance. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword flashed and Yang Xiujian fell to the ground unwillingly. Chongqing Bookstore Primordial Sword Master only represents the views of the author, Qing Shixiu. If any content is found to be in violation of national laws, please delete it. Our position is to provide a healthy and green reading platform. At this time, the flamingo finally realized the strength of this human ancient martial art practitioner. It shrieked and spread its wings. A firestorm instantly descended from the sky. Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword Technique and the hidden star sword pierced towards the flamingo. Bang bang bang, the hidden star sword collided with the firestorm and let out a deafening sound. The flamingo was unable to kill Fang Chen, and Fang Chen was unable to defeat the flamingo. One man and one bird faced each other. When the fatty saw this scene, he quickly rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Fang Chen's illusionary god sword technique was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the concept of fire, Fiery Bird's firestorm had no effect on Fang Chen at all. Just as Fang Chen and the flamingo were facing each other, the flamingo in the sky suddenly shrieked. It spread its wings and flew towards the peak of the mountain. A furious aura erupted from its body. "Not good!" Fang Chen shouted inwardly as he charged towards the mountain peak. At this time, the fatty was holding 2 bird eggs in his arms. His face was full of smiles as he prepared to take the eggs away. The reason Fiery Bird had gone berserk was because of these 2 eggs. This damn fatty! When Fang Chen saw this, he could not help but curse. "You took away its bird eggs, how could it not be enraged? Brother Fang Chen, save me!" When the fatty realized that he was being targeted by the flamingo, he hurriedly threw away the 2 bird eggs in his arms. However, he was still attacked by the flamingo. If not for his strong defense, he would have been roasted into meat by the flamingo. Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword and blocked the flamingo's attack. When the flamingo saw this, it let out an angry roar. However, it still retreated and left the mountain with the 2 bird eggs. The flamingo knew of Fang Chen's strength. It could not defeat Fang Chen and could only retreat. "Damn fatty, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." After the flamingo left, Fang Chen could not help but curse. "Hee hee, that was a mistake." The fatty laughed. Fang Chun ignored the fatty and inspected the mountain peak. After a round of inspection, Fang Chun discovered that at the edge of the mountain peak, there was a huge sword stabbed into the ground. The surroundings of the mountain peak were filled with extremely dense sword intent. The reason why Fiery Bird had settled down here was because there was a faint fiery aura coming from the huge sword stuck in the ground. Could it be an ancient expert's training ground? Fang Chun inwardly guessed. The various signs here indicated that this mountain peak should be a training ground. Sensing the dense sword intent in the surroundings, Fang Chen's sword aura was automatically released. In Fang Chen's mind, the contents of the beginner's scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence appeared. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment. Brother Fang Chen. The fatty turned around and was about to speak to Fang Chen. However, when he saw that Fang Chen had entered a state of enlightenment, he was a bit speechless. No wonder he's so strong, the fatty muttered. After that, the fatty began to search for treasures. When he had first discovered this place, he had felt that it was incomparably strange. Other than the dense sword intent, there had to be something else. It just so happened that while Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment, he could go search for it. As Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment, his mind was filled with the contents of the beginner's scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen had taken the first step of the 5 steps of Sword Dao. In the first step, Fang Chen had accumulated a lot, and his sword aura had already reached perfection. Using the sword aura, Fang Chen could easily control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The sword aura around Fang Chen's body was constantly rotating, and there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough. At this time, Fang Chen also had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He was going to step into the second step of Sword Dao and cultivate sword intent again. The first step of Sword Dao was sword aura, and the second step was sword intent. Back then, before he had obtained the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence, Fang Chen had already cultivated sword intent to the 3rd minor realm. From this point, one could see Fang Chen's talent in Sword Dao. When Fang Chen was about to cultivate sword intent again, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and waves of invisible aura flowed out from it. The golden heart was incomparably mysterious. It had accompanied Fang Chen all the way and had played a crucial role. Now, the golden heart was active again, and it seemed to be helping Fang Chen to step into the second step of Sword Dao. Dong! The golden heart beat faster and faster, and in the end, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 620. This process lasted for a few hours. In the end, Fang Chen felt a boom in his mind. At that moment, all the sword force had been transformed into sword will. By recultivating sword will, Fang Chen had reached the second step of the sword principle. After the sword force had been completely transformed, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying sword will. Sword will surged around his body and his aura was extremely terrifying. A long time ago, Fang Chen had relied on his own efforts to condense sword will. He had even cultivated it to the 3rd minor realm. However, it was not until he entered Jinren Hantian's mansion and obtained the sword principle truth that Fang Chen learned about the 5 steps of the sword principle. At that moment, Fang Chen also made up his mind to recultivate sword force. The 5 steps of the sword principle was very important to the sword cultivators of the ancient sword continent. Now, Fang Chen had finally recultivated sword will. Although it was only the initial stage of condensing sword will and had not reached the 1st minor realm, its power had increased by a lot. So powerful! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of the second step of the sword principle. Just the initial stage of condensing sword will, and he could already feel the vigorous power. Fang Chen slowly stood up. He felt that if he performed the phantom sword technique with all his strength, he could even defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual vortex realm. Of course, Fang Chen did not have much confidence in defeating a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. The spiritual vortex realm was different from the condensing reality realm. One could fight across realms at will. In the spiritual vortex realm, it was very difficult to fight across realms, unless one was a true genius. In the entire five-element state, the only geniuses who could fight across realms at the spiritual vortex realm were the martial artists from the Five Elements Academy. There were many geniuses who had entered the bloody battle space. Fang Chen's current strength was at most average. There was still a huge gap between him and those top geniuses. However, the good thing was that the bloody battle space would be open for 6 months. Fang Chen had plenty of time. At this moment, Fang Chen remembered the fatty who had come here with him. He turned his head and found no trace of the fatty at the top of the mountain. He frowned slightly and began to search for the fatty. Not long after, Fang Chen found fatty. At this moment, the fatty was at the edge of the mountain, cultivating on a very strange ground. It seemed that the spirit qi here was very suitable for his physique. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not disturb fatty. Instead, he nodded and began to search the mountain. Fang Chen was certain that this mountain peak must have been the place where a swordsman from ancient times cultivated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such a strong sword intent. Now that Fang Chen had recultivated his sword intent, he wanted to explore the mountain. Fang Chen immediately rushed over to the massive sword. His palm gently grasped the massive sword as he tried to pull it out. Fang Chen used all his strength, but he could not pull the massive sword out. The massive sword was very heavy. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The spiritual spirals in his sea of qi rotated crazily. Fang Chen's strength had reached its maximum. However, he still could not pull the massive sword out. This made Fang Chen even more puzzled. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the golden heart beat rapidly. Waves of invisible aura quietly entered the massive sword from Fang Chen's palm. Crash! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from within the massive sword. Then, the massive sword rose into the air by itself. In the blink of an eye, a massive sword was suspended in the sky. This massive sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The majestic aura directly swept across the entire mountain peak. Fang Chen was shocked. His dark eyes stared at the massive sword. At this moment, on the distant plains, a man had just killed a demonic beast and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed the majestic sword intent. This sword intent is too strong. The man's expression changed greatly. He immediately looked up and saw a massive sword suspended above a mountain peak in the distance. Could it be the sword principal inheritance? The man's eyes were burning. His figure flashed, and he flew directly to the mountain peak in the distance. After a while, the man appeared in front of the mountain peak. When he sensed the overwhelming sword intent, he was even more certain that there was a sword principal inheritance here. The man was a sword principal cultivator. He knew very well what this massive sword represented. This inheritance belongs to Qing Wu. Qing Wu's face revealed a scorching smile as he said this. When Qing Wu stepped onto the mountain peak, he realized that there was someone else on the mountain peak. His expression was grave as he stared at the person in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen also noticed this person. Fang Chen ignored Qing Wu. His eyes were fixed on the massive sword suspended in the sky. He could feel that the massive sword was resonating with his golden heart. What is hidden in the massive sword? Fang Chen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen approached the massive sword. Stop! When Qing Wu saw this, he roared angrily and stood in front of Fang Chen. The massive sword belongs to me. You can leave. Qing Wu was in a good mood, so he did not want to kill anyone. He only wanted Fang Chen to leave. Hearing Qing Wu's words, Fang Chen's face darkened completely. This massive sword has no owner. I was the one who discovered it first, Fang Chen said. Humph, does it belong to you just because you discovered it? You should know that this is the bloody battle space. You are lucky that I did not kill you. Qing Wu sneered. He did not take Fang Chen seriously at all. Qing Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm. If he could obtain the massive sword, he might be able to break through to LV2 spiritual whirlpool realm. How could Qing Wu give such an opportunity to Fang Chen? Is that so? Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with anger. He was the one who discovered the massive sword first. Qing Wu wanted to take it, but he was lucky that Qing Wu did not kill him. If you don't get lost, you can stay here forever, Qing Wu said coldly when he saw Fang Chen's expression. Today, I'd like to see whose hands this huge sword will end up in, Fang Chen said coldly. You are courting death. Hearing this, Qing Wu roared and a wild aura surged from his body. A long sword appeared in his hand. Green Lotus Sword Technique, slashing Green Lotus with one stroke. Qing Wu used his own unique skill, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Qing Wu was a disciple of the Green Lotus sect in Clear Wave City. The Green Lotus sect was a 4-star sect, similar in strength to the Ancient Soul sect. As for Qing Wu, he was the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm, and he had cultivated the unique skill of the Green Lotus sect, Green Lotus Sword Technique. The Green Lotus sect was a sword Dao sect. Every disciple in the sect was a sword cultivator with outstanding attack power. When Qing Wu displayed the Green Lotus Sword Technique, his long sword was surrounded by a majestic sword essence. Under his control, sword light flashed. Countless streaks of green sword light transformed into a green lotus in the sky. As soon as the green lotus was formed, a majestic aura surged and swept across the entire mountain peak. When Fang Chen saw the green lotus, he sneered and displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword essence of the second step of the sword Dao instantly spread out. Under Fang Chen's control, it merged into the phantom sword technique. Bang! In the sky, the star-concealing sword enlarged infinitely. Finally, it struck the green lotus with the force of a thunderbolt, causing a deafening sound. After the green lotus came into contact with Fang Chen's star-concealing sword, the lotus leaves rotated as if it wanted to destroy Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. However, the latter was too domineering. With an unstoppable momentum, it directly shattered the lotus leaves on the green lotus. Crack! The lotus leaves shattered and the green lotus turned into nothingness. At the same time, Qing Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. When he stabilized his body, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Fang Chen's cultivation was clearly at the spiritual whirlpool realm, but he was able to withstand his attack. It seems that I have underestimated you. Qing Wu's gaze looked at the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand. He believed that Fang Chen was able to withstand his green lotus sword technique because of the star-concealing sword. Qing Wu could tell at a glance that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was a high-grade dark weapon. Brat, after I kill you, your high-ranked profound weapon will also be mine. Qing Wu's tongue licked his dry lips as he grinned. Initially, he had no intention of attacking, but after seeing Fang Chen's high-grade dark weapon, he had the intention to kill. How could a guy who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm possess a high-grade dark weapon? One must know that as the first disciple of the Green Lotus sect, he only possessed a mid-grade dark weapon. Although there was only a small difference between mid-grade and high-grade dark weapons, the difference was too big. You want my star-concealing sword? Fang Chen also laughed. He was laughing at Qing Wu's ignorance. I hate your smile, Qing Wu said coldly. In the next moment, Qing Wu's aura rose again. A powerful aura soared into the sky. Green Lotus Sword Technique, splitting mountains in 2 moves. Qing Wu executed the second move of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. This move was said to be able to split mountains. Rumble. After Qing Wu executed this move, the long sword in his hand rapidly enlarged in the sky. In the end, it turned into a sword shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Qing Wu held onto the sword hilt and slashed down at Fang Chen. If this move landed, not to mention Fang Chen, even the mountain would be split in half. Insignificant skill. Until now, Qing Wu had not even used his full strength. It was too much of a fantasy for him to kill Fang Chen with a mere green lotus sword technique. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. After the gray mist dissipated, Fang Chen stood quietly with the star-concealing sword in front of his chest, blocking the attack of Qing Wu's longsword. Qing Wu's sword shadow instantly disappeared. The longsword returned to its original form and pressed down on Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. Yes. At this moment, Qing Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. This kid could even block the second sword of his green lotus sword art so easily. With Qing Wu's strength, he would only use one move to deal with a martial artist who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm. Only under rare circumstances would he use the second move of the green lotus sword technique. Chapter 621. Reading with a mobile phone, the third sword, I will definitely kill you. Qing Wu's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sword of the green lotus sword technique was instantly executed. Green lotus sword technique, third sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. The third sword of the green lotus sword technique, sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. As soon as Qing Wu executed his sword, boundless sword intent surged out from the longsword. The sword intent instantly transformed into the shape of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, Qing Wu controlled the mountains and rivers to attack Fang Chen. The mountains and rivers were filled with dense sword intent. For a guy who had just entered the spiritual vortex realm, it was already pretty good that he was able to execute the third sword of the green lotus sword technique. Go to hell! Qing Wu roared. The mountains and rivers shook as the sword intent soared into the sky. He originally thought that this sword would definitely kill Fang Chen. However, when the mountains and rivers came into contact with Fang Chen's hidden star sword, Qing Wu realized that he was too naive. Break! Seeing the ferocious mountain and river sword intent attack, Fang Chen roared. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced into the mountains and rivers in an unbelievable manner. When the hidden star sword pierced into the mountains and rivers, Qing Wu was shocked to find that the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was rapidly absorbed by the hidden star sword. In a flash, the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was completely absorbed by the hidden star sword. At this moment, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Bang! The mountains and rivers shattered. The third sword of the green lotus sword technique had failed. The shattering of the mountains and rivers caused Qing Wu to suffer a backlash. The shattered mountains and rivers bombarded Qing Wu. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Qing Wu stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. He looked at Fang Chen furiously. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Fang Chen was. Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. You managed to block 3 of my swords, Qing Wu said coldly. Fang Chen glanced at the giant sword floating in the sky from the corner of his eyes. The giant sword had been floating in the air, as if it was waiting for the two of them to decide the victor. What else do you have? Fang Chen sneered. Qing Wu had said that he was going to kill him, but now he was still standing there, unharmed, even after 3 sword strikes. This was a slap to the face, a slap to Qing Wu's face. When Qing Wu heard Fang Chen's voice, his heart burned with anger. His eyes turned scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Green Lotus Sword Art, 4 swords strike the earth. The Green Lotus Sword Art had a total of 5 swords. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu was gifted in the Sword Dao. However, he had only cultivated the first 4 swords. As for the 5th sword, Qing Wu had never succeeded in cultivating it. It was said that if the fifth sword was successfully cultivated, one would be invincible within the same realm and could even fight those of a higher realm. However, Qing Wu believed that the fourth sword was enough to kill Fang Chen. A majestic sword light shot out from Qing Wu's long sword, surrounded by an extremely majestic sword intent. The fourth sword was known as the sword cleaving the earth. A majestic aura swept through the entire mountain as Qing Wu's sword slashed out, bringing with it a powerful force as it slashed towards Fang Chen. Sword cleaving the earth? What a joke! Fang Chen sneered when he saw Qing Wu performing the fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. He rotated the hidden star sword and performed the illusory sword principle. Fang Chen cultivated the illusory sword principle, while Qing Wu only cultivated the ordinary sword principle. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Hiss hiss hiss. When the illusory sword principle was performed, a strong illusory aura was integrated into the sword intent. The two combined and surrounded the hidden star sword. Then, Fang Chen performed the phantom sword art. When the hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword, a strong illusory aura immediately enveloped Qing Wu. At the same time, Fang Chen's sword intent completely crushed Qing Wu's sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Qing Wu's sword intent was completely devoured by Fang Chen's sword intent and disappeared completely. Without the support of sword intent, the Green Lotus sword art was just a joke. Fang Chen's hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was instantly broken. Bang! With a deafening sound, a crack appeared on Qing Wu's mid-grade profound weapon. It was a crack caused by the high-grade profound weapon, the hidden star sword. The strong force hit Qing Wu and woke him up from the illusion. The first thing he did when he woke up was to retreat. Poochie! As soon as Qing Wu retreated, Fang Chen's hidden star sword slashed on the ground, creating a huge pit. Qing Wu steadied himself and looked at Fang Chen with fear in his eyes. Illusory technique. You practice the illusory sword principle. As a sword cultivator, Qing Wu instantly recognized that Fang Chen practiced the illusory sword principle. Only the illusory sword principle could be so terrifying. It could silently make the enemy fall into an illusion. If not for the fact that his cultivation was slightly higher than Fang Chen's, he would have been killed by Fang Chen's sword. Thinking of this, Qing Wu felt a trace of fear in his heart. At this moment, he finally knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword technique could not defeat this person. Moreover, his illusory sword principle is extremely terrifying. It cannot be defeated. Qing Wu thought quickly in his mind. After knowing that Fang Chen practiced the illusory sword principle, Qing Wu wanted to retreat. He could easily block the fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword technique with his own combat strength. If he added the illusory sword principle, even if Qing Wu attacked with all his strength, he would not be a match for him. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu still had the foresight. At this moment, Qing Wu was unusually calm. He was not impulsive. Only idiots would be impulsive. The only consequence of being impulsive was death. Qing Wu did not want to die. Qing Wu stared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, "To be able to block the fourth sword of my Green Lotus sword technique, you are invincible in the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Now, do you still want to kill me?" Fang Chen asked. Qing Wu shook his head and said, "I am not a match for you." Before Fang Chen could speak, Qing Wu leaped and left the mountain in a flash. Fang Chen glanced at Qing Wu and did not chase after him. Qing Wu was not a threat to him. It was fine to not kill him. Moreover, Fang Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not draw his sword and kill for no reason. After Qing Wu left, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the giant sword floating in the sky. At this moment, the giant sword was surrounded by a strong sword essence. The golden heart in Fang Chen's body was also beating rapidly. It seemed to be greeting the giant sword. After a while, the giant sword slowly descended and stabbed into the ground. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and gently grasped the sword hilt. Suddenly, an invisible aura emerged from the golden heart and entered the giant sword. Then, Fang Chen used a little force and pulled out the giant sword. Suddenly, a large amount of information entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen knew that this was the inheritance of the giant sword. Holding the giant sword, Fang Chen carefully read the information in his mind. Flowing water swordsmanship. From this information, Fang Chen learned that there was a sword technique called flowing water swordsmanship in the giant sword. Flowing water swordsmanship was a 6th grade sword technique. After a while, Fang Chen successfully recorded all the contents of the flowing water swordsmanship. At this moment, the giant sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing the giant sword disappear, Fang Chen was a little confused. However, he found the answer in the giant sword's inheritance information. This mountain was once the cultivation place of a powerful swordsman. The sword technique he cultivated was the flowing water swordsmanship. When he died, the giant sword was stabbed here, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. Any swordsman could try to obtain the giant sword's inheritance. However, the swordsman who could obtain the giant sword's inheritance must be able to resonate with the giant sword. Fang Chen's golden heart had resonated with the giant sword, so he obtained the flowing water swordsmanship. Once a martial artist obtained the flowing water swordsmanship, the giant sword would instantly disappear. After learning this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The flowing water swordsmanship was stronger than the illusion swordsmanship. The flowing water swordsmanship was divided into beginner, small success, great success, perfection, refinement, and transformation. A 6th grade sword technique. The illusion swordsmanship was only a 5th grade sword technique. He had just entered the bloody battle space, and he had already obtained a 6th grade sword technique. Fang Chen was about to strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the flowing water swordsmanship when he heard the fatty's voice. "Brother Fang Chen, why is this place in such a mess?" The fatty woke up from his cultivation and asked. Fang Chen turned his head to look. In such a short time, the fatty's voice had grown even fatter. However, his aura seemed to have become stronger. "Someone came here and fought," Fang Chen whispered. "Oh, who came here?" asked the fatty curiously. "I also don't know. I only know that he used the Azure Lotus Sword technique," said Fang Chen. "What Azure Lotus Sword technique? Could it be the head disciple of Clear Wave City's 4-star Azure Lotus sect, Qing Wu?" "Perhaps," said Fang Chen. "I heard that Qing Wu cultivates the Azure Lotus Sword technique. It's extremely powerful. How many of his attacks did you block?" laughed the fatty. Fang Chen shook his head, not answering the fatty's question. From his conversation with the fatty, Fang Chen learned that the fatty had obtained an extremely important inheritance. His cultivation had broken through to the late 1st level of the spirit vortex realm and was about to reach the peak. The fatty was extremely happy. If it weren't for Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to come here. He was extremely grateful to Fang Chen. In truth, the one who should be thanking him was Fang Chen. If it weren't for the fatty, Fang Chen wouldn't have known about this place, let alone obtained the flowing water swordsmanship. Of course, Fang Chen didn't say any of this. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened. Fang Chen and the fatty prepared to return to the ruined city. After experiencing the siege of the ancient beasts, Fang Chen was still a bit nervous. Before he had absolute strength, he definitely couldn't stay outside the city at night. Darkness enveloped the entire blood battle space. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled the entire space, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. As for the ancient beasts hidden in the darkness, they also began to hunt. Chapter 622. By the time Fang Chen and the fatty returned to the dilapidated city, the sky had already turned completely dark. The cries of countless ancient beasts could be heard throughout the entire space. There were many martialists in the dilapidated city. The bloody battle space was very wide, and the distance between the 81 cities was very far. It was simply impossible to travel from one city to another in a day. Unless one was a powerful genius who was unafraid of the ancient beasts at night, they could travel between the cities without any scruples. Before this, some weaker martialists could only go out during the day to search for opportunities and return at night. If they found some hidden treasures or ruins, they could hide inside without worrying about being attacked by the ancient beasts. When Fang Chen returned, many martialists nodded at Fang Chen. This was the treatment that only the king of the city could receive. Fang Chen also nodded along the way. Finally, he returned to the place where he had rested before. However, at this moment, a sinister voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "You are the hope of this dilapidated city." When Fang Chen heard this voice, he raised his head and looked to the front. Suddenly, he discovered a delicate and pretty cultivator looking at him with a mocking smile. "Who are you?" asked Fang Chen. "Who I am is not important. What is important is that from today onwards, I am the king of this dilapidated city." This handsome martialist seemed to be a new martialist. As soon as he arrived, he tried to intimidate Fang Chen and make Fang Chen obey him. "What does that have to do with me?" asked Fang Chen. "Since I am the king of the city, I naturally have to enjoy the benefits of being the king of the city. Each of you has to hand over 100 top-grade spirit stones to me every day," said the handsome martialist coldly. Surprisingly, the martialists did not say anything when they heard the handsome martialist's words. They did not even object. Fang Chen looked around at the crowd and saw the fear in their eyes. It seemed that this delicate martial artist had already made a move before he returned. He had used his valiant strength to intimidate these martial artists. If Yi Shiwen hadn't come to provoke him, he would have been willing to let him be the king of the city. However, Yi Shiwen had actually come to provoke him. This was intolerable. "Why should I give it to you?" Fang Chen asked. "Because I am the king of the city." The delicate warrior sneered, as if everything was under his control. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste his breath here. Seeing Fang Chen ignore his words and turn to leave, a murderous intent appeared in the delicate martialist's eyes. "Brat, do you want to die?" roared the delicate cultivator. As he spoke, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The delicate warrior quickly walked in front of Fang Chen, and then blasted a punch at Fang Chen. Gotcha! When his fist was about to reach Fang Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his big hand, directly grasping the delicate warrior's fist. Fang Chen exerted a little force, and the delicate warrior's fist made a cracking sound. "You!" Seeing that Fang Chen dared to resist, the delicate warrior roared angrily. He immediately exerted all his strength and performed his strongest attack. A long sword appeared in the delicate warrior's other hand. He then performed a sword technique and slashed at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen blocked the delicate warrior's attack with his fist, and then said coldly, "You are far inferior to Qing Wu." Just now, when the delicate and pretty warrior displayed his swordsmanship, Fang Chen realized that his swordsmanship was exactly the same as Qing Wu's. From this, Fang Chen inferred that the delicate warrior should also be a disciple of the Green Lotus sect. However, his strength was much weaker than Qing Wu's. "Have you seen senior brother Qing Wu?" The delicate warrior's face changed slightly, and he asked coldly. "If he had escaped a little slower, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to return to the Green Lotus sect," Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the delicate warrior's face kept changing. He said in a deep voice, "You are lying. Senior brother Qing Wu has cultivated the Green Lotus sword technique to the fourth sword. Trash like you wants to kill senior brother Qing Wu?" The delicate warrior was completely enraged by Fang Chen. He exerted all his strength and performed the Green Lotus sword technique. Unfortunately, his Green Lotus sword technique was only cultivated to the third sword. He wasn't even afraid of the fourth sword, let alone the third sword. Before the delicate warrior's attack could be fully released, Fang Chen's big hand tightly grasped his long sword. The delicate warrior wanted to pull out his long sword, but he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's strength was so strong that he couldn't break free. Damn it, the delicate warrior cursed. Crack! His early body refinement sword body was activated, and a powerful force poured into his hand. In the next moment, the delicate warrior's long sword directly shattered. You! The delicate warrior's heart was filled with shock. Before he could do anything, he felt an extremely powerful force that instantly sent his body flying. Scram! After Fang Chen finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and continued to rest. The delicate warrior's face was filled with terror. He looked at Fang Chen with dread, and then walked to a corner, not daring to get close to Fang Chen. Early in the morning of the second day, the delicate martial artist left. Fang Chen opened his eyes and suddenly stood up from the ground. He was the only one left in the broken city. The others had all gone out to search for treasures. Fang Chen walked out of the city, looked around, and then quickly shot in a certain direction. At this time, the delicate warrior met Qing Wu in an open space. His face was filled with an excited smile. Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu, called the delicate warrior. What are you doing here? Qing Wu asked the handsome man. Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu, I found a broken city up ahead. I wanted to take it for myself and become the king of the city, but I was defeated by an unfamiliar warrior. You have to take revenge for me, said the delicate warrior. Oh? Someone dared to attack my Green Lotus sect, said Qing Wu. He said he even exchanged blows with you. If what? Asked Qing Wu. If you had fled any slower, he would have killed you, said the delicate warrior. It's him. Qing Wu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Yesterday, Qing Wu had fought an intense battle with Fang Chen. Although he had managed to escape in the end, he had also profited from his misfortune. He had successfully comprehended the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. This had allowed Qing Wu's strength to increase once more. Hearing Fang Chen once more, Qing Wu's heart was filled with hatred. Let's go, said Qing Wu coldly. Seeing this, the delicate warrior smiled. With his senior apprentice brother Qing Wu taking revenge for him, Fang Chen would definitely die. Just as Qing Wu and the delicate-looking man were flying towards the dilapidated city, a cultivator flew towards them. It's him. Qing Wu recognized Fang Chen at a glance. Immediately, Qing Wu waved his sword, and a Green Lotus sword light shot towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who had been flying at high speed, was forced to stop by the Green Lotus sword light and landed on the ground. Fang Chen saw Qing Wu, as well as the delicate warrior. Brat, I was just about to go look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me, said Qing Wu coldly. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to learn the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art so easily, said Qing Wu confidently. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill Fang Chen. So what? You're still no match for me. Fang Chen was also very confident in his own strength. At the very least, he was invincible within the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hearing Fang Chen's arrogant words, Qing Wu sneered. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art slashed the sky. As soon as Qing Wu finished speaking, he performed the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. Above the long sword, a majestic sword essence surrounded it. As the long sword slashed out, a crack appeared in the sky. It was like a crack in space. From this crack, an extremely dense Green Lotus sword essence emerged. Qing Wu let out a low roar, and his long sword slashed towards Fang Chen with the power of the fifth sword. Although he had just learned the fifth sword, he could already use it skillfully. The power of the fifth sword is not bad. Fang Chen looked at the power of the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art and nodded slightly. The power of the fifth sword was comparable to the sum of the power of the previous four swords. To be able to become the most powerful technique of the Green Lotus sect, there must be something special about it. However, he met Fang Chen. The Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen performed the Phantom Sword Art effortlessly. An illusory aura emerged, and the hidden star sword quickly shot towards Qing Wu. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding was instantly heard. Immediately after, the majestic Green Lotus sword essence was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen's sword essence. Just when Qing Wu thought that Fang Chen would definitely lose, his fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was easily broken by Fang Chen. Crack! After the hidden star sword broke the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art, the crack in the sky disappeared. Qing Wu's long sword was directly sent flying, and his body was also sent flying. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, Fang Chen's hidden star sword would not have pierced his shoulder, but his chest. Looking at the blood constantly flowing from his shoulder, Qing Wu's heart was filled with horror. How is this possible? Qing Wu cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Qing Wu finally knew where Fang Chen's courage came from. It turned out that Fang Chen had completely ignored him from the beginning. Thinking back to the battle yesterday, Qing Wu realized that Fang Chen did not go all out to kill him. Qing Wu lowered his head, feeling extremely regretful. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art could not do anything to Fang Chen. He had already lost completely. Senior brother Qing Wu. The delicate cultivator at the side could not accept this fact, so he shouted loudly. The invincible senior brother Qing Wu in his heart was actually defeated by Fang Chen so easily, and was even injured. Qing Wu was helped up by the handsome warrior. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, shook his head and said, "I have lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. From now on, the Green Lotus sect has no grudges with you." After saying this, Qing Wu was ready to leave, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Chapter 623. "Give me the Green Lotus sword technique before you leave," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qing Wu stopped in his tracks. His face was full of helplessness. The Green Lotus sword technique was the ultimate technique of the Green Lotus sect. He was unwilling to give it to Fang Chen. However, if he didn't give it to him now, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. After weighing the pros and cons, Qing Wu took out a book from his interspatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, then turned and left. Finally, the delicate warrior was scared out of his wits by Fang Chen and didn't dare to say anything. Fang Chen put away the Green Lotus sword technique and continued forward. While flying, Fang Chen was also observing everything below. When he passed by a certain valley, he suddenly discovered that there were some spirit fruits shining brightly below. Fang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of these spiritual fruit. "Mercury fruit," Fang Chen whispered. Then, his figure flashed and landed in the valley. While Fang Chen was stepping on the mercury fruit, another warrior entered the valley. Behind this martial artist, there were quite a few martial artists of the younger generation. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the same sect. "Senior brother, this valley seems extraordinary," a warrior said with a laugh. "There's someone in the valley," another warrior shouted when he saw Fang Chen. "It's the mercury fruit." Only the warrior called Senior Brother noticed the mercury fruit. His eyes were burning with desire. His figure flashed and he instantly entered the depths of the valley. At this moment, Fang Chen had finished his exploration. He had gained a lot. There were opportunities everywhere in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen wasn't surprised to find the mercury fruit in this valley. The mercury fruit could improve the concept of water. Fang Chen needed to cultivate the flowing water sword technique with the concept of water. If his concept of water improved, it would be easier to cultivate the flowing water sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. At this moment, Fang Chen heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, he realized that someone was coming. "Kid, hand over the mercury fruit," the martial artist called senior brother said coldly. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Haha, brat. You don't even know about our water moon sect? How ignorant." A cultivator laughed. Fang Chen was shocked. Looking at the people from the water moon sect, his mind was racing. The water moon sect was a 4-star sect, much stronger than the ancient soul sect and the green lotus sect. It was said that the number one person in the younger generation of the water moon sect was called Shui Yun. His cultivation had reached the second level of the spirit vortex realm. Water moon sect. Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice, "Hand over the mercury fruit and I can let you go," Shui Yun said. "Brat, it's your bad luck to run into our water moon sect. Hurry up and hand over the mercury fruit." "That's right. If you dare to resist, you will die without a burial ground. You're Shui Yun." Fang Chen ignored the threats of the other water moon sect disciples and looked at Shui Yun. "Since you know I'm Shui Yun, hand over the mercury fruit," Shui Yun said. "I won't hand over the mercury fruit," Fang Chen said. "Do you want to die?" Shui Yun said coldly. "Senior brother Shui Yun, let me kill him." Just as Shui Yun finished speaking, a martial artist at the first level of the spirit vortex realm flashed and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Fang Chen activated his sword body and clenched his fist, sending a punch towards the martial artist at the first level of the spirit vortex realm. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud bang. At this moment, a mysterious knife appeared in Fang Chen's other hand. His palm suddenly slashed across the martial artist's neck. Crash! A look of horror appeared in the martialist's eyes. He wanted to touch his neck with his hand, but before his hand could touch his neck, his head fell from his neck. "Senior brother Shui Bing is dead," a disciple shouted. Shui Yun was a little surprised that he killed Shui Bing in one move. Seeing Shui Bing's corpse, Shui Yun's eyes turned completely cold. He said coldly, "Kid, even the heavens won't be able to save you today." Shui Yun finished speaking and launched an attack on Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Shui Yun specialized in water cultivation technique. Once he used it, it was like an endless stream of water that wrapped around Fang Chen's body. As for Fang Chen, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Shui Yun, who was at the second level of the spirit vortex realm. He directly used the phantom sword technique. An illusory aura swept across the land as the phantom sword technique was used. The hidden star sword blasted towards Shui Yun at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The two attacks collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. Shui Yun's attack was thus stopped. He retreated a few steps, and Fang Chen also involuntarily retreated a few steps. Shui Yun's gaze towards Fang Chen changed slightly. "I underestimated you." After Shui Yun finished speaking, he once again used a fierce and domineering attack. After all, Shui Yun was a warrior at the second level of the spirit vortex realm. His attack power was very strong. With a flip of his hand, it was as if he could destroy a mountain. However, Fang Chen's Dharmalaksana was released and the phantom sword technique was activated to the extreme. Crack! Shui Yun's large hand stretched out. Countless streams of water revolved around his palm, and he directly grasped Fang Chen's sword light. With a crack, Fang Chen's sword light was crushed by Shui Yun. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen growled, and the phantom sword technique was activated to the extreme. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a jolt in his mind. Immediately after, he realized that the phantom sword technique had entered the realm of intricacy. The might of the illusion god sword art in the minute subtlety realm had increased by a lot. Under Fang Chen's execution, he was actually able to block Shui Yun's attack. The more they fought, the more shocked Shui Yun became. This lad was only at the first level of the spirit vortex realm, but he was able to fight him to a standstill. Damn it, this lad must have some secrets on him. Shui Yun thought to himself. He had made up his mind to capture Fang Chen and see exactly what sort of secrets he possessed. After the phantom sword technique had a breakthrough, Fang Chen was even more fearless of Shui Yun. Although he could not defeat Shui Yun, he had no problem protecting himself. No matter how fierce Shui Yun's attacks were, Fang Chen countered them as usual. The phantom sword technique in the realm of intricacy was performed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Bang! Finally, after 15 minutes of fierce fighting, Shui Yun stopped his attacks. He stood quietly on the ground and stared at Fang Chen. In a cold voice, he said, "Lad, your strength has exceeded my expectations." "Your strength has not exceeded my expectations," Fang Chen said in a confrontational manner. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the mercury fruit," Shui Yun said coldly. "Impossible," Fang Chen refused directly. "Attack together. Kill him." Shui Yun shouted upon hearing those words. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Water Moon sect exploded with powerful attacks and surrounded Fang Chen. Seeing this, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's deep eyes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a hazy aura appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fang Chen disappeared. Shui Yun and the others looked around and suddenly realized that they were trapped in a formation. "This lad is an array grandmaster," the disciples of the Water Moon sect shouted. They recognized the formation at a glance. It was a spiritual level formation. "Break the formation," Shui Yun shouted. Then, the disciples of the Water Moon sect joined forces and performed their strongest attack. After a minute of continuous attacks, the formation was finally broken. After the formation was broken, they looked around and found that Fang Chen was long gone. "Damn it!" Shui Yun's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. It was the first time Shui Yun had suffered such a loss in the bloody battle space. He was unwilling to accept it. At that moment, Fang Chen had already left and was flying quickly in the sky. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, night fell again. At that moment, Fang Chen appeared in a mountain range. He did not return to the broken city. Instead, he planned to spend the night in the mountain range. After finding a secluded place, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. "Brother Ding, when are we going to make a move?" As soon as Fang Chen sat cross-legged, he heard whispers. "What's the hurry? The bloody battle space will be open for half a year. Let's improve our strength first and then hunt human geniuses," Brother Ding said in a low voice. "Got it, Brother Ding. Let's go to that relic tomorrow. That relic has been exposed. I think many geniuses will go there. We'll sneak in among them and take the opportunity to kill them," Brother Ding said. Fang Chen listened carefully in a hidden place. After listening to the conversation between the two people, he was certain that they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. How did they sneak in? Fang Chen was puzzled. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect sneaked into the bloody battle space to hunt human geniuses. Could they be plotting something? Fang Chen restrained his aura and thought to himself. Not far from Fang Chen, two surviving members of Yellow Spring's sect were in the middle of a discussion. "The seal that Lord Spiritual Pupil King gave us is really powerful. Even the ancient beasts can't get close to it," Brother Ding said with a smile as he looked at the seal around them. The reason why they dared to be so unrestrained at night was because of the seal that the Spiritual Pupil King gave them. Suddenly, another member of the Yellow Spring sect asked, "Brother Ding, is there really that thing in that relic?" Hearing that, Brother Ding's expression became solemn. Then, he said, "That thing is most likely in the relic." They had been chatting and did not notice Fang Chen at all. The latter also hid very well. He was also very tempted when he heard the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect discussing the relic. Fang Chen felt that the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were powerful, and there was a very powerful seal around them. Fang Chen did not make a move. It was strange. The entire mountain range was filled with the roars of ancient beasts that night, but none of them came here. Fang Chen also cultivated at ease that night. Strangely enough, Fang Chen cultivated the green lotus sword technique to perfection in one go. This shocked Fang Chen. Then, he took out the flowing water sword technique to cultivate, but he could not succeed in one go. After working hard for an entire night, he only cultivated to the beginner level. In the end, Fang Chen concluded that it was because of the golden heart. The green lotus sword technique was a top 5th grade sword technique, while the flowing water sword technique was a 6th grade sword technique. The golden heart allowed him to cultivate sword techniques quickly, but high-level sword techniques could not be learned quickly. When a trace of white appeared in the sky, the roars of the ancient beasts finally dissipated. At that moment, the 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect removed the seal and quickly left. As soon as they left, Fang Chen followed them. Fang Chen was also very interested in the relic that they mentioned. Chapter 6:24. Concealing his aura, Fang Chen followed the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a plain. There were many warriors on this plain. So many people. Fang Chen glanced around. Among these warriors, there was no lack of powerful geniuses. It seemed that there were quite a number of geniuses who knew about this relic. The 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were hiding in a corner, waiting for everyone to enter the relic. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, he heard a gentle voice. He turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Xiaoke, why are you here?" Fang Chen smiled when he saw Li Xiaoke. Li Xiaoke walked to Fang Chen's side, her face full of smiles. "I heard that there is an ancient relic here, so I came." Li Xiaoke was one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. She had the aura of a noble and was very beautiful. Fang Chen could feel countless burning gazes staring at Li Xiaoke. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Li Xiaoke here. "Where is the entrance to the relic?" Fang Chen asked. There were many warriors on the plain. Fang Chen asked in a low voice what these warriors were waiting for. "The entrance is in the open space in front of us. These warriors are waiting for the sun to rise," Li Xiaoke said. Obviously, she had come earlier and knew more things. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. At this moment, a burning gaze looked at Li Xiaoke and said, "Miss, I am Feng Yunzhong. I wonder if I can invite you for a chat?" Hearing the voice, Fang Chen looked up and saw a tall, thin man walking towards Li Xiaoke. This person was Feng Yunzhong. "I don't have time." Li Xiaoke rejected him without thinking. There was a hidden look in Feng Yunzhong's eyes. Anyone could see that he had improper thoughts about Li Xiaoke. Feng Yunzhong narrowed his eyes, glanced at Fang Chen, and said with a grin, "Miss, the person next to you has neither strength nor looks. If you stay with him, it seems that he will hinder your future." Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yunzhong. The surrounding warriors were also looking at Feng Yunzhong with interest. "I can be with whoever I want to be with." "It's none of your business," Li Xiaoke said coldly. Feng Yunzhong looked down on Fang Chen. Li Xiaoke was very angry. She turned her head and stopped talking to Feng Yunzhong. Feng Yunzhong was a little embarrassed, but soon after, a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes as he vented all of his resentment on Fang Chen. "Brat, do you know who I am?" asked Feng Yunzhong. 45th on the 5 Elements State's Hidden Dragon ranking. Fang Chen said word by word. "Since you know, then shouldn't you stay away from this girl?" Feng Yunzhong said coldly. His words were filled with threat. The 5 Elements State had a genius ranking. It was called the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, the people on the Hidden Dragon ranking were basically disciples of the various powers in the 5 Elements State, other than the disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. This was because any random disciple from the 5 Elements Academy could suppress a genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the words of the 5 Elements Academy's higher-ups, the so-called Hidden Dragon ranking was just a ranking of geniuses in the secular world. Even so, those who could enter the hidden dragon ranking were monstrous geniuses. There were a total of 50 people on the hidden dragon ranking. The condition for entering the hidden dragon ranking was that one's bone age couldn't exceed 50 years old. Otherwise, no matter how strong you were, you wouldn't be able to enter the hidden dragon ranking. And Feng Yunzhong was actually ranked 45th on the hidden dragon ranking. This was enough to show how strong he was. The surrounding disciples looked at Feng Yunzhong with burning gazes. To be able to enter the hidden dragon ranking, Feng Yunzhong had his own unique point. This lady can be with whoever she wants. Could it be that an expert on the hidden dragon ranking can casually force others to be with him? Fang Chen retorted. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Feng Yunzhong. Brat, do you want to die? Feng Yunzhong's expression changed drastically when he heard this. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Chen retorted. Feng Yunzhong was an expert ranked 45th on the hidden dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although he was powerful in many people's eyes, in Fang Chen's eyes, he was just SOSO. Especially since Fang Chen had cultivated the flowing water sword technique to the beginner stage, he was even more fearless of Feng Yunzhong. Although Fang Chen might not be able to defeat Feng Yunzhong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed from Feng Yunzhong. Ha ha ha, looks like Feng Yunzhong's deterrence isn't enough. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a man in white standing at the front of the plane, looking over. Zhong Yu, the 46th expert on the hidden dragon ranking. He was one rank below Feng Yunzhong. Zhong Yu, don't make sarcastic remarks, Feng Yunzhong said coldly when he heard this. However, after hearing Zhong Yu's mockery, Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Brat, you've successfully angered me. Now, prepare to die. Just as Feng Yunzhong finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and he punched at Fang Chen with both his fists. Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Chen displayed the Phantom Sword Technique without hesitation. Countless illusory swords blasted towards Feng Yunzhong's fist. Bang bang bang. Feng Yunzhong's fists were very domineering. They directly shattered Fang Chen's illusory swords. Is that all you've got? Feng Yunzhong sneered and continued to attack Fang Chen. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Seeing that the Phantom Sword Technique couldn't do anything to Feng Yunzhong, Fang Chen displayed 5 swords of the Green Lotus Sword Technique in one breath. 5 powerful sword lights pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Yes, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Feng Yunzhong recognized it. It was the Green Lotus Sword Technique, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. You're from the Green Lotus sect? Feng Yunzhong asked in a low voice. Fang Chen ignored Feng Yunzhong's words. He activated the Green Lotus Sword Technique to the extreme and directly pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Hiss hiss hiss. In the sky full of green lotuses, Fang Chen's sword light successfully blocked Feng Yunzhong's fist. At this moment, Feng Yunzhong looked at Fang Chen eerily. He clenched his fists tightly and a wild aura emerged from his body. Everyone knew that Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this person. However, everyone was shocked when they saw the powerful attack that Fang Chen had unleashed. Especially Zhong Yu, who was ranked 46th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was even more surprised that a nobody could block Feng Yunzhong's attack. Moreover, this person's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Brat, you can go die now. Feng Yunzhong bellowed. Both his fists punched out once more, causing the surrounding air to whistle. Flowing Water Sword Technique. Fang Chen displayed the Flowing Water Sword Technique for the first time. The concept of water instantly emerged and merged into the hidden star sword. Then, like an endless waterfall, it fiercely pierced out. Seeing Fang Chen's sword technique, Feng Yunzhong felt very strange. The aura wasn't strong at all, but it made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The hidden star sword collided with Feng Yunzhong's fist. The rich concept of water instantly rushed towards Feng Yunzhong, causing him to retreat a few steps. Feng Yunzhong steadied himself and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. "Kid, although you're strong, it's too easy for me to kill you," Feng Yunzhong said coldly. Fang Chen heard this and sneered. "You're at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, and I'm only at the first level. If we're at the same level, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant." Fang Chen's words were very arrogant, but at this moment, some of the surrounding warriors actually thought that if they were at the same level, this person might really be able to kill Feng Yunzhong. "You!" Feng Yunzhong was furious and immediately wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Zhongyu. "Feng Yunzhong, the relic is about to open. Let's talk about our grudges after we enter the relic," Zhongyu said. Feng Yunzhong thought for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to stop the battle. To him, the relic was more important. "Kid, don't let me see you again." Feng Yunzhong glared at Fang Chen and said angrily. Fang Chen didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Xiaoke ran over and asked worriedly, "Fang Chen, are you okay?" Fang Chen shook his head. Although Feng Yunzhong was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Feng Yunzhong was on the hidden dragon roll and was high above. He thought that Fang Chen was just a slightly stronger ant. An ant couldn't be compared to a genius on the hidden dragon roll. As for Zhongyu, although Fang Chen surprised him, he still believed in Feng Yunzhong. At this moment, he stopped Feng Yunzhong because he was afraid of delaying the opening of the relic. Noon was coming. As long as the sun hung high in the sky, they could enter the relic and search for opportunities. Chapter 6:25. Noon arrived, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. When the scorching sun shone on the earth, a miraculous scene appeared. All the sunlight converged on a certain spot on the plains. Under the illumination of the sun, the ground caved in. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that a pitch-black passage had appeared. "The entrance to the ruins," Fang Chen said to himself. Just as Fang Chen was staring at the pitch-black passage, countless warriors suddenly poured into it. Fang Chen also entered the passage. After entering the passage, Fang Chen instantly discovered that something was wrong. What is this?" Fang Chen discovered that there were many warriors just now, but after entering the passage, all of them disappeared. An array. Fang Chen sensed for a moment and discovered that they had fallen into an array. "This is an origin-level array," Fang Chen said to himself. His eyes flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. An origin-level array could only be set up by an array grandmaster. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to set up an origin-level array. However, Fang Chen had already reached the critical point of being an array grandmaster. This origin-level array formation was not considered too difficult for him. "Let's find the array base first," Fang Chen said in a low voice. After that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to search for the array base. Fang Chen's achievements in the Tao of array formations were not to be underestimated. After a while, he found the array base. This profound level array was a low origin level array. It was not complicated, and there were only 36 array bases. Fang Chen searched through them one by one. After about an hour, Fang Chen destroyed all 36 array bases and broke the array in one fell swoop. Rumble, after breaking out of the array, Fang Chen discovered that he was in a pitch-black palace. There were 3 prayer mats in the palace. Could it be that the inheritance is on this prayer mat? Fang Chen wondered aloud. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that it was the hidden dragon ranking expert, Feng Yunzhong, who had broken the array. "Ha ha ha! The legacy belongs to me, Feng Yunzhong." Feng Yunzhong grinned. No one knew that apart from being a martial artist, Feng Yunzhong was also an array master. He was also very skilled in the Tao of array formations. How could he be faster than me? Feng Yunzhong had originally thought that he would be the first to break the formation. But after seeing Fang Chen, he was flabbergasted. While Feng Yunzhong was thinking, Fang Chen had already sat on the futon and closed his eyes. Scram! The legacy is mine! Feng Yunzhong roared furiously. Then, he attacked Fang Chen. Right at this moment, someone suddenly broke out of the formation. Before Feng Yunzhong could launch an attack on Fang Chen, the warrior who had broken out of the formation launched a fierce attack on Feng Yunzhong. Bang! Caught off guard, Feng Yunzhong was sent flying by a punch. He steadied himself and stared at the person in front of him with a cold expression. "Who are you?" Feng Yunzhong asked in a low voice. This person's cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, but Feng Yunzhong did not recognize him. His strength was similar to his, but he was not an expert on the hidden dragon ranking. Who was he? The person who will kill you. The warrior sneered. A thick black aura appeared around him as he launched a fierce attack on Feng Yunzhong. Evil Aura Acheron Sect. Feng Yunzhong recognized the evil aura and realized that this person was a survivor of Acheron Sect. Damn it! Feng Yunzhong roared and launched a fierce attack on the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect. Just as Feng Yunzhong was about to fight to the death, a gray aura suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, he found himself trapped in a formation. "What's going on?" Feng Yunzhong asked in surprise. "I'll control the formation. You kill the survivor of Acheron sect." A voice entered Feng Yunzhong's ears. He turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Fang Chen. "You set up the formation?" Feng Yunzhong asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Why aren't you going?" Although Feng Yunzhong had a grudge with Fang Chen, he did not think too much at that moment. He directly entered the fog and fought fiercely against the survivor of Acheron sect. Although it was only a short 15 minutes, Fang Chen had successfully accepted the inheritance. The moment he accepted the inheritance, he had already made a breakthrough in the Tao of formations and became an admired grandmaster of formations. And now, the formation that Fang Chen had set up was also an origin formation. Fang Chen needed to focus on controlling the formation, so he could only let Feng Yunzhong kill the survivors of Acheron sect. "Brother Ding, we're trapped in the formation," the survivor of Acheron sect whispered. "A mere formation can't trap us. Let's work together and break it," Brother Ding said. Bang! Before the two of them could make a move, a fist suddenly appeared in the void and sent Brother Ding flying. "Damn it!" Brother Ding was furious. He looked up and found that there was no one in the formation. "That human just now is hiding in the formation. Protect me." "I'll break the formation," Brother Ding said. "Okay," the survivor of Acheron sect said. Then, Brother Ding began to break the formation with all his might. Because the person who set up the formation was controlling it, it was a little difficult to break it. While Brother Ding was breaking the formation, Feng Yunzhong began to attack. Because of the formation, he could silently appear beside the survivor of Acheron sect. Bang! With a punch, the survivor of Acheron sect was instantly sent flying. Just like that, after a minute, Feng Yunzhong found an excellent opportunity. He executed a domineering and fierce attack and directly killed the survivor of Acheron sect. Seeing this scene, Brother Ding went completely crazy. "All of you are going to die." Brother Ding was furious. His body was filled with an evil aura, and his strength soared. He punched out, and the formation shook. "Hurry up and stop him," Fang Chen shouted. Feng Yunzhong nodded and stopped Brother Ding. Just like that, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding fell into a fierce battle. In the beginning, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding were tied. However, as time passed, Feng Yunzhong's advantage was finally revealed. 15 minutes later, Feng Yunzhong suppressed Brother Ding, making the latter unable to fight back. Moreover, Brother Ding's body was covered in wounds. "Ah!" Brother Ding let out a furious roar. He originally wanted to hunt down all the geniuses who entered the palace, but he did not expect to be plotted against. Go to hell. Feng Yunzhong found an opportunity, and shattered Brother Ding's head with a punch. At this point, the two survivors of Acheron's sect were both killed, and the crisis was resolved. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen sat on the ground. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Without Feng Chen's control, the formation shook violently before shattering. It was also at this moment that the formation in the passage disappeared. The cultivators who had entered the passage all appeared in the palace. When they saw Feng Chen sitting on the ground, and Feng Yunzhong's breathing was chaotic, they thought that the two of them had fought. Feng Chen. Li Xiaoke ran to Feng Chen and asked worriedly. Feng Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. Feng Yunzhong, you're too incompetent. You haven't killed this kid after so long. The person who spoke was Zhong Yu on the hidden dragon list. Zhong Yu thought that Feng Chen had just fought with Feng Yunzhong, so he said that. Shut up, Feng Yunzhong reprimanded sternly. Feng Yunzhong, Zhong Yu frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Zhong Yu, he is my savior. You are not allowed to say such things in the future. As Feng Yunzhong spoke, he looked at Feng Chen with a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Feng Chen's mouth parted into a smile. Everyone was puzzled. However, when Feng Yunzhong told everyone what had just happened, they finally knew how powerful Feng Chen was. Array Grandmaster! Zhong Yu's pupils shrank as he looked at Feng Chen and cried out involuntarily. He was such a young Array Grandmaster. Was he dreaming? After everyone learned that Feng Chen was an Array Grandmaster, they looked at Feng Chen differently. He had become an Array Grandmaster at such a young age. It was enough to see his achievements in the Array Dao. It could be imagined that he would definitely surpass the Array Grandmaster in the future. They had to befriend such a genius. Chapter 626. Array Grandmaster. Zhong Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Chen in disbelief. His heart was filled with doubt. That's right. 2 Acheron sect members sneaked in. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead, Feng Yunzhong said. He was now very regretful and ashamed of his previous actions. Fortunately, Feng Chen didn't say anything. The entire palace was in an uproar. Many warriors looked at Feng Chen in shock. After a long time, everyone finally believed Feng Yunzhong's words. At this moment, they looked at Feng Chen with eyes full of respect. It was no exaggeration to say that such a young Array Grandmaster's talent in array formation was comparable to some of the geniuses in the 5 Elements Academy. If such a monstrous warrior was placed in the outside world, he would definitely be fought over by many major forces. Of course, when everyone found out about Feng Chen's identity, they also knew that the inheritance here had already been obtained by Feng Chen. In the end, everyone left one after another. Since there was no inheritance here, they didn't want to waste any more time here. They hurried to find other inheritances. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Chen, Li Xiaoke, Zhong Yu, and Feng Yunzhong were left in the palace. Let's go too. Feng Chen glanced at Li Xiaoke and said. Li Xiaoke nodded and followed Feng Chen out of the palace. Brother, I still don't know your name, Feng Yunzhong asked. Feng Chen. After Feng Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were left looking at each other. I really didn't expect him to become an Array Grandmaster at such a young age. It's too scary, Zhong Yu whispered. Yeah. Fortunately, we didn't completely offend him before. Otherwise, such an enemy would be too scary, Feng Yunzhong said as he nodded. After leaving the palace, Feng Chen quickly disappeared from the plains with Li Xiaoke. After a while, Feng Chen found a safe place and sat cross-legged. He said to Li Xiaoke, Xiaoke, guard me. After speaking, Feng Chen closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke emitted a majestic aura and protected Feng Chen. At this moment, Feng Chen's mind was filled with complicated information. This information came from the interspatial rings of the 2 Acheron sect survivors. Earlier on, Fang Chen had heard that a king of Yellow Spring Sect had given these two surviving members of Yellow Spring Sect a sealing technique. This sealing technique was extremely powerful. Just now, after Feng Yunzhong killed the two remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect, Fang Chen had already quietly taken away their space rings. The reason for that was because Fang Chen wanted to obtain the sealing technique. If he could learn this sealing technique, he wouldn't be afraid of the night. This way, he wouldn't have to return to the city every night. Sealing techniques were similar to sealing technique. However, if one were to look at them in detail, there would be some differences. Fortunately, Fang Chen had comprehended the Tao of formations. It was very easy for him to comprehend the sealing technique. After about an hour, an invisible aura appeared around Fang Chen. This invisible aura directly isolated Fang Chen from the outside world. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the seal around him, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's easier than I thought," Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen was very happy that he had comprehended the sealing technique in an hour. "Fang Chen!" Li Xiaoka called out when she saw Fang Chen wake up. Fang Chen stood up and said, "Let's go." Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt something in his mind. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, the little mouse is in danger!" Fang Chen shouted. His face was cold. Just now, the little mouse sent a message to Fang Chen, saying that it was in danger. It also told Fang Chen the location. Fang Chen knew that the little mouse was in danger. He immediately took Li Xiaoka and rushed to the little mouse's location. "You must hold on," Fang Chen said anxiously. Along the way, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka were flying quickly. Their flying speed was especially fast. Finally, when night fell, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka arrived at the place that the little mouse had mentioned. It was a valley. "It's here?" Li Xiaoka asked. Fang Chen nodded and entered the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, Fang Chen realized that the valley was filled with the aura of ancient beasts. The aura of ancient beasts. Fang Chen's eyes were cold. He looked around but didn't find anything. However, as they got closer to the little mouse, Fang Chen could clearly feel the exact location of the little mouse in his mind. The little mouse was in the depths of the valley. Fang Chen rushed towards the depths of the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there was a lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a small green stone. On the green stone, a little mouse was squatting. Its eyes were shining and its body was surrounded by a thick purple halo. Around the little mouse was the motionless lake. Above the lake, there were some beasts floating. If one looked closely, these beasts looked a little similar to the little mouse. Flying rats were also a type of rat. These flying rats were ancient beasts and were much stronger than normal beasts. This lake was originally the nest of the flying rats. However, the little mouse suddenly barged in and killed many of the flying rat. This made the flying rats very angry. Countless flying rats circled above the lake, preparing to encircle and kill the little mouse. However, the little mouse had its own unique methods. It resisted the encirclement of the flying rat. In the beginning, the flying rats attacked the little mouse crazily. However, they were all blocked by the little mouse. In this period of time, many flying rats died. Finally, the flying rats realized that the little mouse was unusual. They started to confront the little mouse. This confrontation lasted for a few days. Today, they suddenly became restless. The little mouse looked up and saw a huge rat descending from the sky. This rat was huge and filled with a ferocious aura. After this rat appeared, the other flying rats all called out loudly. Later on, the little mouse finally realized that this rat was the flying rat king of this area. Its cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Facing the flying rat king, who was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, the little mouse could barely resist it. If it focused on resisting the flying rat king, it would be attacked by the other flying rat. In this way, the little mouse's life would be in danger. Helpless, the little mouse could only inform Fang Chen. After the Flying Rat King arrived, it was not in a hurry to attack. When it saw the purple halo on the little mouse's body, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. "What kind of rat are you?" the Flying Rat King asked in a deep voice. The Flying Rat King could speak. The little mouse was confused when it heard this because it did not know what kind of rat it was. Behind the Flying Rat King, a flying rat with a strong aura asked, "Lord Rat King, why don't you kill this damned little mouse? The purple halo on this rat's body is not simple." "I feel a strong sense of danger," the Flying Rat King said. After that, the Flying Rat King negotiated with the little mouse, asking the little mouse to leave this place and let the matter rest. However, how could the little mouse agree to that? Within this lake, there was something very important to it. As soon as it entered the bloody battle space, the little mouse felt that something was calling out to it. When it arrived here, it could clearly feel that the calling was coming from within this lake. "Leave this place? Impossible," the little mouse said softly. As soon as it finished speaking, it dashed forward, wanting to enter the lake. Seeing the little mouse's actions, the Flying Rat King was furious. "Stop it!" the Flying Rat King roared. Then, it stretched out its claws and blocked the little mouse's path. Bang! The Flying Rat King's claws directly hit the little mouse's body, forcing the little mouse back to the blue stone in the middle of the lake. "You leave now and this matter will end here," the Flying Rat King scolded. The little mouse did not say anything. Its eyes looked at the bottom of the lake. A Flying Rat King behind the Flying Rat King said in a low voice, "This lake is the place where the ancestor of our Flying Rat clan fell. How can we allow other demonic beasts to disturb it?" The Flying Rat clan was an ancient giant beast. They were very powerful. They looked down on the little mouse in front of them, thinking that it was not qualified to be part of the Rat clan. Moreover, the little mouse dared to invade the place where the ancestor of their Flying Rat clan fell. It really deserved to die. If the Flying Rat King did not feel that the purple halo on the little mouse's body was dangerous, it would have already killed this ungrateful fellow. Hearing that, the Flying Rat King looked at the little mouse. This was the last chance it would give the little mouse. Seeing that the little mouse did not move, the Flying Rat King's face became completely gloomy. It roared towards the sky. Immediately, the countless flying rats behind it began to attack the little mouse fiercely. At the same time, a layer of yellow halo appeared around the Flying Rat King's body. Then, the Flying Rat King stretched out its claws. One of the Flying Rat King's claws grabbed the little mouse's body in an instant. With a pull, a deep wound appeared on the little mouse's body. Crack! While the Flying Rat King was attacking the little mouse, the latter did not stay idle. It opened its mouth and bit one of the Flying Rat King's claws. It directly bit off one of the Flying Rat King's fingers, causing the Flying Rat King to roar angrily. "I will kill you!" The Flying Rat King was completely enraged. It was the high and mighty Flying Rat King, but it actually had one of its fingers bitten off by a piece of trash. The Flying Rat King used its fiercest attack. Together with the countless flying rats, it launched a powerful attack on the little mouse. Chapter 6:27. When Fang Chun arrived at the depths of the valley, he just happened to see a swarm of flying rats attacking the little mouse. His expression changed, and with a flick of his wrist, 108 top-grade spirit stones shot out. 5. Oh crash! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had set up a yuan tier formation above the lake. Under the lead of the flying rats, a large number of flying rats were preparing to attack the little mouse. But they suddenly realized that the little mouse had disappeared. They couldn't even see the lake anymore. Boom! Countless flying rats' attacks all missed their target. "What's going on?" asked one of the flying rats. The Flying Rat King was at the front, looking down. Then it gloomily said, "This is a formation." After saying that, it turned around, and a ray of light shot out of its eyes as it looked at Fang Chun. The other flying rats also noticed Fang Chun and Li Xiaoke. "Damnable humans, you dare to ruin my plans," said the Flying Rat King arrogantly. "We're all rats, so why must you be so ruthless?" asked Fong Chen icily. Is it worthy of being called a rat? It really is a disgrace to us rat. The flying rat king disdainfully looked at the little mouse hiding in the formation above the lake. In its eyes, the little mouse was just an ordinary rat. It couldn't compare to ancient beasts like them. Isn't it just an ancient beast? What's so amazing about it? Asked Fong Chen. The flying rat king didn't know how powerful the little mouse was, but Fong Chen was very clear. The little mouse gave Fong Chen an extremely mysterious feeling. That was especially true of its teeth. No matter what it was, it could crush it. Just the toughness of its teeth surpassed countless flying rats. Even these ancient beasts couldn't compare to it. Ancient beasts had the blood of ancient beasts flowing through their veins. After such a long period of time, the ancient blood in their veins had become increasingly scarce, but it had also become increasingly precious. The ancient beasts had always thought that they were much more noble than demonic beasts because of the ancient blood flowing in their bodies. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, this was not even worth mentioning. The blood in the little mouse's body was not inferior to that of the ancient beasts. Human, you dare look down on us ancient beasts? Are you courting death? The flying rat king glared at Fong Chen. The information that the little mouse sent to Fong Chen mentioned that the flying rat king's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. If he was alone, Fong Chen wouldn't be afraid of the flying rat king at all. However, there were so many flying rats behind it. Therefore, Fong Chen could not fight them head-on. Ignorant! Fong Chen said with a sneer. The flying rat king was enraged. Just as it was about to speak, it suddenly saw two humans enter the formation. Damn it! Break the formation! The Sky Rat King roared furiously. Within the black level formation, Fong Chen saw the little mouse. What's going on? Fong Chen asked. With the little mouse's intelligence, it was impossible for it to be trapped here. It must have something important to ask him for help. As expected, the little mouse nodded and said, Something is calling me from below the lake. I feel that this is an opportunity that belongs to me. Below the lake? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse nodded. Seeing this, Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, Go to the bottom of the lake first and search for the inheritance. I will help you block the attacks of the flying rats here. Boss, there are so many flying rats. Can you block them? The little mouse asked worriedly. Although I am not their match in a head-on confrontation, I am a formation grandmaster. It is not a problem for me to deal with them, Fong Chen said. The little mouse didn't say anything else and directly dove into the lake. Just at this moment, Fong Chen felt the formation he had just set up rumble and shake, as if it was about to shatter. Crash! Fong Chen didn't hesitate. With a shake of his wrist, he once more set up a formation. Just as he finished setting up this array formation, the array formation on the outside instantly shattered. Why is there another formation? After destroying Fong Chen's formation, the Sky Rat King had thought that it would be able to kill the human and the little mouse. But it hadn't expected there to be another formation inside. Rat King, what should we do? Asked the Sky Rat King. Continue breaking the formation. I don't believe a human can maintain the formation for long, roared the Sky Rat King furiously. Rumble Fong Chen could sense that the Sky Rat King was extremely furious. They were doing their best to break the formation. They couldn't maintain it. When Fong Chen heard what the Flying Rat King said, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He had over 100 million top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Maintaining the formation was too easy. With the top-grade spirit stones as the foundation, he was constantly setting up formations. The Sky Rat King was also constantly breaking the formations. After an entire day, Fong Chen had set up over 300 Xian-grade formations. Just the top-grade spirit stones had cost him over 100,000. However, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Fong Chen. On the outside, the Sky Rat King was incomparably depressed. They had been constantly breaking the formations. Each time they broke a formation, they would encounter another formation. In short, they would never be able to see the human martial artist. That infuriated the Sky Rat King. At the beginning, the Sky Rat King had still been doing their best to break the formations. But later they had given up. Damnable human, how can he set up so many formations? Roared the Sky Rat King. Rat King, what should we do? Asked one of the Sky Rats. Go and get the Tiger King, the Flying Rat King said after pondering for a moment. Yes. One of the Sky Rats nodded and directly flew out of the mountain valley. A moment later, a huge tiger arrived in the mountain valley. Sky Rat King, why did you call me here? The Tiger King quickly walked over, his voice extremely resounding. Seeing the Tiger King arrive, the Sky Rat King's eyes flickered. Tiger King, I called you here because I have something to discuss. Oh, tell me. The Tiger King was the king of this region's tiger race. Their neighbor was the Sky Rat King, and they were also ancient beasts. Although there would often be friction between the tiger race and the Sky Rat King, when there was an important matter, the two kings would still work together against outsiders. This time, when the Tiger King had heard that the Sky Rat King had encountered trouble, he had immediately rushed over. A rat intruded into the lake where our Flying Rat clan's ancestor perished. I wanted to capture it, but two human warriors suddenly appeared. One of the human warriors was an array master who was proficient in array Dao. He set up an array formation to stop us, the Flying Rat King explained in detail. The Tiger King said, You mean to say that you want me to join hands with you to break the formation? Exactly. If we join hands, we'll definitely be able to break the formation, said the Sky Rat King. A mere formation can stump the Sky Rat King? The Tiger King's eyes flickered. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy, so he didn't immediately agree. The Sky Rat King bitterly smiled. Tiger King, there's something you don't know. If it was just a single formation, then with my strength, I would definitely be able to break it. But this damned human is extremely proficient in the Tao of formations. He's actually able to set up formations without stopping. Furthermore, the amount of energy he possesses is unimaginable. From yesterday until today, I've broken over 300 formations, but I still haven't seen him, said the Sky Rat King helplessly. Hearing this, the Tiger King's eyes finally turned serious. To be able to set up over 300 formations without stopping, just how much energy did that require? It seems this brat possesses a great treasure. The Tiger King made a judgment. The Sky Rat King looked at the Tiger King, waiting for his reply. What's in it for me to help you? Asked the Tiger King. As a king of the same clan, he naturally had to seek benefits for the clan members. Hence, although the Tiger King agreed to help, he wouldn't help for free. He wanted to ask for compensation. Tiger King, you've guessed it, right? That human martial artist should possess a great treasure. How about this? If you can help me capture that brat, we'll split the treasures equally. How about that? Said the Sky Rat King after pondering for a moment. This was already the greatest benefit he could give the Tiger King. Any more and it would be beyond what he could bear. The Tiger King stared at the formation above the lake and quickly thought about it. After a while, he nodded and said, If we capture that human martial artist, let me choose the treasure first. The Sky Rat King nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two kings quickly reached a consensus and began to attack the formation together. Let's attack together, said the Sky Rat King. As soon as he finished speaking, the two kings attacked at the same time. Extremely sharp attacks instantly bombarded the formation. Roar! The roar of a beast echoed throughout the entire valley. Within the formation, Fong Chen was resting. He was also very tired from continuously setting up more than 300 formations. If not for the large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he felt two extremely fierce auras bombarding the formation. Following that, the formation shook violently, and with a loud crash, it shattered. Not good, Fang Chen shouted, but it was too late. The Sky Rat King and the Tiger King had already joined forces to shatter the formation. Fang Chen instinctively went to set up the formation, but before he could do it, he was interrupted by the Sky Rat King and the Tiger King. "Brat, what else can you do now?" Seeing that Fang Chen was unable to set up the formation, the Sky Rat King laughed proudly. Fang Chen stared at the Tiger King and said, "The great Sky Rat King actually needs help to deal with a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. How laughable!" Fang Chen knew that he didn't have the time to set up the formation in front of the two kings. "Brat, it's too late to say anything now. Hand over your interspatial ring and kill yourself here," said the Sky Rat King in a low voice. Chapter 628. Just as Flying Rat King was about to take action, Tiger King suddenly spoke. "Flying Rat King, I want to add another condition. If you agree, I'll help you. If you don't, I'll leave immediately," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King was a little unhappy, but he still nodded and asked, "What condition?" "This girl belongs to me." Tiger King's eyes flashed with greed. The Flying Sky Rat King was startled when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head. This stupid tiger was really lustful. However, such a request was obviously nothing much, and the Flying Rat King immediately agreed. Tiger King laughed and looked at Li Xiaoka. He said obscenely, "Beauty, come back with me and be my wife. How about that?" Although Tiger King was an ancient giant beast, he was very lustful. Ancient giant beasts couldn't transform into human form and could only stay in beast form for their entire lives. However, they had the intelligence of humans. Hearing Tiger King's words, Li Xiaoka's eyes turned cold. Stupid tiger. On the other hand, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. His entire body was filled with extremely dense sword intent, and he was ready to fight at any moment. Tiger King's hobby was a little special. He was an ancient giant beast, but he liked human beauties. This made Flying Rat King a little helpless. "Humph, I'll make you follow me willingly in a while," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King and Tiger King looked at each other. Then, in a flash, they rushed towards Fang Chen and charged towards Fang Chen. "Xiaoka, back off!" Fang Chen roared and used the flowing water swordsmanship. The entry-level flowing water swordsmanship was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Now, Fang Chen's attack was comparable to a level 2 spiritual vortex realm. Bang! The star-hidden sword ferociously collided with the Flying Rat King's claw and issued a deafening sound. What a powerful attack! Flying Rat King was shocked and retreated. At the same time, Tiger King's attack landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen tried his best to block and was almost hit by Tiger King. Bang! Bang! The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joined forces to battle Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen was suppressed. "If this continues, I'll definitely die," Fang Chen thought to himself. He had been suppressed by the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King. If he could not find a solution, he would definitely be killed by the Flying Rat King. "Brat, you're dead." The Flying Rat King stretched out its claws and clawed at Fang Chen's head. Its claws contained boundless power. The Flying Rat King's battle prowess sword. As long as he was caught, Fang Chen's head would explode. At this moment, the Tiger King's head also appeared in front of Fang Chen. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Fang Chen. Tiger King and Flying Rat King were ancient giant beasts at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. They had ancient blood in their bodies and were extremely powerful. If they were at the same level, Fang Chen would definitely not be afraid of the two kings. However, Fang Chen was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even if he gave it his all, he could only block the attack of one of the kings. However, this would give the other king an opportunity. Damn it! Fang Chen could not help but curse in his heart. He wanted to set up a formation, but he was attacked by the two kings and did not have the time to do so. Am I going to die? Fang Chen felt a great sense of danger. His body kept retreating. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King's eyes flashed with a cold smile. They seemed to have seen Fong Chen's death. Bang! The Flying Rat King's claws landed on Fong Chen's body. Fortunately, Fong Chen dodged in time. His head was not caught, but his arm was caught. With a bang, the bones in Fong Chen's arm shattered and blood flowed out continuously. At the same time, Fong Chen's body was blasted into the lake. After Fong Chen's body entered the lake, he instantly fell to the bottom of the lake. The Flying Rat King stared at the lake and did not act rashly. At this moment, Tiger King also stopped and said, "That kid has been hit by you. He will definitely die." The Flying Rat King's eyes flashed and he nodded without saying a word. As for Tiger King, he turned around and looked at Li Xiaoka greedily. "Beauty, are you willing to leave with me now?" "I would rather die than follow a stupid tiger like you," Li Xiaoka said coldly. "Humph, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit," Tiger King said in a low voice. His body emitted a powerful aura that directly pressured Li Xiaoka. Li Xiaoka's strength was not as strong as Fong Chen's. Hence, when she was pressured by Tiger King's aura, her body was instantly restrained and she could not move. Tiger King walked to Li Xiaoka's side and gently caressed her face with his big paw. His eyes were full of smiles. "Flying Rat King, hurry up and find that kid's body. After that, we'll split the wealth equally. I'm in a hurry to go back." The Tiger King swung his claws and threw the imprisoned Li Xiaoka onto his back. He turned his head and said to the Flying Rat King. Even without Tiger King saying it, Flying Rat King already knew. He had already sent the Flying Rat King into the lake to search for Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had a lot of wealth on him. They were not willing to give it up so easily. "Be careful," Flying Rat King warned. The Flying Rat King warned. This lake was the place where the ancestor of their Flying Rat clan had fallen. It was extremely strange. Yes. A few flying rats dove into the lake. Flying Rat King and Tiger King waited patiently. Soon, there was movement in the lake. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake and waited anxiously. "It's out!" Tiger King shouted when he saw the ripples spreading. It seemed like something was coming out. However, things went beyond the expectations of Tiger King and Flying Rat King. A few Flying Rat King's bodies floated quietly on the surface of the lake. "What's going on? That kid isn't dead yet?" Flying Rat King roared angrily. Tiger King was also a little surprised. A few flying rats were still fine a moment ago, but in just a short while they had died silently. What exactly was in the lake? Tiger King and Flying Rat King looked at each other with a grave expression. At this moment, the surface of the lake shook again, and countless ripples appeared. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake carefully. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of water shot out from the lake and into the clouds. When this water column appeared, the water in the entire lake began to swirl wildly. Hiss! Countless water droplets escaped from the water pillar. Tiger King and Flying Rat King retreated in a flash. They sensed a terrifying aura and sensed danger. "What's going on?" Flying Rat King turned pale with fright. The water pillar continued to shrink. When the water pillar completely fell into the lake, a figure appeared on the bluestone. "It's you!" Tiger King and Flying Rat King were shocked to see Fong Chen. But when they saw the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder, they were even more shocked. That dangerous aura actually came from the little mouse's body. "You dare attack my boss? You really don't know life from death." Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder and pointed at Tiger King and Flying Rat King. "What's going on?" Flying Rat King felt his heart tremble. Even his blood was trembling. He involuntarily fell from the sky and prostrated himself on the ground. "Flying Rat King, what's going on?" Tiger King cried out. The Flying Rat King's body was trembling on the ground, and his face was filled with terror. "My blood is trembling," Flying Rat King said with difficulty. When the Tiger King heard this, its expression turned serious. It looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly raised its little paw. Immediately, a purple aura shot out and engulfed the entire valley. When this purple aura appeared, even Tiger King felt his heart palpitate. "Let her go," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Tiger King was startled. He looked at Little Mouse in disbelief. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. His body flashed, and he threw Li Xiaoka onto the bluestone. He wanted to escape. "You hit my boss and you still want to leave?" Little Mouse was very powerful. Its body was filled with a crazy aura. Purple light surged and its small body shot out. In an instant, it blocked Tiger King's path. "What are you doing?" Tiger King felt a little guilty. "I'm letting you stay," Little Mouse said. "I'm afraid you can't do that," Tiger King said coldly. Splash! Little Mouse acted. It was so fast that even Fang Chen couldn't see it clearly. At the same time, a terrifying aura emerged from Little Mouse. This aura made Tiger King tremble uncontrollably. What kind of aura is this? Tiger King's heart was filled with fear. This aura was too strong. He felt a little ancient aura. A minute later, Tiger King was subdued by Little Mouse. He and Flying Rat King were both on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. "This is too scary," Tiger King said in his heart. Recalling the fight with Little Mouse, he felt that he had walked through the gates of hell. If it wasn't for Little Mouse holding back, he would have died. Fang Chen was also shocked by Little Mouse's performance. When he fell into the lake, Little Mouse had just completed its transformation. When it realized that it was injured, it was furious and immediately killed a few flying rats that rushed into the lake. He didn't expect Little Mouse to be able to suppress Flying Rat King and Tiger King with its own strength in the blink of an eye. "You two idiot!" The Little Mouse looked down at the Flying Rat King and Tiger King from above and shouted. At this moment, Tiger King finally regained his composure. He glared at Flying Rat King and said, "I'm really in trouble because of you." Chapter 629. "I don't care about the inheritance of the Flying Rat race," the Little Mouse said arrogantly. The Flying Rat King was about to explode in anger when he heard this, but he suppressed it when he thought of how terrifying the Little Mouse was. The Flying Rat King could feel his blood moving restlessly, especially his ancient blood. It was being suppressed by the Little Mouse. At this moment, the Flying Rat King thought of a legend, the legend of bloodline suppression. According to the legend, some noble races of beasts had bloodlines that were so strong that they could suppress all ordinary bloodlines. The Flying Rat King belonged to the ancient beasts of the Flying Rat race, so he had an ancient bloodline. But in front of the Little Mouse, he couldn't move at all. He was deeply suppressed, which shocked the Flying Rat King even more. What kind of bloodline did the Little Mouse have? How could it suppress the ancient bloodline? Fang Chen, who was standing on the green rock, looked at the Little Mouse and nodded slightly. "This Little Mouse has exceeded my expectations," Ancestor Bronze whispered from within the python sword. "Ancestor, you don't know what race the Little Mouse is?" Fang Chen asked. He had already learned about the bloodline suppression from Ancestor Bronze. He wanted to know what race the Little Mouse was, but even an almighty like Ancestor Bronze didn't know. "I don't know," Ancestor Bronze said after a moment of silence. While Fang Chen was talking to Ancestor Bronze, the Little Mouse had completely subdued the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King. At first, the Tiger King was unwilling to submit, but when the Little Mouse completely released its bloodline aura, the Tiger King trembled and obeyed. The Little Mouse's aura was too strong. "Boss!" The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King stood beside the Little Mouse with a smile and bowed. When Fang Chen saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. As expected of a world where the strong were respected, it was even more outstanding in the world of beasts. As long as you had the strength, you could be the boss. "How's the strength of your two races?" the Little Mouse asked. "In our region, the Flying Rat clan has a total of over 300 members. It can be considered the weakest branch in this space," the Flying Rat King said respectfully. It's the same for us tigers, the Tiger King said. The little mouse nodded and said, I will lead you to conquer all the ancient beasts in this space. Hearing the little mouse's words, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. The bloody battle space was a broken space that had been passed down since ancient times. There were countless ancient giant beast clans here. The Flying Rat clan led by the Flying Rat King was only a branch of the larger Flying Rat clan. In other regions there were even more powerful Flying Rat. It was the same for the tigers. They were just a weak branch. Otherwise, how could a Tiger King at the second level of the Spirit Vortex realm lead the Tiger Clan to survive in the cruel demonic beast world? The little mouse jumped onto the bluestone and looked at Fong Chen with a smile. Boss, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my bloodline wouldn't have awakened so easily. Your bloodline has awakened? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse nodded and said, In the lake, I received the inheritance of the Flying Rat clan's ancestor. Then, my bloodline was stimulated and awakened. When Fong Chen heard this, he finally understood. No wonder little mouse's strength suddenly changed so drastically. It turned out that his bloodline had awakened. Then, do you know what race you are? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse's expression dimmed when he heard that. He shook his head and said, I don't know. After my bloodline awakened, a very strange image appeared in my mind. In the image, a mouse that looked exactly like me stepped on the sky and told me that we were a race of our own. This image is intermittent and a bit incomplete. The mouse disappeared after saying that, the little mouse said. That's right. Fong Chen frowned. Was the little mouse's image a relative of the little mouse? Ancestor, have you heard of it? Fong Chen asked. Ancestor Bronze's voice was very heavy. Fong Chen, the little mouse is not simple. Ancestor, what did you discover? Asked Fong Chen. Ancestor Bronze fell silent and didn't say anything else. No matter how Fong Chen asked, it was as if he had disappeared. In the end, Fong Chen gave up on asking. It was at this moment that Ancestor Bronze suddenly spoke. During my peak years, I came into contact with some secret. A demon beast race that dares to call themselves a race of their own is an extremely powerful race even in the outer realms, said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. A demon beast race that dared to call themselves a race of their own was an extremely powerful race even in the outer realms. In that case, the little mouse was a demon beast race of the outer realms. Thinking of this, Fong Chen looked at the little mouse in confusion. If the latter was a race of the outer realms, then how did it appear in the ancient sword continent? Could it be Fong Chen thought of the beginner scroll of the sword Dao True Enlightenment? When he first obtained it, Zhenren Hantian had said that the beginner scroll of the sword Dao True Enlightenment was an object of the outer realms. Perhaps the little mouse came here from a torn space, Fong Chen thought to himself. Although he didn't know the specific race of the little mouse, Fong Chen was very surprised to know that it was a big race of the outer realms. After the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King submitted, the little mouse became the absolute boss of this area. As it said, it was going to lead the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King to conquer this space. Boss, go look for your opportunity. I'll stay here. The little mouse grinned and said, The next time we meet, I will be the Beast King of the bloody battle space. The demon beasts in the bloody battle space have all survived since ancient times. They are extremely powerful. You have to be careful, Fong Chen reminded. The little mouse nodded and said with a smile, Boss, don't worry. In the end, Fong Chen and Li Xiaoke left the place. Outside the valley, Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Chen and asked curiously, Fong Chen, this little mouse is so mysterious. Fong Chen grinned when he heard that. After coming out of the valley, Fong Chen and Li Xiaoke walked aimlessly. In the vast bloody battle space there were 81 cities. There were many geniuses in all the cities. Of course, there were also many geniuses who were exploring some ruins. On this day, Fong Chen came to a bustling city. The reason why it was bustling was because there were many geniuses in this city. The streets were bustling with people. After entering the city, Fang Chen was a little surprised and said, "It's so lively." "Fang Chen, I have some news," Li Xiaoke said. "The bloody battle space has been open for a long time. Geniuses have all kinds of needs. After such a long time, some trading cities have appeared in the bloody battle space. This city is one of the 8 trading cities." After listening to Li Xiaoke's explanation, Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. Every genius who entered the bloody battle space would more or less have some opportunities if they didn't die. Some treasures were useless to them, but they were useful to other geniuses. As a result, trading cities appeared. Each of the 8 trading cities was bustling with activity. Countless geniuses with needs flocked there to trade with other geniuses. Fang Chen walked on the streets and saw many geniuses setting up small stalls on both sides of the street. As expected of the bloody battle space, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There were countless stalls on the streets of the trading cities. If the items in these stalls were taken out in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. But in the bloody battle space, it was very normal. When Li Xiaoke passed by a stall, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Miss, I obtained this 10,000-year warm jade from a certain ruin in the bloody battle space. It is very precious. If a woman wears it, she will be able to maintain her beauty. Moreover, it has a great effect on her soul," the stall owner hurriedly introduced. The 10,000-year warm jade was also a treasure, but it wasn't very attractive to men. "You like it?" Fang Chen asked when he saw Li Xiaoke admiring it. Li Xiaoke nodded, but her eyes quickly dimmed. "How much is this?" Fang Chen looked at the stall owner and asked. "I'm in urgent need of spirit stones, so I only want top-grade spirit stones." 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the stall owner. "All right, I'll buy it," said Fang Chen. The stall owner was very excited and immediately said, "All right, I'll wrap it up for you." Fang Chen paid 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy the 10,000-year warm jade. Li Xiaoke held the 10,000-year warm jade, her face full of smiles. "Fang Chen, thank you." Whoosh! Fang Chen was just about to speak when an ear-piercing sound rang out in his ears. A majestic aura directly came from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt a trace of danger and immediately turned around. A fiery red whip came swinging from the distance. Crack! Fang Chen gripped the fiery red leather whip. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt from the impact. At this time, the owner of the whip appeared. She was a woman in a fiery red dress, and her body emitted a strong flame aura. "I want this 10,000-year warm jade," said the fiery red dress coldly. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little displeased. This woman was too domineering. She casually attacked others, and in such a strong manner. "Miss, come and play. The 10,000-year warm jade has been bought by this gentleman," said the stall owner with an awkward smile. "I know." The fiery red dress woman looked at Fang Chen, and with a shake of her wrist, she took back the whip. She had lashed out with her whip to stop Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke from leaving. "Can you give me the 10,000-year warm jade? I'm willing to pay 10 times the price." "Sorry, I've already given the 10,000-year warm jade to a friend." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left with Li Xiaoke. Whoosh! The fiery red whip was instantly thrown out from the woman's hand, and it was aimed at Fang Chen's head. The strength of the whip was very strong. Fang Chen felt the force coming from behind him. He immediately activated his sword body and dodged the whip. Chapter 630. Attacking someone for no reason. Didn't your family tell you that it's very disrespectful? Fang Chen dodged the whip and said with a gloomy face. This article was first started by, "Give me the 10,000-year warm jade." "I don't want to say it again," the woman in the red dress said in a domineering manner. In her opinion, no one would dare to take what she wanted from her. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want to lower himself to her level because she was a woman. However, this woman had attacked him twice without warning, which made Fang Chen very unhappy. "Sorry, but the 10,000-year warm jade is mine." Fang Chen's attitude was very clear. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress raised her eyebrows and said with disdain, "Are you provoking me?" Feeling the scorching aura from the woman in the red dress, Li Xiaoke was a little worried about Fang Chen. She said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, why don't you give her the 10,000-year warm jade?" Fang Chen shook his head and rejected Li Xiaoke's suggestion. "I'm not leaving." Fang Chen stared at the woman in the red dress and said in a low voice. Seeing Fang Chen ignore her words, the woman in the fiery red dress was completely enraged. She held the whip in her hand and waved it violently. The fiery red whip carried a scorching flame aura as it lashed towards Fang Chen's head. Wherever the fiery red whip passed, the air would scatter in all directions. The power of this whip was mixed with the state of fire. It was extremely strong. Many of the surrounding cultivators stopped to watch. Some warriors recognized the woman in the red dress and started to discuss. "This kid is unlucky to have met Hong Wu. Hong Wu is famous for being overbearing." "Yeah, Hong Wu is only ranked 43rd on the Hidden Dragon list. She's not very strong, but she has a very dazzling fiancé. Not many geniuses in the bloody battle space dare to not give what Hong Wu wants. This brat dares to compete with Hong Wu? He's really courting death." Fang Chen didn't pay attention to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. He activated his sword body, and sword intent surrounded his body. When Hong Wu's whip lashed out, Fang Chen's hand suddenly grasped the fiery red whip. Crack! The fiery red whip emitted a scorching aura, burning Fang Chen's palm. Concept of fire. Fang Chen released his own concept of fire, instantly blocking the scorching aura of the fiery red leather whip. When Hong Wu saw Fang Chen holding her whip with his bare hands, her face was filled with anger. She said, "You are courting death." As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, she suddenly brandished her whip and began fighting with Fang Chen. Green Lotus Sword Art. Fang Chen used the fifth move of the Green Lotus Sword Art, 5 swords cleaving the sky. A majestic sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The sword light contained a valiant sword essence and directly pierced towards Hong Wu's whip. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword chopped down on Hong Wu's fiery red whip, instantly blocking Hong Wu's attack. When her whip attack was blocked, Hong Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. However, when she saw that there was a sword mark on the whip, her face turned completely gloomy. "You're dead for breaking my whip," Hong Wu scolded. In the next moment, Hong Wu launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen also used the flowing water sword art. When Hong Wu's concept of fire met with Fang Chen's concept of water, it was instantly restrained. Moreover, Hong Wu's whip was also completely blocked by Fang Chen's flowing water sword art. Swoosh! Fang Chen pushed the flowing water sword art to the extreme. Taking advantage of Hong Wu's mistake, the hidden star sword suddenly shot out, directly piercing towards Hong Wu. Hong Wu felt the power of the hidden star sword, and her body continuously retreated. At the same time, the whip in her hand suddenly lashed out. Puchier section of Hong Wu's whip was cut off by Fang Chen, and it fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless cultivators were filled with shock. This kid actually cut off Hong Wu's whip. He's really brave. Bang! Hong Wu held half of the whip in her hand and used her strongest whip technique, directly lashing towards Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Bang! 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 The whip and the hidden star sword fiercely collided, and then the whip was blocked by the hidden star sword. Hong Wu's body retreated a few steps. She looked at the half of the whip in her hand, and her heart was burning with anger. "You cut off my whip. You're dead." Hong Wu looked at Fang Chen furiously, and she couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. "With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it." Fang Chen coldly snorted and said. Although Hong Wu was an expert ranked 43rd on the Hidden Dragon list, her strength was similar to Feng Yunzhong's. At best, she was only slightly stronger than Feng Yunzhong. You will regret offending me, Hong Wu. As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand, and she gently crushed it. Suddenly, a majestic flame aura enveloped Fang Chen. Talisman! Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. He was already surrounded by the flame aura emitted from the talisman. Hiss hiss hiss, the flame aura surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he activated his sword to block it. Mystic Rank Array. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to set up a Mystic Rank Array. This Mystic Rank Array was a flame attribute array, and it could absorb the flame emitted from the talisman. After a minute, Fang Chen whispered, "Fortunately, it's a low-tier Mystic Rank talisman. If it was a mid-tier talisman, I wouldn't be able to set up the array." A mid-tier talisman was extremely powerful. Once it was crushed, its power would instantly envelop the enemy. The reason why Fang Chen was able to set up a formation while fighting against the talisman was because the talisman was a low-tier talisman. The flame attribute array quickly finished absorbing the flame aura from the talisman. In the end, the flame aura completely entered Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his flame concept had silently broken through. The peak of the second level of the flame concept. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. Not only had Hong Wu's flame talisman not injured him, but it had instead increased his strength. Crash! Just as Hong Wu thought that Fang Chen had been killed by the talisman, the flame aura instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen calmly stood on the street. What other skills do you have?" Fang Chen was completely enraged. Hong Wu had repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he let her go? "What's going on?" Hong Wu cried out involuntarily with astonishment in her eyes. Crash! Without giving Hong Wu a chance, Fang Chen set up a Mystic Rank Array in the blink of an eye, trapping Hong Wu. "That's a Mystic Rank Array." On the street, someone discovered the Mystic Rank Array and shouted, "Heavens, just who is this brat? How can he casually set up a Mystic Rank Array? Could he be a Grand Formation Grandmaster? Too terrifying. Such a young Grand Formation Grandmaster is truly inconceivable." Hong Wu is trapped in a Mystic Rank Array. It seems she'll be in trouble. When Fang Chen set up a Mystic Rank Array, many martial artists were shocked. A Mystic Rank Array. Hong Wu was a bit flabbergasted. She waved her whip and began to break the array. Fang Chen silently entered the array and used it to constantly attack Hong Wu. At the start, Hong Wu didn't care. But when Fang Chen heavily injured her, she finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. "Stop! I am Hong Wu. You can't attack me!" shouted Hong Wu. "How laughable! You're the only one allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to attack you." Fang Chen sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was still attacking her, Hong Wu said, "I'm Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. If anything happens to me, Luo Zhongtian won't let you off." Hong Wu felt the danger and directly said Luo Zhongtian's name. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's name, the countless martial artists on the street all turned pale with fright. Luo Zhongtian? Just who was this martial artist that caused people's expressions to change? If you were familiar with the Hidden Dragon ranking, you would definitely know that Luo Zhongtian was one of the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Luo Zhongtian was a dragon amongst men. Among the younger generation in the entire 5 Elements province, he was also very popular. Every young martial artist's eyes were filled with respect when they mentioned Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian was too terrifying. If the 5 Elements Academy's geniuses didn't appear, he was practically unrivaled amongst the 5 Elements province's younger generation. Hong Wu was the fiancé of such a terrifying existence. Hence, although Hong Wu was the 43rd genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the top 10 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking didn't dare to provoke her. In fact, many of the hidden dragon rankings geniuses were sucking up to her so that they could come into contact with Luo Zhongtian. If I was defeated today, would you give me a chance? Fang Chen asked back. The answer was obvious. She wouldn't. Hongwu usually relied on Luo Zhongtian's name to be arrogant and domineering. She would whip anyone she didn't like. Even if someone was whipped by Hongwu, they wouldn't dare to resist. This was because she was Luo Zhongtian's fiancée. This time, Hongwu had her eyes on a piece of 10,000 years warm jade, but she was a step too late. If it was in the past, the other party would definitely give it to her with both hands and wouldn't take any spiritual stones from her. But now she had hit a wall. Not only did this person not give it to her, he even attacked her. Hongwu was furious. If Luo Zhongtian was here, she would definitely ask him to kill this person. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hongwu. Chapter 631. All the cultivators held their breath. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this kid was really going to kill Hongwu? Hongwu was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Wasn't he afraid of Luo Zhongtian if he dared to kill her so brazenly? If anything happens to Hongwu, Luo Zhongtian will definitely not let this kid off. This kid shouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Many cultivators were shocked. Fang Chen had used the profound grade array to control Hongwu. The hidden star sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbing towards Hongwu. If this sword hit, even if Hongwu didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Even Li Xiaoke looked at Fang Chen worriedly. She wanted to stop Fang Chen, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, Li Xiaoke could only pray that Fang Chen wouldn't kill Hongwu. Otherwise, if Luo Zhongtian was drawn out, things would become complicated. If you dare touch me, Luo Zhongtian will not let you off. Hongwu also sensed the murderous intent from Fang Chen's body. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted loudly. However, Fang Chen seemed to have made up his mind. The hidden star sword in his hand didn't stop as it stabbed towards Hongwu. At this moment, suddenly, a majestic energy came from the distance. This energy appeared from the void, carrying a soaring aura as it blasted towards Fang Chen. This chi came too fast, and it was also very powerful. Fang Chen didn't even have time to react before this chi hit his star-hidden sword. Bang! Fang Chen's attack was instantly dissolved. Even his body was pushed back a few steps. Fang Chen steadied himself with a serious look in his eyes. He turned around and looked outside the city. At that moment there was a figure flying rapidly in the sky outside the city. You even dare to touch Luo Zhongtian's woman. This figure landed on the city street and a rough voice rang out. His voice was filled with boundless spiritual energy, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat one after another. Some cultivators recognized this person and shouted, "It's Jin Zhong, ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon list. He's also here. Jin Zhong is here for Hongwu. It looks like this kid won't be able to kill Hongwu. Jin Zhong's strength is much stronger than Hongwu's. This kid isn't Jin Zhong's match. The 40th on the Hidden Dragon list isn't just for show." Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jin Zhong slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. After Hongwu came out of the array, she walked to Jin Zhong's side, her face full of anger. "Hongwu, what's going on?" asked Jin Zhong. Hongwu told Jin Zhong everything that had happened. After listening, he looked at Fang Chen with an unkind gaze. "Kid, hand over the 10,000-year warm jade, and we'll let this matter rest. How about it?" The surrounding cultivators could understand Jin Zhong's words. After all, Fang Chen was a formation grandmaster. Once he was provoked, even if he wasn't a match, he could drag someone down with him. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jin Zhong wouldn't be afraid of Fang Chen. But what he really cared about was Fang Chen's profound rank formation. Once he was trapped in a profound rank formation, it would be a bit troublesome. "Jin Zhong, this kid wants to kill me. How can you let him go like this?" said Hongwu. Just as Hong Wu's voice sounded, 2 sonic booms were suddenly heard from afar. Soon after, 2 familiar figures appeared in the city. "It's so lively," said one of the cultivators. "This is a trading city," said the other cultivator. When they saw these 2 people, the surrounding cultivators were once more in an uproar. They were the experts on the hidden dragon ranking, the 46th ranked Zhong Yu and the 45th ranked Feng Yunzhong. The 2 of them had just finished speaking when they noticed Hong Wu and Jin Zhong. Of course, they had also noticed Fang Chen. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong walked over to Fang Chen and whispered, "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Once the 2 of them understood what had happened, Feng Yunzhong took a step forward and looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. "Let's just forget about this matter. If this continues, it won't be good for anyone. Feng Yunzhong, you also have to help him." Hong Wu's eyes were cold. Hong Wu's attitude was very clear. She wanted to kill Fang Chen and then take the 10,000-year warm jade. She was Luo Zhongtian's fiancée. She couldn't accept being humiliated here. For a moment, the atmosphere in the trading city was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at Fang Chen, wanting to see how he would deal with this. "You're snatching someone else's things for no reason, and you even want to kill me to silence me," sneered Fang Chen. Although he couldn't defeat Jin Zhong, if they really fought, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of Jin Zhong. Just from the fact that he could set up unlimited formations, he was already in an undefeatable position. Rumble, as soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, countless top-grade spirit stones flew out of his spatial ring and floated in the air. Everyone knew that Fang Chen was about to set up a formation. Seeing this, Hong Wu's expression changed slightly. Jin Zhong stared at Fang Chen. He was just about to speak when Feng Yunzhong spoke again. Feng Yunzhong didn't want to offend Hong Wu, nor did he want to see Fang Chen die. So he wanted to be a peacemaker. "How about we both take a step back?" said Feng Yunzhong. Hearing Feng Yunzhong's words, Jin Zhong turned to look at Hong Wu and said in a low voice, "He's a formation grandmaster. It's impossible for us to kill him. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Why don't we stop here today and wait a few days for others to arrive to deal with him?" Hong Wu thought for a moment, then looked at Fang Chen. She said coldly, "Brat, you're lucky today. But sooner or later, I'll kill you." After saying that, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left the street. This farce was over. After Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu helplessly shook their heads. Then they said, "Brother Fang, although Hong Wu isn't powerful, her fiancé is. We can't afford to offend him." "Luo Zhongtian?" Fang Chen stared into the distance, muttering to himself. Today's incident had also indirectly illustrated a problem, and that was that the strong were respected. If he was as strong as Luo Zhongtian, he wouldn't need to look at others. Even if he killed Hong Wu, Luo Zhongtian wouldn't say anything. But now, he was too weak. If it weren't for the fact that he was a formation grandmaster, Jin Zhong wouldn't have let him go. While he was deep in thought, Fang Chen was woken up by Li Xiaoke. "Fang Chen, I'm sorry." Li Xiaoke blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Fang Chen wouldn't have been in trouble. Fang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay." After saying that, Fang Chen said goodbye to Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu and continued shopping with Li Xiaoke. There were countless stalls around the street. Because of Hong Wu's appearance, Fang Chen's rhythm was disrupted. So now, Fang Chen had to start shopping again. After walking for a few dozen meters, Fang Chen finally found something useful to him. "Boss, how much is this 9-colored spirit heavenly grass?" Fang Chen walked over to a stall and asked. "Use refining materials to exchange for it," the stall owner said in a low voice. This stall owner needed refining materials. Spirit stones were useless to him, so he could only use refining materials to exchange for the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass was useless to ordinary martial artists, but it was extremely useful to soul cultivators. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass targeted the soul. Fang Chen was trying to break through to the third rank. If he had the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass, he would have a better chance. How about meteoric iron? Fang Chen asked as he fiddled with the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. Oh, you have meteoric iron? The stall owner was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this fellow to have meteoric iron. I do, but I don't know the price, said Fang Chen. 5 kilograms of meteoric iron. That's too expensive. Fang Chen shook his head. He put down the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and prepared to leave. The stall owner became a bit anxious and directly said, 8 kilograms. How about we both take a step back? Fang Chen turned around and left, not stopping at all. Seeing this scene, the stall owner loudly shouted, Tell me, how much do you want? Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the stall owner and said, 500 grams. Little brother, 1 kilogram is too little. How about 4 kilograms? Said the stall owner awkwardly. Fang Chen shook his head and ignored the stall owner. The stall owner knew that if he continued to bargain, Fang Chen would definitely leave. Thus, he made up his mind and said, Fine, 500 grams it is. Sigh, if I wasn't in urgent need of refining materials, I wouldn't be willing to exchange him. 1 kilogram of meteoric iron. Deal. After paying the meteoric iron, Fang Chen took the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and left the street. Then, Fang Chen found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. The buildings in the trading city were all broken. All the geniuses could only sleep outside. Even Hong Wu and the others were no exception. At this time, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were standing side by side on a tall building. They were looking at a certain corner of the trading city. That was where Fang Chen was cultivating. Jin Zhong, do you not have confidence in fighting him? Asked Hong Wu. He's a formation grandmaster. He can set up unimaginable formations. It'll be troublesome if he gets caught in one, said Jin Zhong. If I don't kill this brat, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred, said Hong Wu. Don't worry, a priest will come in a few days, said Jin Zhong. Hong Wu's eyes lit up when she heard the word priest. She knew very well that priests were best at arrays. Chapter 633. Mobile reading. Fang Chen had been cultivating in the trading city for 7 days. Everyone, please read the most complete novel. During these 7 days, Fang Chen had been in the trading city, motionless. His body was emitting dense spiritual energy, as if he could break through at any time. 3 days ago, Fang Chen had adjusted his body to its optimal state and consumed the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb. Now, Fang Chen was trying his best to dissolve the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb's medicinal effects. Once the medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb were completely absorbed by Fang Chen's soul, his soul could possibly reach the yellow rank. After a few days, Fang Chen's mind was filled with dense spiritual energy. This spiritual energy had gradually turned from orange to yellow. Within the orange spiritual energy, there were traces of yellow spiritual energy. When he discovered this, Fang Chen's face broke into a smile. The medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb had been completely absorbed, and the orange spiritual energy had finally undergone a transformation, transforming into the yellow rank. Although this was just the beginning, Fang Chen believed that it wouldn't be long before his soul could completely reach the yellow rank. At that time, he would be an early-stage level 3 soul cultivator, and his combat strength would definitely soar. On a certain day, the streets of the trading city were in an uproar. Countless martialists were staring at the city gate. At the city gate, a man in black clothes slowly walked into the city. His arrival caused a commotion in the trading city. The priest was ranked 41st on the Hidden Dragon list. He was an expert in array formations, and was considered a well-known expert on the Hidden Dragon list. The appearance of the priest shocked all the martialists. Although the priest's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list wasn't as high as Jin Zhong's, no one doubted the priest's strength. The priest was an extremely powerful array formation master. No one knew what level he had reached. In any case, many experts on the hidden dragon list had suffered at the hands of the priest. The priest's strength couldn't be determined by his ranking on the hidden dragon list. What he was truly proficient in was array formations. Once an array formation was used, no one could match it. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu walked over together to personally welcome the priest. "Priest, you're here." Jin Zhong grinned. Even Hong Wu retracted her cold aura and grinned at the priest. The priest was one of Luo Zhongtian's men. In Luo Zhongtian's camp, he was considered a capable assistant, so Hong Wu had to give him some face. Of course, Hong Wu also wanted the priest to help her kill Fang Qin. "You two are early." The priest nodded when he saw the two of them. "We were only 7 or 8 days earlier than you," Jin Zhong said. At this moment, Hong Wu walked towards the priest and said in a deep voice, "Priest, you came at the right time. Help me kill someone." "Killing people? Someone that you, Hong Wu, can't kill? Could it be that he's an expert on the hidden dragon ranking?" Hearing Hong Wu's words, the priest was a little surprised. The people that Hong Wu couldn't kill were definitely powerful warriors on the hidden dragon roll. However, no one on the hidden dragon roll would dare to offend Hong Wu unless it was one of the 4 super geniuses who were even more insane than Luo Zhongtian. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt flashed through the priest's eyes as he looked at Hong Wu. He's not a hidden dragon roll expert. He's just a piece of trash at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hong Wu was furious when she mentioned Fang Qin. "I say, Hong Wu, you can't even kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm?" The priest was even more surprised. Hong Wu was a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and a hidden dragon roll expert. Her opponent was just a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. No matter how monstrous he couldn't possibly be Hong Wu's match. Furthermore, even if you can't kill him, can't Jin Zhong do anything? The priest continued to ask. Jin Zhong was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Then, he said, "If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for me to kill that kid. But that kid is an array grandmaster. You also know that it's very troublesome to kill an array grandmaster. That's why we waited here for you," Jin Zhong said. When he heard the words array grandmaster, shock flashed through the priest's eyes. Then, he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that he's an array grandmaster?" Jin Zhong nodded heavily and said with certainty, "He is indeed an array grandmaster. If he was just an array grandmaster, he would have died long ago." Hearing this, the priest fell into silence. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long while, the priest raised his eyes again and said, "Where is he?" The priest's eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. He wanted to meet this legendary array grandmaster. Among the younger generation of the 5 elements state, the priest's achievements in the array Dao were considered top-notch. However, there was now an array grandmaster who was even more monstrous than the priest. Everyone thought that the priest's achievements in the array Dao were heaven-defying. However, no one knew that the priest was actually just a top-notch array grandmaster. There was a fundamental difference between an array grandmaster and an array grandmaster. Even at the top, they were still array grandmasters. However, the priest had relied on his unique understanding of the array Dao and continued to cultivate. Finally, one day, he had set up a heaven-defying array. By relying on this array, the priest had actually been able to challenge an array grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that his opponent was an array grandmaster, the priest's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he saw the priest's expression, Jin Zhong smiled faintly. With the priest's help, even if that kid was an array grandmaster, it would be useless. Over there. Hong Wu's fair finger pointed at a certain corner in the depths of the trading city. The priest followed Hong Wu's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Qin, who was cultivating. An array grandmaster? The priest muttered to himself as he looked at Fang Qin. At that moment, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was surrounded by extremely dense soul power. His. Fang Chen's soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. At that moment, Fang Chen's soul had truly become an early-stage yellow rank soul. So this is a yellow rank soul? Fang Chen could feel that his soul had become much stronger. With just a thought, he could detect every movement in the trading city. Fang Chen was very excited that his soul had just broken through. However, at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that someone was staring at him. He raised his eyes and looked forward, meeting the priest's gaze. And when Fang Chen's gaze landed on him, the priest felt his soul tremble. Under everyone's gaze, the priest walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu followed closely behind. Hong Wu's face was especially gloomy, as if Fang Chen was already a dead man. Seeing the priest and the others approach, Li Xiaoke raised her guard and wanted to stop them. However, it was Fang Chen who spoke. "You can't stop them." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Xiaoke. He stared at the priest. "You're that formation grandmaster?" The priest walked in front of Fang Chen, his dark eyes staring at Fang Chen. "That's right," Fang Chen said. The cleric looked at Fang Chen and suddenly burst into laughter. "Very good. I'm called the priest. Perhaps I'll become your nightmare." "Those who wanted to become my nightmares all died in my hands in the end," Fang Chen said, going against him. At that moment, in an empty space not far from the trading city, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were very anxious. Why would this priest appear here? Could it be that Jin Zhong and Hong Wu called him here? Feng Yunzhong's face was filled with anxiety. It must be. The priest is the top formation master in Luo Zhongtian's camp. If he comes to deal with Fang Chen, the latter will be doomed, Zhong Yu said. With the priest around, even Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu did not dare to act rashly. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they were very clear about the power of the priest. As long as the priest wanted to, he could easily kill them. He can only rely on himself. Feng Yunzhong shook his head slightly. At this point, there was nothing he could do. He could not lose his life in order to help Fang Chen, right? As long as he was alive, he could do anything again. However, once he died, everything would be for naught. Therefore, Feng Yunzhong did not want to die. He could not die. Deep in the trading city, Fang Chen and the priest were confronting each other. Behind the priest, Jin Zhong had been waiting for the priest to make a move, but Hong Wu seemed to be unable to wait any longer. "Priest, kill him," Hong Wu glared at Fang Chen and said coldly. The priest looked at Fang Chen, then shook his head slightly and said, "In 3 days I will fight you here." With that, the priest turned and left. Hong Wu was a little confused, but she still followed the priest. "Kid, in 3 days it will be your death," Hong Wu said in a low voice. After the priest and the others had left, Hong Wu asked in confusion, "Priest, why do we have to wait for 3 days? This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. In order to kill him in one fell swoop, I will set up a heaven-defying array. I need 3 days to prepare," the priest said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hong Wu did not say anything. At this time, Fang Chen was still staring at the priest's back as he left. The priest gave him a lot of pressure and also made him feel a little threatened. "Fang Chen, why don't we leave this place tonight?" Li Xiaoke reminded him. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoke. "Do you think we can leave safely?" Li Xiaoke was stunned when she heard this. Her face was full of guilt. All of this happened because of her. She felt very guilty. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also came. They also tried to persuade Fang Chen to leave at night. Taking advantage of the night, even if the priest wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. However, their suggestions were all rejected by Fang Chen. It was not that he did not want to leave, but the priest had secretly set up a secret array at the city gate. Once they left, they would definitely trigger the array. At that time, the priest would definitely stop them. Rather than that, it was better to just stay here and fight in 3 days. Chapter 634. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After the priest returned, he immediately started to prepare the materials needed to set up the array formation. His opponent was an array formation grandmaster. If he wanted to restrain him in terms of array formations, he would have to set up his own trump card array formation. However, setting up this trump card array formation required a large amount of materials. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu were both looking for materials for the priest. The materials that could be obtained in the exchange city were all exchanged by the priest personally. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu had to search outside the exchange city for the materials that couldn't be obtained in the exchange city. In short, they were confident that they would be able to gather all the materials within 3 days. On the other hand, although Fang Chen knew that he was going to have a big battle with the priest in 3 days, his heart was extremely calm. According to my conjecture, he should be a top array formation grandmaster, Fang Chen thought to himself. If the priest was also an array formation grandmaster, he would have made his move today instead of waiting for 3 days. The reason he had waited for 3 days was because he wasn't confident that he would win. Hence, he needed 3 days to gather the materials needed to set up the array formation. Fang Chen thought about it carefully for a long time before deciding what array formation he would use to deal with the priest. Then, he started to search for the materials. Fang Chen wrote down a list of materials and gave Li Xiaoke a copy. Then, he gave her a large amount of spirit stones and told her to purchase them in the exchange city. Although most martialists in the exchange city didn't need spirit stones, there were still a small number of martialists who needed spirit stones. Fang Chen sent a message to the little mouse and asked it to help him find some materials. In a certain valley in the bloody space, the little mouse was standing on a very large rock. Although it was petite, it was still very intimidating. Below the large rock stood the flying rat monarch and the tiger monarch. Behind the two monarchs stood a large number of ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were members of the 2 great races. They had already completely submitted to the little mouse. Over the past few days, the little mouse had also successfully reorganized the 2 great races and gained complete control of its own territory. Today, the little mouse was standing on top of a big rock, preparing to say some words before the expedition. However, just as it was about to speak, a message suddenly appeared in its mind. When it finished reading the message, its expression changed slightly. Its eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked the Flying Rat King. "The date of the expedition will be pushed back. Now, both of your races will do everything you can to find the materials on this list. You must find them within 3 days." The little mouse followed the plan in its mind and wrote down the materials that Fang Chen asked it to find on a piece of paper. "Boss, why are you looking for these materials?" Tiger King didn't understand. Today was the day of the battle against the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard clan. What could be more important than this? "That's right, boss. If we don't go out to fight, the Blazing Fire Gold-Bodied Leopard clan will definitely take this opportunity to occupy our territory," the sky-soaring Rat King said. "Just do as I say," the little mouse said in a deep voice. The bloodline aura in its body instantly erupted. Within the mountain valley, countless ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Bloodline suppression. The little mouse's bloodline was too powerful. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't resist. Sensing the little mouse's fury, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King no longer said anything. They led the members of their races out of the mountain valley to search for the materials on the list. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The ancient beasts' time was up. Countless ancient beasts charged out of the darkness, roaring at the sky. As for the Flying Rat race and Tiger race, they also began to search. Because the two races had lived here for a long time, they were very familiar with this place. Finding materials was also much easier. By midnight, the two races had already gathered around 60% of the materials on the list. At this time, within the territory of the blazing fire golden body leopards, a blazing fire golden body leopard was lying on the ground in a cave. Suddenly, a blazing fire golden body leopard ran in and said, "Boss, the flying rat race and tiger race didn't attack our territory." "What are they doing?" asked the Leopard King. "They seem to be searching for materials through the night," said the blazing fire golden body leopard. "Searching for materials?" The Leopard King was a bit confused, but it still gave the order. "They previously announced that they would attack our territory today. But they gave up at the last moment and went to search for materials instead. It seems these materials are extremely important to them." A strange light appeared in the Leopard King's eyes. It then said, "Since that's the case, we'll do our best to stop them from searching for materials." Under the leadership of the Flying Rat King, the members of the Flying Rat clan found the materials very smoothly. Seeing that there was only one last material left to complete the mission, they were very happy. "Rat King, there's only one material left," said a Flying Rat King. "Yes. Once we've finished gathering the last material, we can report back," said the Flying Rat King. "But Rat King, the last material you need is called hollowwood. It's at the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. If we rashly go there, won't we be attacked by the blazing fire golden body leopards?" The Flying Rat King was a bit worried. "Notify the Tiger King. We'll go search for the hollowwood together," said the Flying Rat King. No matter what, the little mouse's mission was the most important. In just a moment, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King met up. The two of them decided that they would personally go. The other members would scatter and attract the attention of the blazing fire golden body leopards. Late at night, there was no crescent moon in the sky. The entire blood battle space was pitch black. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King rapidly flew. 2 hours later, they landed in a forest overgrown with weed. "This is the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. Be careful," said the Flying Rat King. The Tiger King nodded, and the two kings began to search for the hollowwood. It didn't take long for the two kings to find the hollowwood. "Ha, it's done. We can return now," said the Flying Rat King. While the two emperors were celebrating, a fiery glow suddenly lit up the night sky, followed by a roar that echoed across the sky. "You two idiots, you dare to come to my blazing fire golden body leopard's territory? You're courting death." The Panther King appeared. Flames coiled around its body, and its aura was terrifying. Its large eyes stared at the Tiger King and Rat King. "Panther King, you want to stop us?" demanded the Tiger King. In a one-on-one fight, the Panther King was much stronger than them. But if they worked together, the Panther King might not be able to defeat them. "Idiot, since you've come, don't leave," the Panther King sneered. The temperature in the air began to rise. "You won't be able to stop us." The Tiger King roared and joined hands with the Flying Rat King to fight the Panther King. Rumble. The three kings' battle caused the surrounding trees to be constantly destroyed. Each time the Panther King attacked, flames would soar into the sky. Its aura was extremely powerful, and its attacks were also extremely sharp. However, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King were not to be trifled with. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Tiger King clenched his claws into fists and punched out. At the same time, the Flying Rat King's claws also shot out. The two kings had found an opening in the Panther King's defense, and they launched a fierce attack. Bang! The Panther King was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the two kings. Seeing this, the two kings' figures flashed and quickly disappeared from the forest. The Panther King chased after them. However, after chasing for an hour, it returned without success. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King returned, but they were in a sorry state. After giving the hollowwood to the little mouse and telling it about the battle with the Panther King, the little mouse's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. "When I'm done," I'll go and exterminate the blazing fire golden leopard clan." After saying this, the little mouse disappeared into thin air. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the priest had finally gathered enough materials. His face was full of smiles. He was confident that he could easily defeat and even kill the Panther King. Thinking about how he was about to kill a formation grandmaster, the priest was very excited. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong accompanied the priest to the location of the battle. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing at the location of the battle, looking outside the trading city. He was waiting for the little mouse's materials. All the warriors in the trading city were watching the priest's group. When the priest and the other two arrived at the location of the battle, they saw Fang Chen. "Kid, today is the day you die," Hong Wu said coldly. The priest was already prepared and could definitely kill this person. To be able to kill a formation grandmaster, just thinking about it makes me excited. The priest grinned. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a stepping stone on his path of formations. If he could kill a formation grandmaster with his formation skills, he might be able to break through to the realm of formation grandmaster. This was what the priest was really thinking. At this moment, the little mouse quietly entered the trading city. Then, without anyone noticing, it entered Fang Chen's special spatial ring. The little mouse put all the materials into the spatial ring. When Fang Chen noticed this, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Priest, if I'm not wrong, you should be a formation grandmaster," Fang Chen suddenly said. "You want to kill a formation grandmaster as a formation grandmaster? You're too naive." Fang Chen's words made the priest frown slightly. He was a little displeased. "I, the priest, will declare today that I will kill you," the priest said in a deep voice. Chapter 635. The priest was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. The latter also believed that he was not afraid of the priest when it came to array formations. All the warriors in the entire trading city gathered around. They also wanted to see how exciting the battle between the two array masters would be. There were even some people who were secretly betting with spiritual stones to see who would win. In a short while, more than 30 warriors had placed their bets. They were all extravagant and were betting on who they thought would win. Of course, if one looked at the books, the warriors who supported the priest were the majority, while the warriors who supported Fang Chen were the minority. Although everyone knew from Fang Chen that the priest was a top-notch array master, they believed that since the priest dared to challenge Fang Chen in public, he must be very confident. Moreover, the priest's name was well known in the Five Elements state. Fang Chen could not compare to him at all. Therefore, even if Fang Chen could defeat the priest in terms of array formations, many warriors still believed that the priest would win. At this moment, Li Xiaoka's small hands were clenched tightly as she blinked her eyes. She was very worried, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. However, with her strength, there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to help. All she could do was pray that Fang Chen would defeat the priest. That was all she could do. "Priest, why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him," Hong Wu said coldly. "No, destroy his cultivation and let me kill him myself." Although Hong Wu was a beauty, her heart was as vicious as a snake's. The priest's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as he said in a low voice, "Both of you, retreat." Hearing this, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong retreated to a safe area and stared at the battlefield. Crash! The priest's palm suddenly stretched out and countless materials flew out of his interspatial ring. Then, under the priest's control, they instantly fell to the ground. Countless scorching rays of light shot out from those materials and intertwined in the sky, forming a majestic array formation. Within the array there were scorching flames. These flames seemed to be able to roast a person alive. Just like that, Fang Chen was trapped within the array. The priest's sudden attack made countless warriors exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was very calm. He carefully sensed it and found that the array set up by the priest was a top spiritual array called the Fire Demon Array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the array formation was successfully set up, the dense flames formed fire dragons within the array formation. These fire dragons spat out scorching dragon breath. Just a mere fire demon. Fang Chen sneered. These fire dragon-shaped creatures were fire demons born from the fire demon formation. As long as they were in the fire demon formation, they would be constantly attacked by the fire demons. Countless fire demons attacked Fang Chen. However, before they could get close to Fang Chen, he flicked his wrist and performed a complicated hand seal. A brand new formation instantly appeared inside the fiery demon formation. Fang Chen's strategy was to fight with an array formation. Fang Chen had set up the water curtain array. Inside the array, countless water elemental auras emerged and formed ripples of water. When Fang Chen saw these rippling water, a smile appeared in his eyes. The seemingly ordinary rippling water was the best way to deal with the fire demons. Under Fang Chen's control, the dense rippling water surged out of the water curtain array and rushed towards the fire demons within the fire demon formation. Everything in the world promoted and restrained each other. Water and fire also promoted and restrained each other. Whether water restrained fire or fire restrained each other depended on which array was stronger. Hiss. Under the priest's gaze, the fire demons within the fire demon formation were swallowed by the rippling water. In the blink of an eye, the fire demon formation collapsed. This is just an appetizer. Seeing this, the priest sneered and said disdainfully. The fire demon formation was the weakest among the top spiritual level arrays. The reason why he set up this array was to test Fang Chen's ability in arrays. Now, the test was over. Although Fang Chen's water curtain array destroyed his fire demon formation, the priest knew that Fang Chen had just advanced to the array grandmaster realm. Is this all you've got? Fang Chen looked at the priest and said, Splash. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the rippling water within the water curtain array floated in the air and attacked the priest directly. King Kong Array. The priest shouted and cast the King Kong Array, which was even more powerful than the fire demon formation. As soon as the King Kong Array was cast, a strong gold element aura rushed towards them. The King Kong Array and the water curtain array instantly intertwined. The water element aura wanted to envelop the gold element aura, while the latter wanted to devour the former. In an instant, the two arrays fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen and the priest were using array formations to fight. This made countless martialists exclaim in delight. Although many of the geniuses present had seen battles between geniuses of different levels, they had never seen a battle between array masters. As expected of an array master. He's so powerful. He can set up such a powerful array with a flip of his hand. Yeah, the two of them are fighting with arrays. It's so exciting. Any one of these arrays could trap us, but in the hands of these two array masters, they're just tools to attack each other. In the trading city, countless warriors were shocked. In their opinion, the strength of Fang Chen and the priest was beyond their imagination. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fang Chen's name would spread throughout the bloody battle space. Using arrays to fight against the priest. What kind of explosive news was this? At this moment, at the front of the crowd, Hong Wu was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand. There was a murderous look in her beautiful eyes. The priest's King Kong array is already suppressing his array, Hong Wu said. It's already very good for the priest to be able to fight against an array grandmaster as an array grandmaster. Jin Zhong couldn't help but sigh. The gap between array grandmasters and array grandmasters was too great. Bang! Not long after Jin Zhong and Hong Wu finished speaking, Fang Chen's water curtain array was shattered by the King Kong array. Fang Chen was trapped in the King Kong sect. Kid, what other arrays do you have? Just take them out, the priest said in a low voice. You're just an array grandmaster after all. Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a low-level profound array, the Sky-Slicing Void Array. The Sky-Slicing Void Array was the most powerful array among the low-level profound arrays. The moment this array was set up, the powerful King Kong array collapsed instantly. This is the sky-slicing void array. Seeing the sky-slicing void array, a hint of surprise appeared in the priest's eyes. Immediately after, the priest shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Your achievements in array formation have exceeded my imagination. You're actually able to set up the sky-slicing void array when you've just entered the Grandmaster realm. However, next, I'll completely crush your sky-slicing void array and make you the most laughable array Grandmaster in the 5 elements state in 100 years." As soon as the priest finished speaking, an extremely dense aura surged out from his body. Then, 108 blood-red stones appeared in the priest's hands. These blood-red stones exuded a sinister aura, as red as the blood of a martial artist. A hint of madness appeared in the priest's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the 108 blood-red stones instantly fell around the battlefield. Whoosh! 108 blood-red auras directly soared into the sky and intertwined to form a bloody array. Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. This was the priest's trump card. The Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was an array that the priest had developed himself. According to the ranking, it could only be regarded as a top spiritual array. However, it was powerful because it was developed by the priest himself. The 108 blood-red stones used as the array foundation were the hearts of the Bloody Sorcerer tribe's sorcerers. The Bloody Sorcerer tribe was also a large tribe in the monster world, but they were very rare. There were not many of them in the entire 5 elements state. This array was very evil. When the priest had developed it, he had personally searched for the Bloody Sorcerer tribe and finally obtained 108 sorcerer hearts. Of course, if it were other demonic beasts' hearts, the priest could still set up the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. However, the effect was definitely not as strong as the sorcerer's heart. Since he wanted to kill an array Grandmaster, he had to use the strongest array to kill him directly. When the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was displayed, Fang Chen's sky-slicing void array shook, as if it would collapse at any time. What a bloody array! Fang Chen's eyes were solemn as he stared at the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, and said in a low voice. The principle of his sky-slicing void array was to constantly intercept the surrounding power of heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body, then strengthen oneself and finally kill the enemy. Of course, the sky-slicing void array could also intercept a warrior's soul. However, when faced with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the sky-slicing void array began to shake as if it would collapse at any time. Moreover, Fang Chen also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, the priest's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You should be proud to die in my Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array." Ever since he had developed the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the priest had only used it once. That time, he became famous. After that, he had never used it again. This was the second time, and it was also the most powerful Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. Sky-slicing void. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and operated the sky-slicing void array with all his strength. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was instantly intercepted by the array. After the array was integrated with the power of heaven and earth, it became more and more powerful. Fang Chen tried to control the array to intercept the priest's soul. However, when the sky-severing void formation came into contact with the soul-destroying blood formation, a large gap suddenly appeared. Fang Chen tried his best to resist, but to no avail. Chapter 636. When the sky-severing void formation collided with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing formation, a large gap appeared. Fang Chen was trying his best to fill the gap. Once the gap widened, the sky-severing void formation would completely collapse. At that time, Fang Chen would be surrounded by the Bloody Soul Extinguishing formation. Sky-severing. Fang Chen frantically operated the sky-severing void formation. Within the formation, the extremely rich power of heaven and earth constantly spread and poured into the gap. Fang Chen tried to use the intercepted power of heaven and earth to fill the gap, but the priest obviously would not give him the chance. Soul extinguishing formation. The priest shouted in a low voice, and his body emitted a scarlet aura. Within the 108 array bases, an extremely terrifying evil aura shot out. The evil aura emitted by the 108 wizard hearts filled the entire trading city. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were extremely shocked. This formation is too terrifying. Even Jin Zhong, who was one rank higher than the priest on the hidden dragon list, was terrified when he saw this formation. If he were to face this formation, he would not be able to resist at all. Formation Master, Jin Zhong said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of formation masters. Moreover, Jin Zhong was secretly glad that he was not reckless enough to attack Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Wu's eyes flickered. She glanced at the half of the fiery red whip in her hand and was furious. She wanted the priest to directly destroy Fang Chen. After about 15 minutes, the sky-severing void formation finally could not hold on. Boom! Within the sky-severing void formation, there was a rumbling sound. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Originally, Fang Chen thought that he could defeat the priest with the help of the sky-severing void formation. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void formation was about to collapse completely. At this moment, Fang Chen made a shocking decision. It seems that I still have to use that trick. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with madness. The little mouse sensed danger and wanted to come out, but was stopped by Fang Chen. He would not give up until the very last moment. Moreover, he was an array grandmaster. If he was defeated by an array grandmaster, it would be a great humiliation. Crack the priest controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array and constantly squeezed the sky-slicing void array, causing Fang Chen's body to constantly retreat. The bloody soul extinguishing array targeted the soul directly. Once a cultivator was trapped in the array, they would not be able to last more than 15 minutes before their soul would be extinguished by the bloody aura of the array. For a martial artist, the most important thing was the soul. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt the power of the bloody soul destroying formation. The thick smell of blood penetrated the gap in the sky-slicing formation and drilled into Fang Chen's mind, corroding Fang Chen's soul that had reached the early stage of the yellow rank. What else do you have? Fang Chen kept retreating, causing the priest to be insufferably arrogant. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he looked down at Fang Chen and spoke disdainfully. At this moment, his bloody soul extinguishing array had completely suppressed Fang Chen's sky-slicing void array. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to completely shatter the sky-slicing void array. And the battle would end as a result. Everything was going according to the priest's plan. The cultivators who supported the priest were extremely excited. Once the priest won, they would receive a large number of spiritual stones. As for the cultivators who supported Fang Chen, they were helpless. In the history of the Five Elements province, there had never been a case where an array grandmaster had lost to an array grandmaster. Many cultivators shook their heads and discussed in low voices. It seems that the priest is going to create a miracle in the Five Elements state's array Dao. Yes, as an array grandmaster, he defeated an array grandmaster and created history in the Five Elements state. I don't know if that kid still has any trump cards. If he doesn't, then the battle is over. If I had known, I would have bet on the priest. Who would have known that an array grandmaster would be suppressed to this level by an array grandmaster? How unlucky. Many cultivators were cursing Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen had disgraced an array grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chen, who was on the battlefield, did not notice these voices at all. His attention was focused on the sky-slicing void array that was about to collapse. Crack! As the bloody soul extinguishing array opened fire at full force, the sky-slicing void array could no longer withstand it. The priest walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his face full of wild smiles. "You have lost." The priest stared at Fang Chen, who was in a state of struggle, and said in a low voice. Fang Chen raised his head with difficulty. There was a look of determination in his dark eyes. Then, he said in a low voice, "You are only an array grandmaster after all." What Fang Chen was implying was that no matter what, the priest was only a formation grandmaster. If he wanted to defeat a formation grandmaster like him, he was still a little lacking. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the priest. "You can't even resist my array. How dare you say that you are an array grandmaster? Don't you feel ashamed?" The priest sneered and said disdainfully. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong also sneered. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. No matter how capable Fang Chen was, he would not be able to make any waves after being trapped in the bloody soul-extinguishing array. Everything is over. The priest opened his palm and the smell of blood filled the air. It was also at this time that Fang Chen finally took out the most precious materials that he had prepared. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen filled all these materials into the array base of the sky-severing void array that was about to collapse. At this time, the array base was already in ruins. Seeing Fang Chen's actions, the priest sneered, thinking that Fang Chen's efforts were in vain. When all these materials were filled into the array base, a terrifying aura emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly, and his palms were constantly forming seals. As Fang Chen's palms formed seals, countless strange auras shot out from his palms, echoing with the broken sky-severing void array. The sky-severing void array that was about to collapse actually glowed with vitality at this moment. Seeing this scene, the priest's face changed drastically, and he cried out in a low voice. Fang Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. If the sky-severing void array could defeat the priest, it would be even better. However, if the sky-severing void array could not defeat the opponent, then he still had a trump card. This trump card was also a nightmare for Fang Chen, because it would backfire. However, at this moment, Fang Chen did not care so much. He forcibly increased the power of the sky-severing void array. Boom! The sky-severing void array was quickly restored, and the energy in the array was constantly tumbling. In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void array was restored to its original state, and its power was much stronger than before. A powerful aura filled the entire trading city. At this moment, even the priest's face changed drastically. He felt a trace of danger, which meant that the array that Fang Chen had set up now was beyond his imagination. Void plundering array. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and at that moment the world changed color. A majestic aura swept out from the array. At this time, the array was no longer the original sky-severing void array, but an upgraded version of the void plundering array. An intermediate profound-level array. Seeing this array, the priest's face changed drastically. He controlled the bloody soul-extinguishing array with all his strength, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's array in one fell swoop. However, it was too late. In the basics of arrays scroll, Fang Chen found a trick about the sky-severing void array, that was, at a critical moment, using precious materials as the foundation to forcibly increase the power of the array. The sky-severing void array could intercept the power of heaven and earth, while the void plundering array could be seen from the literal meaning. The former intercepted, while the latter directly plundered. The void plundering array was more domineering and fierce than the sky-severing void array. When the void plundering array was formed, the priest felt that the bloody aura in his bloody soul-extinguishing array was forcibly plundered by Fang Chen's array. What kind of array is this? The priest's heart was in turmoil. He had never seen such a powerful array. The advantage that he had just established was gone. In a flash, the two sides exchanged roles. The moment the void plundering array appeared, the priest's bloody soul-extinguishing array showed signs of being unable to resist. Countless warriors around widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It was too exciting, too wonderful. A battle between array masters could actually reach such a level. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's faces were gloomy, and they were a little nervous. "I don't believe that you can break my bloody soul-extinguishing array." The priest was unwilling to give up and roared loudly. His bloody soul-extinguishing array was fully activated to resist the void-plundering array. Fang Chen's face was a little pale. This was because he had forcibly arranged the void-plundering array. However, after perceiving the power of the void-plundering array, Fang Chen was relieved. He would not lose today's battle. The void-plundering array was constantly plundering the bloody aura in the bloody soul-extinguishing array. The two arrays were resisting each other. In the beginning, the bloody soul-extinguishing array was able to resist the attack of the void-plundering array, but after a minute, it was unable to resist. The void-plundering array actually plundered the array foundation of the bloody soul-extinguishing array. Crash! A sorcerer's heart was plundered by the void-plundering array and then devoured. Following that, one sorcerer's heart after another was plundered. In the blink of an eye, half of the 108 sorcerers' hearts were gone. During this time, the bloody soul-extinguishing array's power was greatly reduced. "No!" The priest let out an unwilling roar. He was unable to resist the void-plundering array. He was unwilling to accept this. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to defeat an array grandmaster. At that time, his name would have spread throughout the Five Elements province. To be recorded in the history of the Five Elements province was the highest honor for a warrior. Chapter 637. The sudden change left all the martial artists dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. The void-plundering array showed itself in front of the world in an unparalleled manner, easily plundering the 108 adept hearts of the bloody soul-destroying array. These were the painstaking efforts of the priest. However, they were mercilessly plundered by the void-plundering array. It's time to end this. When the void-plundering array had completely plundered the wizard hearts of the bloody soul-extinguishing array, Fang Chen let out a low roar. The void-plundering array directly enveloped the priest and plundered his soul power. "Stop!" Seeing this, Jin Zhong and Hong Wu roared and attacked Fang Chen at the same time. They wanted to force Fang Chen to give up on the void-plundering array. "I can't accept this." Within the array, the priest roared. He used all his strength and displayed his strongest attack. With the help of Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, he finally escaped from the void-plundering array. Supported by Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, the priest's face was pale. His soul was severely injured and his breath was weak. "Priest, how are you?" Jin Zhong asked in a low voice. "I won't die," the priest said with difficulty. "How could this be?" Hong Wu's face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself. At this time, Fang Chen removed the void-plundering array. After all, forcibly using this array would cause a backlash to the warrior. Fang Chen would also be injured. Therefore, after seriously injuring the priest, Fang Chen decisively removed the void-plundering array. Seeing Fang Chen remove the void-plundering array, Hong Wu took the lead and wanted to rush over to kill Fang Chen. However, how could the latter not be prepared? With a flick of his wrist, an illusion array enveloped him and Li Xiaoke. Hong Wu was blocked outside the array and could not enter it. "Hong Wu, come back!" The priest used all his strength and roared loudly. He had personally experienced Fang Chen's strength. With Hong Wu's strength, she would not have any advantage against this person. Hearing this, Hong Wu reluctantly returned to the priest's side. "This person is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's go," the priest said in a low voice. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu looked at each other. Finally, they glared at Fang Chen fiercely and then left the trading city. "Boy, I will kill you someday." Hong Wu did not forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence before leaving. After seeing the three of them leave, Fang Chen, who was in the illusion array, breathed a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of his strength and was not suitable for battle. Therefore, he arranged the illusion array to block Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's attack. After the three of them left, Fang Chen was of the void of the array illusion array. It was quite easy to maintain this illusion formation. Stay in the formation for now. I need to recover my strength. After Fang Chen said that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. At this time, Little Mouse appeared from Fang Chen's spatial ring. After knowing that his boss was fine, he said a few words to Li Xiaoke and hurried back to the territory. In the territory of the Flying Rat Clan, there was a shocking battle going on. Under the leadership of the Leopard King, the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan started a war against the Flying Rat Clan while Little Mouse was away. The battle had been going on for a few days. The Flying Rat Clan could not hold on any longer. In a certain open space, the Leopard King was fighting the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings had to work together to stop the Leopard King. It was enough to show the Leopard King's strength. However, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were generally stronger than the Flying Rat Clan and the Tiger Clan. Therefore, the current scene was that the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were slaughtering the members of the two clans. In the territory there were many corpses of the two clans. Seeing this scene, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King were very anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them were entangled by the Leopard King and could not help at all. Leopard King, when the boss comes back, you are dead. The Flying Rat King shouted as he fought. That's right. Leopard King, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no turning back. The Tiger King also said in a deep voice. The Leopard King waved his claws and two balls of flames shot towards the two kings. He said with disdain, a mere rat and you call him boss. How embarrassing. The Leopard King did not know how powerful the Little Mouse was. Naturally, he was not afraid of the Little Mouse. Today, he was determined to destroy the Flying Rat Clan and then the Tiger Clan to occupy these two territories. At this moment, the Little Mouse was on the way back. If it had not received news that something had happened to the territory, the Little Mouse would not have left Fang Chen in such a hurry. The battle continued for an entire day and night. The Flying Rat Clan was almost completely wiped out. As for the Tiger Clan, they had also suffered heavy casualties. If the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King had not worked together to restrain the Leopard King, the two clans would have been wiped out long ago. At a certain moment, the Leopard King suddenly launched a fierce attack, forcing the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King to retreat. He wanted to kill them. The two of you can go die now, said the Leopard King. Dense flames appeared around the Panther King's body. The temperature of the air around it rose rapidly. He used his full strength to attack the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings were forced to retreat step by step. Just as they were about to be completely suppressed by the Leopard King, a powerful aura suddenly appeared, shocking the Leopard King. Sensing this aura, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King exchanged a smile. They had finally managed to hold on until their boss returned. Leopard King, it's time for you to die, said the Flying Rat King with difficulty. Crash! The Little Mouse had just appeared when the Flying Rat King's voice rang out. It stood in front of the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the Leopard King. It icily said, "You're the Leopard King? You're the trash boss they were talking about?" asked the Leopard King. The Little Mouse looked at the two clans that had suffered heavy casualties. Flames of fury burned in its heart, and a cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. "The two of you go and help them," said the Little Mouse in a deep voice. The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King heard it, and their figures flashed as they joined the battle of the ordinary members. With the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joining in, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard Clan continuously let out blood-curdling screams. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Leopard King was enraged and attacked the Little Mouse. The little mouse's body emitted a purple halo. It opened its little claws and engaged in a fierce battle with the Leopard King. The Leopard King's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was impossible for him to kill the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse dodged the Leopard King's powerful attack in an unimaginable manner. Then, it opened its little mouth and bit the Leopard King's body. Instantly, the Leopard King felt pain all over his body. He subconsciously looked at his wound and realized that a piece of flesh had been bitten off by the little mouse. Damn it! The Leopard King was enraged. At the same time, he stared at the little mouse's teeth. The blazing fire golden body leopard's strongest point was its physical defense. However, it was powerless against the little mouse's teeth. "I'm going to kill you!" The Leopard King roared furiously. The little mouse sneered and said, "Leopard King, you're too ignorant." Suddenly, an ancient bloodline aura emerged from the little mouse's body and instantly filled the area. When all the ancient giant beasts felt the bloodline aura, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. This was the fear that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Even the Leopard King felt a trace of fear. Its bloodline was uncontrollably tumbling, and its body was trembling. How is bloodline suppression possible? The Leopard King's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Bloodline suppression. Only a high-grade bloodline could suppress a low-grade bloodline. The Leopard King's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. How powerful was the bloodline that could suppress it? The absolute suppression of the bloodline greatly reduced the Leopard King's battle strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse fought back and bit the Leopard King's body with big mouth. In a short while, the Leopard King's body was badly damaged. Its entire body was bleeding, and it let out a miserable cry. Under the suppression of the bloodline, the Leopard King was unable to block the little mouse's attack. Bang! In the end, the little mouse sent the Leopard King flying with a kick. At this moment, the Leopard King no longer had its previous bravery. It curled up on the ground and trembled. "Let me go. I can pledge my loyalty to you." The Leopard King begged for mercy. Under the suppression of the bloodline, it was no match for the little mouse. "When you attacked this place, did you think of the consequences?" the little mouse coldly said. The Leopard King fell into silence and no longer spoke. In the human world, the strong were respected. In the world of demonic beasts, the strong were respected. The Leopard King had lost. It had lost completely and could only be dealt with by the little mouse. When the Flying Rat King and Tiger King saw this, they cheered loudly. After the little mouse withdrew its bloodline aura, the Flying Rat King ran over and asked, "Boss, what should we do with them?" "Kill them." The little mouse said, "If you follow me, I'll guarantee your safety. Anyone who dares to attack my subordinates won't have a good ending." The little mouse's words directly sentenced the blazing fire golden body leopards to death. The Leopard King was unresigned and was killed by the Flying Rat King. As for the blazing fire golden body leopards, they were all killed by the Tiger King. In the end, they took over the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory and expanded it once more. The entire territory was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, the exchange pool was also in an uproar. Although Fang Chen had defeated the priest for over a day, the excitement still hadn't died down. Many martial artists only looked at the result. They believed that Fang Chen had won. As for Fang Chen, he knew that he hadn't won that battle. Chapter 638. Countless martialists were discussing this on the streets of the trading city. Although a few days had passed, there were still endless discussions about Fang Chen in the trading city. Whenever Fang Chen was mentioned, countless warriors would think of his battle with the priest. Using formations to fight was too shocking. At this time, in a spacious area of the trading city, there was a hazy illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Fang Chen sat cross-legged while Li Xiaoke stood beside him, waiting for Fang Chen to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A strong aura surged from his body, and he was in high spirits. When Li Xiaoke saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Looking at Fang Chen's appearance, he should have completely recovered. Fang Chen, are you okay? Li Xiaoke looked at Fang Chen and asked apologetically. All of this happened because of her. If she didn't like the 10,000-year-old warm jade, Fang Chen wouldn't have had a conflict with Hong Wu, and the subsequent series of events wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Fang Chen raised his head. In his dark eyes there was a trace of a smile. You don't have to blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault. Fang Chen stood up slowly. The battle with the priest had caused him to suffer a backlash. Fortunately, he had fully recovered after recuperating. Fang Chen had also gained a lot from the battle with the priest. In particular, his understanding of formations had deepened. As Fang Chen spoke, he shook his wrist and removed the illusory formation. In an instant, the trading city appeared in front of Fang Chen. What are we going to do next? Li Xiaoke asked. Go out and look for opportunities, Fang Chen said. For the time being, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through for a while, so he went out to look for opportunities. After Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke appeared on the streets of the trading city, countless warriors stopped in their tracks to look at them. Of course, to be exact, they were looking at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Fang Chen. An array grandmaster, even in the Five Elements province, had a very revered status. Moreover, Fang Chen was so young. He might even be accepted by the Five Elements Academy. In short, his future was limitless. When he was about to reach the city gate, Fang Chen met Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong. Brother Fang, have you fully recovered? Feng Yunzhong laughed mischievously. Brother Fang, I'm afraid there's no one within 100 miles who doesn't know your name. Even the warriors in the cities near the trading city know your name, Zhong Yu said with a smile. As early as Fang Chen defeated the priest, his reputation had already spread. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned. From his conversation with Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong, he learned that the two of them were going out of the city. Brother Fang, do you have anything to do next? Feng Yunzhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. When Feng Yunzhong saw this, he was overjoyed. He immediately said, Brother Fang, the two of us discovered a mutated ancient beast in a mountain range 100 miles away from the trading city. This ancient beast's body seems to contain a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. The two of us are preparing to capture and kill this demonic beast. Are you interested in coming with us? The reason Feng Yunzhong said this was because they didn't have much confidence in that mutated ancient beast, so they wanted to invite Fang Chen. Mutated ancient beast? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. It's a huge underworld void bird, Zhong Yu said solemnly. Underworld void bird? When Fang Chen heard these three words, he was also startled. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fang Chen had read a book about the bloody battle space, which had introduced the countless ancient beasts that lived in the bloody battle space. Among them was the underworld void bird. It was said that the underworld void bird race was very rare and also very powerful. The underworld void bird's bloodline was very powerful. There were many bird-type demonic beasts in the world, and a large portion of them possessed the underworld void bird's bloodline. Just the underworld void bird was already very powerful. He hadn't expected Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong to discover a mutated underworld void bird. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that this mutated underworld void bird actually possessed a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. Are you sure? Fang Chen asked. The undying bird was also an ancient divine beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. As for the legends of the undying bird, everyone had only read about it in ancient books. As for the real undying bird, no one had ever seen it. Even an expert like Ancestor Bronze had never seen a real undying bird. The mutated underworld void bird is very powerful. We didn't dare to get close. We only observed it from a distance. I'm 80% sure that it possesses the undying bird's bloodline, Feng Yunzhong said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they must have some unknown treasures on them. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong, you were able to detect the undying bird's bloodline in the mutated underworld void bird. Fang Chen wasn't curious at all. After receiving Feng Yunzhong's confirmation, Fang Chen became even more curious about this mutated undying bird. Okay, I'll go with you, Fang Chen said. The undying bird was said to be an ancient divine beast that lived in flames. It was said that every undying bird could completely master the great Tao of fire. If this mutated underworld void bird really possessed the undying bird's bloodline, even if it was very rare, it was enough to benefit Fang Chen and the others. After Fang Chen agreed, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu's faces lit up. After that, the four of them discussed for a while, and then quickly left the trading city. After Fang Chen and the others left the trading city, an ordinary-looking martialist appeared out of nowhere and stood on the street. He took out a communication jade pendant and said in a low voice, Fang Chen has left the trading city. After saying that, the martialist disappeared from the trading city. At the same time, four figures were sitting cross-legged on a secluded mountain peak. Fang Chen knew three of them. They were the Array Grandmaster's priest, Jin Zhong, Hong Wu, and the last person. He looked very ordinary, but the three of them were very respectful to him. The four of them were chatting when suddenly, Jin Zhong's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, Jin Zhong received news that Fang Chen had left. Fang Chen has left the trading city. Jin Zhong's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice. He has left. Hong Wu was very excited when she heard this. She immediately wanted to stand up, but was stopped by the ordinary-looking martialist. Hong Wu, don't be so excited. Brother Kun, how can I not be excited? This is a great opportunity to kill him. Hong Wu said. Zhou Kunshan, ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation base had reached the late second level of the condensing reality realm. Although his ranking was relatively low, he had a shocking assassination skill. There were many martialists in the five elements state who would pay Zhou Kunshan to kill their enemies. And this time, after the priest was defeated, the first person the three of them thought of was Zhou Kunshan. Because of Hong Wu and Luo Zhongtian's relationship, Zhou Kunshan readily agreed to their request and agreed to help them kill Fang Chen. Moreover, he did not charge them any fees. This made the three of them very happy. With Zhou Kunshan's help, Fang Chen would definitely die. Brother Kun Shan, we will listen to you, the priest said in a low voice. The battle that day was a huge blow to him, but fortunately, he managed to endure the pressure in his heart. You guys wait here for my good news. Zhou Kunshan stood up and said with a smile. With Brother Kun Shan's help, this kid will definitely die. But Brother Kun Shan, you have to be careful of this kid's array. Jin Zhong warned. Zhou Kunshan nodded, then looked at Hong Wu and said, Sister Hong Wu, when you see Luo Zhongtian, remember to tell him for me. Brother Kun, don't worry. When I see Zhongtian, I will tell him about you. Hong Wu said. Hearing this, Zhou Kunshan was very happy. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Zhou Kunshan disappeared in front of their eyes, but they did not notice at all. This was the power of the assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. Fang Chen's group of four hurried and finally arrived at the mountain range that Feng Yunzhong had mentioned. At this time, they had no idea that they had already been targeted by the Hidden Dragon Ranking's assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. This is the mountain range where we found the dark void bird? Fang Chen asked. Feng Yunzhong nodded and said, Yes, this is the place. The four of them paused for a moment, then entered the mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. This mountain range gave people a very strange feeling. Everyone be careful, Fang Chen warned. After the four of them walked for an hour, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Fong, what is it? Feng Yunzhong asked curiously. Fang Chun closed his eyes and used his early yellow rank soul to carefully examine the surroundings. After a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes. His expression was incomparably grave as he said in a low voice, "The temperature in the mountain range has increased. That mutated dark void bird should be nearby." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other three's expressions instantly became grave as they looked around. "Let's go." Fang Chen waved his hand and continued forward. Fang Chen possessed the concept of fire, so he was very sensitive to the fire element in the air. While the others were unaware, he had already sensed the scorching temperature in the air. Following the guidance of the scorching temperature, Fang Chen quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a huge bird-type demonic beast on top of a bluestone. This bird-type demonic beast's entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were filled with a scorching aura. The temperature in the air around the bluestone was extremely scorching. The lake to the side had completely evaporated, but this ordinary bluestone was actually able to withstand the scorching temperature. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this bird-type demonic beast was intentionally controlling the scorching aura it emitted.